Chapter 1376. Chan Sheng could feel that the resistance from the praying mat under his body was getting stronger and stronger. If he did not give up and continue to try, he might be sent flying. He let out a long sigh and finally straightened his body. He turned around and looked at the praying mat in front of him. His eyes were filled with despair. This was the biggest regret of his 2 lifetimes that he had been dreaming of. Could it be that sometimes it would be there and sometimes it was hard to force it? After a long time, Toad Saint's heart was filled with complicated emotions. This sigh was truly full of twists and turns, soul-stirring. Even Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan felt bad for him when they heard it. It was not that he did not give him a chance, but he was useless when he was given a chance. Chan Sheng stood there in a daze for a while. Finally he laughed bitterly. It's not that I gave it away and it's not that I missed it. It's just that I can't do it. The bitterness in his words made everyone present feel even more bitter when they heard it. Mingi let out a sigh of relief and said, "How can it be easy to get one's luck and strength? The position of a sage is useless if you lack anything. Is it something that anyone can get just because they want it? Hongyun, after this attempt you should give up, right?" Chan Sheng stood there in a daze and did not say a word. Yuanshi said lightly, "Why should I be disappointed? If you are not worthy of the position, why should I be disappointed? You are already lucky to have the chance to try. Why should I ask for more?" Chan Sheng murmured. "If I am not worthy of the position, why should I be disappointed? Why should I be disappointed? Dare I ask, great heavenly venerable, why am I not worthy?" Yuanshi said, "The so-called sage is not something that can be achieved through hard work. My eldest senior brother became a sage because he had great achievements. He wrote books and established a theory. He enlightened the world and spread his ideas to the world. Only then can he become a sage. My third junior brother became a saint because he wanted to seize a chance of survival for the masses. Just this intention alone is already a great benevolence, which is why he could become a saint. Empress Hua risked her life to nourish the sky and save the entire world of living beings. How could she not become a saint with such great achievements? Receive and establish the Western sect. Make a great wish to enlighten the people of the world. Only after overcoming all hardships can one become a saint." Yuanshi said, "Hongyun, what have you done for the world? What makes you a saint? How could it be so easy to become a saint with just a bit of luck, a bit of karma, and a lifetime of hard work?" These words were like the evening drum and the morning bell. They were also like a huge mountain that pressed down on Chan Sheng's heart. What makes you a saint? How can becoming a saint be so easy? Chan Sheng's eyes were unfocused. He lowered his head in shame and muttered to himself, "That's right. What have I done for all living beings? Why should I become a saint? Just because of a fortuitous encounter, a bit of karma, and a lifetime of bitter cultivation? How could he become a saint just by protecting himself and not daring to provoke any karma? How could he become a saint just by cultivating hard and ignoring the suffering of all living beings? How could he become a saint just by relying on his selfish safety and accumulating cultivation strength? Then there were too many people in this world who were qualified to become a saint." After a long time, Chan Sheng finally sighed and said, "What the great heavenly Lord said is right. I am indeed not worthy." These words were spoken with incomparable difficulty, with incomparable reluctance and incomparable bitterness. However, there was also a trace of relief and understanding mixed within. "Yes, I am indeed not worthy." Chan Sheng turned around and quietly walked to the corner of the Purple Cloud Palace. He sat cross-legged in the corner and did not move. This trip to the Purple Cloud Palace was a great opportunity and great joy. At this moment he had lost all his face and even had thoughts of suicide. However, he still did not leave. "Yes, I am not qualified to become a saint. However, since I am already here, I want to hear what you have to say. I, Red Cloud, have been reborn. Now, I'm not just Red Cloud anymore. I'm also Toad Saint. I'm a living being in the Wizard Alliance's territory. Even if I have to risk my life, I have to do something for the land where I live. It could be considered as my only counterattack to the sentence, 'I'm not worthy,' that judged me for life." Chan Sheng Hongyun's dejection did not attract more attention from the people present. Everyone's focus was naturally on the empty fifth futon. Di Jun and the others' eyes were burning. Everyone wanted to sit on it, but no one dared to. With Chan Sheng as an example, who dared to act rashly. If they could not sit on it like Chan Sheng, wouldn't it be embarrassing? However, if they did not try, they would inevitably regret it for the rest of their lives. What if they succeeded? At this moment, Tong Tian suddenly said, "Sister Hutu, sit." No one objected to Tong Tian's suggestion. Hutu opened the reincarnation with her own body. This kind of merit was unprecedented. It was not inferior to Empress Was. Hoodoo's eyes were slightly complicated. She murmured, "That year I resolutely sacrificed myself to reincarnate for the sake of Wu people. This willingness was mixed with too much selfishness. How could I sit on such a noble seat?" Selfishness is not a sin. Sister's heroic deeds in those days have benefited generations of people. No one can deny the boundless meritorious merit. Yuanshi said, "Sister Hoodoo, please sit." Hoodoo took a breath. She walked forward slowly and sat down calmly. Golden light radiated and merged into her body. Hoodoo sat on the futon steadily. She was solemn and elegant. The toad saint let out another sigh from the corner. It closed its eyes that it had just opened. He wanted to see if Hoodoo would be like him, or if she could barely sit on it with all her strength. However, after a glance, he felt that he was the only one who suffered a greater blow. At this moment, the 5 seats had been determined. Next was the 6th seat. Yuanshi said, "My eldest senior brother has indeed left this starry sky. However, he has left his inheritance. His seat should not be left to others." Everyone was surprised. They all narrowed their eyes. "You want to keep an empty seat?" Tong Tian said, "Eldest senior brother does have a successor here." Holding back the grievance in his heart, he pointed at Zhou Xiaoduo and said, "Xiaoduo, come and sit here." Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. He pointed at his own nose and said in disbelief, "Me? Of course. This." Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the futon. To be honest, he was a little disgusted. It was just a lousy thing. At most, it had a little light effect. Look at you guys fighting for it. You guys are so ignorant. However, under the gaze of Yuanshi and Tong Tian, Zhou Xiaoduo had to take Zhou Xiaoyan's hand and walked over. He muttered softly, "My cultivation is shallow. How can I sit on such a high-class seat?" Tong Tian insisted, "Just try it. No one is counting on you. What if you can sit down?" Yes, this was also the main reason why no one actually tried to stop him even though everyone had their doubts. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed and said, "All right, I'll try it. I'm just a junior. I'm not afraid of losing face." Then he took a deep breath and sat down on the floor. Boom. This time, the situation was completely different from that of the others. It actually caused an earth-shaking, mountain-shaking sound. The rumbling sound shook the void for a long time. Everyone was speechless. Yuanshi's lips twitched and he looked at him strangely. "Ah, damn it." Zhou Xiaoduo screamed. Fortunately, he was in time and his mind was clear. He changed the word, "damn it," to "damn it." Otherwise, he would have been beaten up. How could he be forgiven for saying such filthy things in the Purple Cloud's Dao Palace? Zhou Xiaoduo's face was distorted. He tried his best to stop himself from touching his butt. "Damn it, it hurts. It hurts so much. Feels like my butt has been split into 8 pieces." Just now, he saw Chan Xing fail to sit on the seat even after using all his strength. He more or less knew what was going to happen. The opportunity was right in front of him. Yuanshi and Tong Tian had endorsed him. Since he had decided to try, he had to try his best. He had to use all his strength to sit down. His cultivation base was too low, and he was far from being able to match up to any of them. The possibility of him successfully sitting on the throne was close to 0, and Toad Saint was the best proof of that. Therefore, even though Zhou Xiaoduo's expression didn't change, he had already secretly mobilized all of his cultivation and used all of his strength to concentrate all of his strength on his buttocks, and fiercely sat down. However, he did not expect that the recoil, the glow, and the power of the mysterious force would not be there. Zhou Xiaoduo used all his strength and sat on the futon. Below the futon was the main body of the Purple Cloud's Dao Palace. Zhou Xiaoduo's action was equivalent to an ordinary person using all his strength to fiercely sit down on the hard granite. The feeling at that moment was simply amazing. Zhou Xiaoduo had successfully used his butt to bear the strong recoil of all his strength. For ordinary people, even if they couldn't accept it, they would at most use their head to smash against a thick wall and bleed until they died. But for Zhou Xiaoduo to use his butt to sit on the ground, it was truly a strange action that no one had ever done before. It was a spectacle that made people gasp in amazement. The result of this was that the Purple Cloud's Dao Palace did not react at all. From the beginning to the end, it only made a loud sound, and all the strength was reflected back to Zhou Xiaoduo's butt. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that his butt had cracked. It was burning and painful. He opened his mouth wide and suppressed the scream that had already reached his throat. He tried to close his mouth, but the muscles on his face were twisted, showing the pain he was enduring. Damn it, this is not right. Where did the strength that could support his butt and prevent him from sitting down go? I'm like a retard. I used my white and tender but to sit on a rock that is at least 100,000 times harder than my but that I even sat down and made an earth-shattering sound. This is the Purple Cloud's Tao Palace. Does this count as blasphemy against a sacred place like the Purple Cloud's Tao Palace? When he sat down, everyone opened their eyes wide and did not blink. Then, their expressions were extremely interesting. Everyone had many years of self-restraint. When they encountered something, they were rarely surprised or shocked. No one could tell that they were shocked. Unless they could not help it, they would never laugh. However, this loud sound, this distorted expression, and that crisp cracking sound were simply too fucking ridiculous. This was the Purple Cloud's Tao Palace. There was actually such a weirdo here. Chapter 1377. In that instant, Chan Sheng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Fuck. Can it not be so unreal? What did this kid do to deserve this? What did he contribute to the world? What merit did he have? Others might not know him, but I do. Other than his cheap mouth, he's better than me in every other aspect. How can he be better than me in any other aspect? Why did he sit down just like that? How can he bully me like that? But that was not the end. Zuoxiao Duo grimaced in pain. His but was getting more and more painful, and there was no sign of it getting better. The strong self-healing ability of a high-level cultivator seemed to have been disconnected. Zuoxiao Duo could almost conclude that the bones in his but were 99% broken, or maybe even comminuted fractures. I can't even heal on the praying mat. Fuck. Finally, he could not help but stand up and say, Nian Mao, try sitting down too. I feel a little uncomfortable sitting down. Everyone was speechless. Zuoxiaonian was surprised when she heard that. She asked, a little uncomfortable? Then she hesitated and said, can I try? No one said a word. Why don't I try? Under Zuoxiao was urging, Zuoxiaonian suppressed her uneasiness and changed seats with Zuoxiao Duo. She sat down gently and frowned slightly. It's indeed hard and uncomfortable. She stood up as she spoke. After all, he did not ask her to do it. She was just helping her husband go through the motions. When they're outside, I have to give my husband face. This is a necessary act. Also, it's not that my husband is insensible or rude, but this praying mat is indeed uncomfortable. Everyone's eyes followed in Chan Sheng's footsteps and almost flew out. She sat down. She really sat down. She sat down so easily. Similarly, when the girl sat down, there was also no sign of any abnormalities. Everyone's expression was complicated. They all had the same thought. Is the praying mat broken? Then something even more horrifying happened. Zuoxiao Duo vaguely felt that he couldn't sit on this cattail hassock. It wasn't because his butt would crack if he sat on it, but because he couldn't sit on it, or rather, he shouldn't sit on it. Zuoxiao Duo didn't take it too seriously. He didn't want to sit there anyway. Seeing that Zuoxiaonian had also stood up, she said, this futon is not very comfortable to sit on, so we won't sit on it. I don't want to sit anymore. I don't want to sit. Anymore. No. Sit. Yes. Fuck. The 16 powerhouses present swallowed their saliva in unison and swallowed the word that they wanted to blurt out. This was the Purple Cloud Palace. One had to pay attention to one's appearance and demeanor. One must not speak fragrant words. Premier and Tong Tian sighed. Eldest senior brother, it's not that we don't want to help you, but this brat. He doesn't feel comfortable sitting there. It was all the Purple Cloud Palace's fault for not preparing a sofa. Or a bed. If he were to lie down here, he would probably feel comfortable. Then the Nether River Patriarch said, since the two of you feel uncomfortable, let me give it a try. Before anyone had time to react, he who was the closest to the seat, dashed over and sat down. Bastard. The dozen or so people who finally reacted shouted angrily in unison. Even if he didn't want to sit, there were so many people here. How could it be Nether River's turn? Just as they were about to attack. Boom. After a loud explosion, the Nether River Patriarch screamed. Blood splattered everywhere. A force suddenly burst out from the cattail hassock and sent the Nether River Patriarch, who was about to sit down, flying. The power of the sudden appearance of the power was already appalling, and the speed of the reaction was even more astonishing. The combined power of a dozen people had only hit the afterimage of the Nether River Patriarch that was sent flying. Boom. The Nether River Patriarch, who was sent flying, was stuck on the pillar of the Purple Cloud Palace like a piece of paper. Blood gushed out from all over his body like a fountain. She lost consciousness and slowly slid down the pillar. His blood and chi evaporated as soon as it flowed out, turning into blood-colored chi and fusing into the void. By the time he lay on the ground with his eyes closed, he had lost half of his cultivation. His entire body was lying on the ground quietly, unconscious and unconscious. Seeing this, no one dared to act rashly. They all looked at the nether river with complicated eyes. Then they turned to look at the cattail hassock. There seemed to be a faint shadow flashing on it. This meant that the cattail hassock was already taken. They didn't see anything else clearly. The shadow disappeared again. Eldest senior brother is indeed very powerful. He is not in this realm, but he can still manifest here. The primeval Lord of Heaven sighed. In fact, he didn't see it clearly, but it didn't stop him from saying that. Obviously, the sixth cattail hassock was already taken. Then there were only 3 people left. Jane coughed and said, "Junior brother, sit." Everyone looked at Yuan-Ti. Yuan-Ti sighed and said, "When the secrets of heaven were in chaos, I reopened the world and sowed karma in the human world. It was against heaven's will. I'm afraid I can't sit on the throne now." As soon as he said that, everyone snorted. "If it weren't for you, would we have come here? You're so free." They all looked sideways. Yuan-Ti walked to the front of the 7th cattail hassock and slowly sat down. However, halfway through, the golden light was dazzling. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't sit down. Then he stood up and sighed softly. "As expected, it's against heaven's will. I've made a fool of myself." Jane looked sad. Junior brother, you sacrificed too much. But in this way, the inheritance of the Western sect will not be extinct." Yuan-Ti smiled. "Then everything is worth it. Immeasurable celestial venerable." Jane sighed. Then Yuan-Ti sat down behind Jane and said, "It's the same for me behind senior brother." Jane nodded slowly. His eyes were focused. No one knew what he was thinking. The remaining people's expressions did not change, but their hearts trembled violently. Yuan-Ti did not sit on it. What did this mean? One of the original 6 saints had been eliminated. This was simply an earth-shattering matter that shook the foundation. The 6 saints were the pillars of the world. Now, one had left and one had been eliminated. Half of the sky had collapsed. Even Yuan-Ti could not sit on the 7th cattail hassock. The remaining people's hearts were thumping. They were stunned for a few seconds, but no one moved. Then, the primordial phoenix and the ancestral dragon took a step forward at the same time. Then, the ancestral dragon hesitated and took a step back. He did not expect the primordial phoenix to take a step back at the same time. Then they smiled awkwardly. "You do it. You do it." Everyone was stunned. This might be the only time in their lives that the ancestral dragon and the primordial phoenix were being modest to each other. They did not expect it to be the Saint Throne meditation cushion, that it was simply earth-shattering and unprecedented. "You do it." The ancestral dragon retreated to the ranks. The primordial phoenix bit her lip and walked towards the Saint Throne. Her heart was pounding. "I'm afraid I can't sit down either." With a burst of golden light, the primordial phoenix's premonition became reality. Indeed, she could not sit down. She walked to Chan Sheng's side with an ashen face and sat down silently. Her face was dejected. Beside him was the half-dead Mingi. The primordial phoenix was sitting between the two of them. Then the ancestral dragon went up. He also had no chance. He flicked his sleeves and left, sitting at the side unhappily. Then the Qilin also could not sit down. The ancient god clan was completely wiped out. The 3 of them sat in a row and looked at each other. While they were depressed, they felt an inexplicable sense of comfort and balance. You didn't sit on it either. I'll let you." It had to be said that this kind of thinking was simply a little strange. Chan Sheng, who could not sit on it in the beginning, looked much more comfortable. "Indeed, I'm not the only one who can't sit on it. These fellows are all stronger than me, but none of them can sit down." Wahada, what the hell was this inexplicable joy? Those who had already sat down were not in a hurry. Those who had already proven that they could not sit on it were not in a hurry. Instead, they were all looking forward to it. "It would be best if none of you could sit on it. Putting everything else aside, demon ancestor Rahu should be hanging by a thread." Wahada, the ancestral dragon said directly, "Lord Demon Ancestor, sit." Demon ancestor Rahu was stunned for a moment and hesitated for a moment. He remembered that he only had monstrous sins and did not seem to have any so-called merit, so he said angrily, "I don't care." He did not even try. He walked to the ancestral dragon's side and sat down. He turned his head and said, "Say one more word. After you're done, I'll wait for you outside the door." The ancestral dragon was furious. "If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Who are you trying to scare?" Those who had not tried yet were only Di Jun, Tai Yi, Shihi, Ling Huang and Wan Minxing. However, there were still 3 futons. Everyone had mixed feelings about this. Could it be that 3 of these 5 could become saints? This. Demon Emperor Jun took a deep breath and stepped forward. He and Tai took a step forward, one on the left and one on the right. The Demon Emperor slowly sat down. This time, the resistance of the golden light was not strong. However, Demon Emperor Jun tried his best and still did not sit on it. He was only halfway there when the golden light blocked him. He quietly reached out and grabbed the Demon Emperor's left hand, activating her demon power. Emperor Jun sat down another 3 inches and was only a short distance away from sitting on the cattail hassock. Donghuang Tai reached out and grabbed the Demon Emperor's right hand, activating his demon power. The 3 of them worked together. Demon Emperor Jun finally sat down firmly on the praying mat. No matter how he sat on it, no matter how he would be bounced up when he let go, and no matter how one of them sat on the ground without a futon. In any case, he sat down. The 7th saint position belonged to the demon clan. Demon Emperor Jun's face was a little red. He held his wife with his left hand and his brother with his right. He forced a smile and said, "Sorry." He did not dare to let go. If he did, he would be bounced out. Damn it, my saint position is so awkward. He was natural and graceful, smiling sweetly. There was nothing shameful about helping her husband. Donghuang Taiyi's hand was held by Jun. He sat on the ground of the Purple Cloud Palace with a cold expression. He lowered his eyes and did not look at anyone. He felt that it was a little embarrassing. Others have 1 person each, but the demon clan has 3 people each. It's fine if one of them sits on the futon, but the other 2 are sitting on the ground. However, my hand is held by Big Brother and can't be separated. As soon as I separate, Big Brother is bounced out of the same position. Damn it. Is there a spring in your same position? Chapter 1378. So far there were only 2 holy thrones left, but there were still 2 people who had not tried to sit down. They were Emperor Ling and Wan Minxing. With the opportunity in front of them, they had to try even if they knew the chances were slim. Emperor Ling took a deep breath and walked over. As soon as he sat down, the golden light glowed. Then, he could no longer sit down. Emperor Ling had expected this result, so he was not disappointed. With a wry smile, he stood up and sat down among those who did not have a futon. Wan Minxing also wanted to follow. With so many experts in front of him having their halberds broken, Elder Wan felt that he was just a junior, so he didn't want to embarrass himself. Yuanshur opened his eyes and said, "Now." Zhuo Duo interrupted in surprise, "Everyone here has tried. Elder Wan, since you are here, why don't you sit down and try?" Wan Minxing's face froze. He was forced to come here by Emperor Ling. The spirit clan was not good at fighting. Since ancient times there had been few outstanding experts. Wan Minxing, who could reach the half-saint level, was one of the most outstanding figures in the spirit clan in the past millions of years. Emperor Ling forced him to come here to show his claws and teeth to the other clans. Don't think that the spirit clan is easy to bully. Look, there are descendants of the spirit clan who have reached the half-saint level. If you want to touch the spirit clan, you should think twice. It would be best if the other clans were afraid of the spirit clan. In this era of great competition, if the spirit clan did not have enough strength, it would become the target of public criticism. It was necessary to show its strength. But neither Emperor Ling nor Elder Wan had any intention of getting the holy thrones. Even Emperor Ling's attempt was behind the others. It was just a fluke. Now that even the Soul Emperor couldn't sit on it, Elder Wan naturally decided to sit on the Soul Emperor's side. How could he have a seat on the praying mat? It was better to stop daydreaming. However, at this moment, Zhuo's shout made them feel really awkward. "Oh, how can I at this?" Wan Minxing's face was full of embarrassment. However, Zhuo's words were out of goodwill. Moreover, he was pushing the opportunity to Wan Minxing. A wisp of thought flashed across Tongqian's face and he said in a low voice, "Since he's here, it means that we're fated. There's no harm in trying." Hearing Tongqian's words, Wan Minxing politely and cautiously said, "That's it. Dare you?" Then he quietly came to the side of the 8th praying mat and sat down cautiously. Golden light flickered, and his reaction was no different from the others before. Just as everyone thought that Wan Minxing would return empty-handed, a mysterious yellow light surged from Wan Minxing's body, clashing with the golden light. In less than 3 seconds, the golden light dimmed and fused into Wan Minxing's body. Then Wan Minxing calmly sat down on the 8th sacred seat. The primeval Lord of Heaven and Earth looked up and said softly, "The first sunflower between heaven and earth is extraordinary. Moreover, it will be endowed with immeasurable merit. It is only natural that it is worthy of its position." Tong Tian and the others who had already sat down didn't have any special reaction. but those who couldn't sit down on the other side all widened their eyes. This was especially true for the Spirit Emperor. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets as if they were about to shoot out of their sockets. At this moment, the Spirit Emperor's feelings couldn't be described with words. There was even a sense of confusion as if he was in a dream. Who am I? Where am I? How did this happen? I didn't sit on it myself, but the juniors from my clan did. Even if Wan Minxing is a rising star of my clan, a rare talent, and has already reached the half-sage realm. That's a sage position. How did it end up with him? Who do you think I can reason with? Wan Minxing sat on the praying mat, but he felt uncomfortable all over. But then, the Tao aura and comprehension that continuously surged into his body occupied his mind. Today, everyone has gathered here because of heaven's perception. I believe you all understand the reason. The primeval Lord of Heaven said calmly, "This is the immeasurable tribulation, and also the clear heavenly tribulation. Everyone, all the clans are in the tribulation." After the Western sect reopened the heaven and earth, they went against the tribulation, and the heavens showed signs of going against the heavens. Now, the tribulation has become imperative, which means they have to go through the tribulation. All the living beings of the various clans are in the tribulation, and no one can avoid it. The primeval Lord of Heaven's tone was calm, but the resentment in it could be heard by everyone present. As sages we were fine. However, you reopened the heaven and earth in the tribulation, and went against the heavens, causing the heavens to go against the heavens and even dragged us in. Do you have nothing better to do? When everyone heard this, they were all dissatisfied in their hearts. Although you lost your sage position, you gained immeasurable merit for the Western sect by starting the tribulation. This is definitely not a loss, but what about us? Why should we be dragged into the tribulation by you? Originally, even if it was a tribulation, it was still only the living beings of the various clans and the disciples of the sect who participated in the tribulation. However, there was an additional heavens that went against the heavens, and it easily involved the lives and deaths of the various clans. This matter is simply immoral. After the tribulation, all the clans will be united. The primeval Lord of Heaven said faintly, "Since this matter involves the lives and deaths of the various clans, it is inevitable that the sages will end up in the end. But if it really reaches that stage, I'm afraid." The primeval Lord of Heaven felt really tired. It's also because of this that the tribulation sensed it and asked us to come here for a while. It's also the privilege of the strong, and it's also an exception. But this time, it's also the only chance. Previously, the Tao ancestor was in charge of the overall situation, and there was already a set of rules that could be followed. This time, when the tribulation began again, he originally thought that even if the Tao ancestor was not in charge, there would still be the eldest senior brother to take charge. Now it seemed that it was his turn to control the situation. I have no experience. Moreover, the tribulation this time is more ferocious than the previous ones. It's such a big matter. Previously, even if they fought with each other, they had to take into account the relationship between the clans and leave some leeway to preserve a chance of survival. But now, life and death are at every turn. But who would be willing to see their own clan destroyed? Kundi, what have you done? Tong Tian was furious. Senior brother, don't be angry. Since the establishment of the Western sect, this is the only thing that we have gained some benefits from. Kundi was very handsome and had an outstanding bearing. He smiled warmly and said, "I have paid the price of a saint's position. Isn't that enough?" Bullshit. Tong Tian was furious. Do you dare to say that from the past until now, you have not considered the gains and losses as your priority? Never. Kundi spoke resolutely and decisively. Tong Tian's sword aura overflowed and was about to erupt. Back then, the God-confirmed tribulation was a conflict between the three sects of the Eastern land. What does it have to do with you? Why did it become the prosperity of the Western sect after all this? You caused trouble everywhere, fanned the flames, and reaped benefits wantonly. In the beginning you sought benefits and avoided harm, and you were successful in every endeavor. Could it be that you were wrong because you said that you considered the gains and losses first? Kundi's face was bitter. Senior brother, how long are you going to hide it? Kundi looked at Yuanshir helplessly. Yuanshir snorted and put on a straight face as if nothing had happened. He did not say a word and was extremely calm. Jane sighed and said, "Today, senior brother Shanqing mentioned the past with certainty. However, the truth is not something that can be explained with just a few words. Why don't we take advantage of today to make it clear and let the mighty figures of the various races here make a decision? Is it our Western sect that took advantage of the situation, or has it been a scapegoat for many years? Tong Tian sneered. Oh? I know that the Western sect has a silver tongue and golden lotuses. I want to hear how you, the Western sect master, can reverse the past with a few words. The God-confirmant tribulation seems to be the Western sect that has taken advantage of us and obtained manpower. In the future, we will spread the Eastern land and lay the groundwork for the prosperity of the Western sect. However, there are too many schemes involved. There are so many that it is impossible to count. Jianghu sighed softly. If not, why would my junior brother make such a sacrifice today? Tong Tian said angrily, in the end it's still just an excuse. You senior brothers can cover up everything by saying that you have sacrificed. Is this what you mean by being the scapegoat? Or are you trying to fool? Why don't I believe it? Could it be that the Western sect has been wronged? Jie Yin's expression did not change. He said in a deep voice, Senior brother is right. We have indeed been wronged. Ah. Tong Tian laughed, then tell me about your grievances. Where is it? Why don't you tell me in detail? When the God-confirmant tribulation started, the Western sect was just established. There was no one, no power, and no name. Although we knew that the God-confirmant tribulation was not caused by the Western sect and that the three sects signed the God-confirmant list and everything had nothing to do with us, for the future of the Western sect, we could only throw away our skin and join in to seek opportunities to strengthen the Western sect. All of you here are discerning people. You all know the reason. Except for the moment of war and chaos, how can we, the Western sect, have any chance when the three sects are standing side by side? When the three sects finish their investiture and the general trend is established, there will be no chance for us, the Western sect, to preach to the Eastern land. It's true that we have nothing to do with the God-confirmant tribulation of the three sections. However, it's wrong to say that we only joined to cause trouble. At that time you didn't know about the situation. Could it be that your two senior brothers didn't know? Jianghu looked helpless. At that time, if we said that we joined on our own accord, it would be better to say that we were forced to enter the tribulation. If senior brother Jianghu and I were not saints, we might have died in the God-confirmant tribulation that day. If we don't enter, we will never be able to prosper. When we enter, we will help you bear the karma. However, we were in the situation at that time. We were just blinded. Our original intention was to recruit some disciples when the Jie sect was weak and their luck had plummeted. We were already satisfied. Although we were suspected of taking advantage of the situation at that time, we might have saved the lives of the disciples of the Jie sect from another level. Hearing that, the Grand Master of Heaven suddenly stood up. The Jie sect is weak? Their luck has plummeted? Senior brother Jianghu, what you said, ha. Jianghu smiled bitterly. Senior brother, have you been living in resentment all these years? Didn't you think about it carefully? Back then the world was fine. Why did you sign the God roll? Just to help the heavenly courts? Just to gather the people on the investiture of the gods? What do you mean by the 12 golden immortals have not broken through to the zenith heaven for 1,000 years and caused the tribulation? What kind of ridiculous reason is that? How can the tribulation be triggered by golden immortals? Senior brother Primordial Beginning, do you really want me to explain the grudges between the three of you? The Primordial Beginning closed his eyes and said, Tell me. Chapter 1379. Zhuan sighed and said, Back then the 10,000 immortals of Jie school came to court and looked down on the world. However, it's an indisputable fact that the disciples of Jie school often cause trouble in the world. Tong Tian, you claim that you teach everyone without discrimination. However, it's also an indisputable fact that you accept but don't teach. In the long run, it's inevitable that the world will be imbalanced. Jie school was already the #1 sect in the world back then. The people in armor had a strong ability to reproduce and reproduce quickly. If we continue to expand, the living beings will definitely be plunged into misery and the universe will be imbalanced. That's why the calamity started. That's why the original intention of the God-confirmant tribulation was to defeat Jie school. As the sect master of Jie school, how can you stay out of it? After a series of changes, there was the matter of the God roll. The three sects entered the calamity and established the heavenly courts. Since the three sects have caused the great tribulation of heaven and earth, whether the Western sect enters or not is nothing to you. However, if we really don't enter, we will really be excluded from the chessboard. The decline of Jie school is more in line with the interests of the Western sect. Jianghu looked a little worried. Hence, there was the battle of the gods back then. The two of us entered the Eastern lands several times, and 3,000 red qi returned to the west. The 4 saints would kill the immortals. How many people in Jie school with high Dao skills have really died? Even those whose bodies have perished have entered the God role. What's the loss? There are indeed innocent and kind people who perished in the battle. There are even many. However, when have the true upper echelons of Jie school been injured? Even if your senior brother Shangqing has been banished, have you ever seen anyone use the 4 immortal vanquishing swords and various treasures after so many years? Those things are connected to your senior brother Shangqing's spiritual will. With a thought you can take them all back. How is this the path of a loser? Did the senior disciples of Chan school suffer any losses? They just created some karma in the human world. That's all. In particular, I have to mention the Grand Supreme Laozi, the eldest senior brother of the 3 pure ones. The 3,000 mortal guests of the Jie school that the Western sect had painstakingly taken away from the calamity were educated and prepared to be the backbone. However, fellow Taoist Grand Pure One made a move based on local conditions. He used barbarians to control barbarians and turned the eldest disciple of the Jie school, Duobao, who had been protected long ago, into a Buddha and led that group. That group. Zhuan Ti sighed. There was a hint of difficulty in his words. After all, they were all real disciples of the Western sect back then. Furthermore, when your second senior brother, fellow Taoist Yu Qing, saw fellow Taoist Grand Pure One's actions, he imitated him like a bull and rushed a few disciples under him who agreed with the ideals of the Western sect. He forcefully occupied the important positions and shared the destiny and incense offerings of our sect. For so many years, the Western sect has been said to be prosperous. However, the disciples of Jie school and Chan school occupy more than 90% of the incense offerings in various places. Jane smiled bitterly. Even if they have the name of the Western sect on the surface, how can their roots change? We are all Khanate cultivators. I only have one question for you. No matter how much you change and how much you experience, can you change this foot of yours? Everyone coughed and avoided answering. Perhaps other things could be changed, but this foot could not be changed. That was an undeniable fact. Just like an ordinary person, no matter how successful you were in the future, you could not change who your biological mother was. The Grand Master of Heaven was stunned. He actually felt that he could not refute Zhuan Ti's words. He even doubted them. Jane said calmly, however, the original intention of the Western sect was to spread their ideals and save all living beings. It doesn't matter whose name you use or what name you use. Since it has already become a reality, we don't care about some reputation. Therefore, this karma has continued. However, in the end, everyone is still just scheming and getting what they want. That's all. That's the so-called truth of the past. That's all. The goal of the God Conferment Tribulation is not to become a god. Defeating Jie school, falling to the heavens, and returning balance to all living beings is the true core of the tribulation. The 3 of you are united, but you can't bear to let you lose your position as a saint. Therefore, the Grand Pure One used the heavenly secrets to invite the Tao ancestor to deceive the intelligence of the heavens and let him fall into the tribulation with his true body. He avoided the detection of the heavenly Tao to the greatest extent and increased the tribulation. Otherwise, with the intelligence of the Grand Master of Heaven, how could he not sense that something was wrong with the God Conferment Tribulation? Didn't the so-called 3 sects discuss the God Conferment Tribulation a long time ago? Why did it suddenly take a turn for the worse at the critical juncture? Is there no reason for this? The fundamental reason is that the core of the tribulation has changed to defeating Jie school, restoring the heavenly courts, and embarrassing the Grand Master of Heaven. The 3 pure ones are indeed the strongest saints. With a series of operations, they turned a tribulation into a child's game. On the other hand, senior brother Jain and I have lost our destiny because we forcefully crossed the mortal world several times as saints. The final result of the God Conferment Tribulation is that the heavenly courts were restored, Jie school disappeared, the Grand Master of Heaven hid from the world, and the Western sect prospered. However, the disciples of Chan school and Jie school entered Buddhism and used the luck of the incense offerings of the Western sect to eliminate the evil aura of the Jie school of heaven. After 10,000 generations they will return. Otherwise, why would senior brother Shangqing appear here today? Shouldn't he still be imprisoned? Jane sighed. Senior brother Yu Qing, now that senior brother Shangqing's tribulation has passed and he has re-established Jie school, the disciples of the past have returned. Why has the spiritual intelligence shield not been removed? Primordial Beginning said with a straight face, this was set up by the Tao ancestor. How can we go? Jane said, Since everything has been said today, then senior brother Yu Qing's disciples, shouldn't they return? Primordial Beginning said calmly, just as Taoist brother said, where are they? What name do they have? They have already spread the teachings of the Western sect for a long time. There's no need for them to return. Just like the treasures of Jie school, although they have returned to Jie school, the name of the Buddha will definitely exist forever. He will still spread the teachings of the Western sect. What's the difference between returning or not to this world and all living beings in the world for generations? Jane sighed. The words of the primordial beginning were like a spear attacking a shield. After such a long time, it was already impossible to say who was right and who was wrong, who won and who lost. In this world there was no constant right or wrong. For those in their realm, when had there ever been such a clear distinction between victory and defeat? Everything was just smoke. The rise and fall of the calamity was just a game. However, there was one thing that was different. Their roots had not changed. Your disciples were attached to us and enjoyed the incense offerings of all living beings. However, they were constantly strengthening your foundation. Although the Western sect seemed to be prosperous, it only bore a reputation. 70% of the benefits belonged to you. Zhuan-Ti wanted to speak, but Jane stopped him and shook his head. There was no need to say anything. What we want is to spread the teachings of the sect to the world. As for who will spread it, we don't care. Why should we care? Taking what each of them needed was the way to balance things. If the Western sect obtained the name and benefits, it would be another immeasurable tribulation that broke the balance. There was no need to explain those things word by word. Those who understood would understand. Those who did not understand would be left to him. The Grandmaster of Heaven's body actually trembled. He questioned Primordial Beginning, second brother. Why didn't you say this before? After Zhuan-Ti and Jie revealed the whole story, the spiritual intelligence shield in the Grandmaster of Heaven's mind was naturally removed. After all, since he had already said it, there was no point in blocking it. The Prime of Tongtian only felt that his mind was clear, and in that instant too many things slowly flowed through his mind. Who are you calling second brother? Primordial Beginning rolled his eyes unhappily. He felt that he had broken his image, so he pulled a long face again and said calmly, back then I really wanted to beat you up. If I don't, how can I think clearly? Zhuan-Ti said that he and Jie entered the mortal world as saints. Didn't eldest senior brother and I personally enter the mortal world? It's just to beat you up. Primordial Beginning pulled a long face. Grandmaster of Heaven was speechless. Grandmaster of Heaven's body trembled even more. He muttered, back then my disciples. The Premier said with a straight face, when the three of us established our sects and became sages, I warned you that although such teachings could benefit you temporarily, it would backfire in the long run. But you didn't listen. You said that what I said about those with hair and horns being wet and egg-shaped were unworthy of teachings. But I was just saying. There's nothing wrong with you intercepting a chance of survival for all living beings. However, it's wrong for your disciples to kill living beings and spirits. In detail, without anyone's teachings, a ferocious tiger only needs 3 to 5 years to roar in the forest and dominate an area. It can even harm living beings. However, the cubs of the human race can only be considered adults when they are 18 years old. Moreover, their combat power is far inferior. However, once those hairy and armored people have cultivation and intelligence, they will slaughter living beings in a tragic manner that is unparalleled in the mortal world. You can guarantee that the people you teach will not eat humans, but what about their descendants? A turtle lays dozens of eggs a few times a year. A mouse gives birth to dozens of eggs 12 times a year. A snake gives birth to dozens of eggs a year. You taught your disciples. How can it not teach its descendants? Then, who will the negative karma belong to in the end? Then why did I re-establish the Jie school this time? This time it's not something we can calculate. Primordial Beginning pulled a long face and said, however this time, it turned into a clear heavenly tribulation. Heaven and earth will return to one. In the end, only the spirit race will be left. It belongs to the world of great competition. It's only right for you to return to the Jie school. It's also the truth of heaven and earth to fight for a chance of survival. Heaven and earth will return to one. Clear the heavenly tribulation. Only the spirit race will be left. That's right. Since it's a clear heavenly tribulation, then the countless right and wrong in the past will end in this tribulation. And for a long time, the ones who have the most grievances are the dragons, phoenixes, Chilants, the Azura Lich, the Western Sex Jie school, and naturally the human race. Primordial Beginning said with a straight face, in such a clear heavenly tribulation, it's not surprising that a saint will fall in the end. Therefore you can return at this time. Tong Tian took a deep breath. However, since I've already understood the cause and effect of my return this time, it's useless to understand. The situation is irreversible. Moreover, you're still unwilling to accept it. Primordial Beginning said with a straight face, you can let go of the countless years of conflict in your heart, but can your disciples let go? If they can't let go, how can they clear the sky? The great Tao is heartless. It's a rule that all living beings have feelings. The world of great competition is the time when karma ends. There are many things. Perhaps everyone feels that it's useless, but I've really exhausted my mind to sort out such a line. Novels are one-sided. Everyone has read it. Just laugh and scold. There's no need to take it seriously. Chapter 1380. Tong Tian was silent for a long time. His body was still trembling slightly and he lowered his head slightly. Although he had regained his wisdom and understood the cause and effect of the past, Tong Tian was still uneasy and uneasy. The original intention of the past was that the eldest brother and the second brother spent a lot of effort to control the situation in order to protect themselves. I can understand this intention. If I still insist that I don't understand, I won't be a saint. But it's still a pity for my disciples back then that they were all lives. They didn't know anything and were taught by me bit by bit. For thousands of years they were by my side. Why did the situation suddenly change? Why did the whole world target them? Thousands of disciples of the Jie school died an unnatural death. On the Immortal Slaying Array, on the 10,000 Immortals Array. Countless disciples sacrificed themselves for him, and he could still remember the shouts and cries in his ears. Master, I'm going? Which of my disciples isn't cute? Why did they trigger the heavenly tribulation? Thank you, eldest brother and second brother, for your love. Tong Tian sighed. But I still can't calm down. It's hard to forget the enmity. Tong Tian sighed and said, this heart is hard to calm down. Tong Tian solemnly thanks my two elder brothers for your care and consideration, but I still feel that it's not worth it for my disciples. Even though the great Tao is heartless, it's still a life. The original intention of the Jie school is to seize a chance of survival, but they can't be saved. Yuanshi said with a straight face, Tong Tian, you're a real person. True temperament, true meaning, but your truth is really not suitable for stirring up clouds and rain, not suitable for scheming. What's suitable for you should be willful, loyal, and righteous. You should be in the pugilistic world and travel the world. Yes, your true nature is a fatal flaw in the face of the great Tao of ruthlessness. It will only lead to a disaster. The most important thing for the heavenly Tao is to maintain balance. You're loyal and righteous. You've unintentionally expanded your Jie school infinitely, but you've fundamentally broken the balance of living beings. I hope you won't forget this lesson. Eldest brother and I have thought that it's already the limit for you to go through the great God-conferment tribulation. Yuanshi said, after this tribulation I hope you will be free from now on. Everyone fell into deep thought. Since time immemorial, the world has always been in balance. What's wrong with that? Jane asked. Even the demon ancestor, Styx, and Imperial June agreed with this statement. Yes, heaven and earth were in balance. The people were the people, and the various races were balanced. He would not allow anything to break the balance, nor would he allow any race that broke the balance to grow. At the same time, he would not allow any race to be completely destroyed. Zhuoxiaoduo could not help but be moved. He said, if there is a world where all races are equal, where there is no restriction, and where the strong are respected, perhaps the hierarch's idea will be regarded as the truth. The saint smiled faintly. That kind of world? Since ancient times, when had there ever been such a thing? This kid was just spouting nonsense, making irresponsible remarks. Tong Tian sighed. There was a trace of yearning in his eyes. He said, if there really is such a world, my Jie sect will definitely be the ruler of the world. However, at that time the Jie sect will no longer be called Jie sect. Zhuoxiaoyan asked curiously, then what should it be called? The Tong Tian sect leader was fascinated by the world that Zhuoxiaoduo was talking about. He explained with a good temper, at that time, the Jie sect should be called the Holy Sect of All Spirits. Holy Church of All Spirits? That's a good name. It's straight to the point and explains the root. Zhuoxiaoduo praised from the bottom of his heart. Yuanshi, Tong Tian, Jane, Kundi, and Hudu all took a deep look at Zhuoxiaoduo at the same time. Next was the meeting of the saints. What do you want to say about the life and death of all races? Styx's ancestor, who had recovered slightly, was the first to speak. The Ashura tribe will be the first to withdraw from the dispute. But after that there was silence for a long time. The meaning of the various forces was obvious. The Ashura tribe had caused so much karma. Could you withdraw just because you said so? You don't look good, but you're dreaming. Stick's ancestor's eyes darkened. He said in a hoarse voice, "The heavenly way is constant. Do you really want the Ashura tribe to be annihilated?" Still no one spoke. Everyone's face was extremely cold. Obviously, Stick's ancestors' past actions had angered everyone. Under such an immeasurable calamity, it was inevitable that he would be targeted. The Spirit Tribe. The Spirit Emperor had just spoken when his eyes turned to Wan Minsheng. Obviously, the change of the same position just now had changed the situation. In terms of personal power in this hall, although he was the Spirit Emperor, he was far less powerful than Wan Minsheng when it came to the future direction of this immeasurable calamity. Wan Minsheng pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "The Spirit Tribe will go with the flow." Everyone nodded inwardly. The sentence of going with the flow had a deep meaning. It seemed to have made his position clear, yet he practically didn't say anything. The Demon Tribe will accompany you to the end. Rahu, the demon ancestor, raised his head. The Demon Tribe will never admit defeat. We can retreat by ourselves, but we won't allow others to sweep us out. The Taoist tribe is the human tribe. But since the two tribes have been separated, there's no need to mix them together. Yuanshir said lightly, "But the Taoist tribe promises that the saints won't take part in this immeasurable calamity." Tong Tian frowned and said, "Second brother, you only took yourself out?" Yuanshir said lightly, "No, I took you and me out. Are you not a Taoist tribe saint? Or do you want to deny my decision?" Tong Tian sighed heavily and was speechless. The Western sect. The Western sect. Jane wanted to say something, but he changed his mind after glancing at Zhuanti. He said, "The Western sect. We won't take part in this immeasurable calamity." Buddha said, "The Wu people gradually declined at the end of the primitive age. Now our strength is far inferior to the other tribes. It's difficult for us to survive. Now we have to fight with all our strength. Otherwise, there will be no place for the Wu people in this world." Everyone was silent. Buddha's words were undoubtedly true. The Wu people were in such a situation now. If they didn't fight with all their strength, they would be overthrown by this immeasurable calamity. The Dragon tribe will never withdraw. The Phoenix tribe will never withdraw. The Kailan tribe will never withdraw. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo saw that everyone was looking at him, and a sense of mission arose spontaneously. It seemed that he was representing the human tribe. In an instant, he felt a surge of hot blood. He spoke on behalf of the human tribe, impassioned. "If the human tribe can win, we won't take a step back. If we can't win, we won't fight blindly. We still have to retreat strategically." When everyone heard this, black lines appeared on their foreheads. "You're so generous. We thought you were going to fight to the death. But look at the result. Don't you know that your sudden flirtatious words have hit us in the back? What do you mean we won't fight blindly? Retreat strategically? Isn't it just running away if we can't win? What's the difference between your words and not saying anything?" However, the representative had already spoken. No matter how unreliable he was, he still had to hold it in. In the end, the Prime of Tong Tian was the one holding the fort. The Prime of Tong Tian said softly, "We, the Jie sect, don't care about life and death. We just want to have a clear mind. We want to take back what others owe us. We want to return what we owe others. After we settle our grudges, we will leave this world. We won't leave if we don't get back. We won't give up if we don't return an inch. Ending karma is our goal for the rest of our lives." The Prime of Tongtian's toughness made the primeval Lord of Heaven and Jane feel helpless. All the reasons were explained clearly to him, and he even admitted it. However, for the Prime of Tongtian, all the reasons were not as important as the word love. "I understand. I understand. I understand. I understand. But you can't kill my disciples for nothing. My disciples can't die for nothing. It doesn't matter if you have good intentions or bad intentions. What I believe is that karma is karma and grudges are grudges. Maybe I owe you, but my disciples don't. I admit that I owe them. But you still have to pay for the grievances my disciples have suffered. There's nothing to say. That's what I believe is fair." Yes, that's what the Prime of Tong Tian believes. Today, we're gathered here because of the change in the heavenly Tao. The primeval Lord of Heaven sighed and said, "I believe everyone is clear about the ins and outs of this. As for where we go from here on out, it all depends on our luck. From now on, the heavens of the 9 clans will be the battlefield. The primeval Lord of Heaven sighed slightly. He opened his eyes and looked tired. He looked around at everyone and said slowly, "There's no need to say more. I only hope that everyone can preserve their orthodoxy like the Western sect after this calamity." Everyone nodded silently. Many of them glared fiercely at Kundi, either early or late. It was precisely because Zhuan-Ti defied the heavenly enlightenment tribulation and opened the sky in the calamity. He spread karma and scattered karma, causing the calamity to change. The heavenly Tao sensed everyone because of the changes in the calamity. It was no longer the same as before. That was why there was such a warning. How much karma must have been triggered to make the calamity take the initiative to sense it? This point was obvious, and when one thought about it carefully, it was extremely terrifying, shocking and terrifying. Furthermore, Zhuan-Ti had given up the holy position as the price and spread the rest of the holy position throughout the entire human world, causing the entire ancestral land to be filled with the karma of the Western sect. At least in this calamity, the Western sect had already taken the initiative. No matter how the calamity evolved, no matter if they died in the end. However, the orthodoxy of the Western sect would definitely be able to survive. This was something that no one could change no matter who it was. What made the Demon Emperor Jun and the others the angriest was that because of the God-confirming tribulation back then, there were all kinds of karma entangling. The human race of Chan school and the Western sect had long formed an inseparable relationship. That also led to Zhuan-Ti protecting the orthodoxy of the Western sect and the three sects of Chan school and Rin school. That was also the reason why the primeval Lord of Heaven and the Prime of Heaven did not really erupt, although they were very angry. Zhuan-Ti's kindness towards the Chan school and the Rin school was not small. However, to Hutu Di Jun, Luo Ho, Mingyi, Ling Huang, and the others that was an extremely fucked up matter. Chapter 1381. Demon Emperor Jun and the others were all aggrieved. You were all prepared. You were sure that your forces would not be destroyed. Didn't that mean that we, who were not prepared, would be used as cannon fodder in this cultivation tribulation? Damn it. Did you ask for our opinion? If we were not careful, we would be represented? However, there was always fairness in the cultivation tribulation. That was the orthodoxy. The orthodoxy was preserved, but it did not mean that this race and this sect were preserved. In other words, everyone understood that as long as there were people in this world who preached Buddhism, then Buddhism existed in this world. As for whether Buddhism existed or not, it was another matter. There was an essential difference between the two. In other words, if Buddhism existed, the orthodoxy would still exist. This principle was very simple. However, even though Zhuan-Ti could accept it, others might not be able to accept it. Even if you were destroyed, your orthodoxy would still exist. If we were destroyed, would there be nothing left? There was no such logic in the world. Therefore, when everyone walked out of the Purple Cloud Palace, they were all angry. Was this fate? I don't believe in heaven. If heaven wants to destroy me, then I will go against heaven. Zhuan-Ti also went against heaven's initiation tribulation, which led to the current situation. If Zhuan-Ti can go against heaven, can't we? When Zhuxiaoduo walked out of the Purple Cloud Palace, his heart was filled with confusion. Suddenly she came. Suddenly she left. In the middle, she heard some words in confusion and witnessed some things. But it seemed that she did not understand. Why did she come? Why did she leave? What happened in the middle? She was confused and in a trance the whole time. But as soon as everyone walked out of the Purple Cloud Palace, they immediately went their separate ways and disappeared without a trace, leaving the two of them behind. Damn, no one cares about us? Zhuxiaoduo was a little annoyed. At least there should be a good beginning and a good ending, right? It seems that no one cares about us. We have to rely on ourselves for the return journey. Zhuxiaoyan pouted. There was some panic in her eyes. She really felt that she had come into contact with a lot of great people and heard some incredible things. This was simply too horrifying. Xiaoduo, I'm afraid that these things here will have a far-reaching impact. We have to hurry back and tell Dad, Mom, and Godfather. All right. After making up their minds, the two of them quickly left and returned to the human race in the astral souls. After the leaders of the various clans left the Purple Cloud Palace, apart from Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan, there were 3 waves of attacks. Each of them was riddled with scars. Of course, there was no need to elaborate on this. Everything was as it should be. Their standpoint was already clear. If there was an opportunity to eliminate the enemy, it would be strange if they did not take action. Naturally, it was not strange at all. Zhuxiaoduo decided to return almost immediately. They left as fast as they could, but they managed to avoid a lot of trouble. As soon as the two of them left, Demon Emperor Di Jun, Donghuang Tai, and Demon Empress Shihi tore through space and rushed back. Where is he? Why are you walking so fast? The three of them were a little depressed and they didn't know where to vent their anger. Demon Empress Shihi was especially disappointed. During this trip to the Purple Cloud Palace, the demon clan was naturally overjoyed to have obtained a sage position. However, the aura of the three-legged golden crow on Zhuoxiaoduo's body also moved the three of them. They had been worried for a long time. However, due to various considerations, it was not a good time to make a big fuss. The three of them were not in a hurry. They did not expose this layer of karma on the spot. When this meeting came to an end, they would have plenty of time to figure out the situation. However, the three of them did not expect that as soon as they left the Purple Cloud Palace, they were pulled away by the Prime of Tong Tian, who said that there was something important to discuss. However, after following them for a while, the Prime of Tong Tian said that it was not a big deal and that it would not be too late to discuss it later. Hence he left on his own. The three of them had been fooled. When they came back to look for him, he was already gone. One could imagine how depressed they were. On the other side, Primeval Origin also left with Zhuan Ti and the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Well, to be more precise, it should be said that the three sages had taken the demon ancestor away. Regarding the joint invitation of the three of them, even someone as strong as the demon ancestor Luo Ho could only follow them to see what was going on. Unexpectedly, as they walked, Primeval Origin left on his own and disappeared halfway. Then, Zhuan Ti wanted to come back to take a look. Coincidentally, Luo Ho also wanted to come back to take a look. He was still thinking about the aura he had sensed on Zhuoxiaoduo. That was the aura of the god-slaying spear. He could not be wrong. However, Zhuan Ti also went back when Zhuan Ti suggested that they should hurry back. Luo Ho was naturally happy to see this happen. If the two sages of the West also went back, there would be more variables if they sensed the aura of the god-slaying spear on Zhuoxiaoduo. However, by the time Luo Ho came back to look for him, he would be even later than the three of them. Naturally, he would not be able to see anything. That kid is a human cub. Now that the war between the clans is a foregone conclusion, we will see him sooner or later. There is no need to rush. Everyone thought so. After all, they were all experienced experts who had cultivated for countless years. Their patience was far better than that of ordinary cultivators. In particular, they clearly realized that this kid seemed to be favored by all parties. Primeval Tong Tian favored him a lot, which was publicly acknowledged by everyone present. There was also the junior of the Ling clan who had just attained the holy position. He seemed to be called Wan Minxing and had a deep relationship with him. If they really wanted to touch him, it would be difficult to do so. There would be many consequences. At least if they really used force. As long as they were not completely beaten to death, they might face Primeval Tong Tian Zhuan Ti, or even Her Majesty Empress Wadat. If they faced all five of them at the same time, even the demon ancestor Luo Ho would probably die in an instant. It was rare to be lucky. The Flood Witch and Jianghu were so shocked that they stood up together. After all, the news that Zhuoxiaoduo brought back from his trip was too explosive. It was simply earth-shattering. Jianghu was more concerned that the situation was so serious that it had gone out of control. At least, it was beyond the scope of what the human clan of the Astral Souls could deal with. Zhuoxiaodu, Wu Yuding, and the rest of the Star Soul Realm's upper echelons were not weak, but at the end of the day they were still considered aboriginals. They were humans who had only reappeared after the destruction of the continent. They did not have much of an impression of the people that Zhuoxiaoduo had mentioned. However, because the Umno Alliance continent where the Flood Witch was born had been divided, it had not experienced the apocalypse. Therefore, he still had a clear understanding of the inheritance of the old people and even the ancient legends. Whether it was the Shangqing, Yuqing, Taiqing, Zhuan Ti. These people were all supreme immortals and Buddhas that only existed in legends. It was precisely because he knew about it that he was even more aware of how serious this matter was. To be able to make all of these existences jump out and make careful arrangements, it was not hard to imagine the scale of this cataclysm. All the saints gathered and rearranged their positions to deal with the great calamity. 9 saint positions? In the end there are only 8? There's still one left? The Flood Witch was very interested. There is indeed one empty seat, Zhuoxiaoduo said. Oh. Flood touched his chin and couldn't help but be tempted. That was a saint position. He didn't know if he had the chance to sit on it. Elder One also got a saint position. The Flood Witch was even more envious. He could ignore everything in the world and didn't care. However, he couldn't ignore the saint position. Based on the Flood Witch's understanding of Elder One's cultivation base was naturally extremely high, even higher than his own. Even though he had already reached the level of Ancestor Sorcerer, there was still some difference in his cultivation base. However, in terms of combat strength she was much better. It was just that they belonged to the same camp, and Elder One had never been known for his combat strength. He only knew who was stronger and who was weaker. Therefore, the Flood Witch would not look for Elder One to test her skills. However, now, Elder One, who was not even in the top 3 in terms of combat strength in the 3 continents like the Astral Souls, actually got a saint position. This result made the Flood Witch feel like she had eaten a lemon. The root of her teeth was a little, not very strong. However, the Flood Witch just thought about it and put this matter aside. Through Wuxia's narration, he was very clear that although the position of a saint was good, it wasn't something that anyone could sit on. It wasn't based on one's cultivation base or combat strength. Otherwise, no matter who it was, it wouldn't be Wan Minxing Wan Lao's turn to take the position. Now that he sat on the saint position, it didn't mean that he was definitely a saint. In comparison, Huda Wu had also appeared at this gathering and sat on a saint position. This made the Flood Witch more concerned and excited. Our Huda Wu has appeared in the world again? And he sat on a saint position? As expected, the heavens are protecting our race. Our race has a chance to rise again. The Flood Witch was inexplicably excited. This was the first time in her life that she had heard news about a living Zhu Wu. This news was like a shot of adrenaline to the entire Wu people. Not to mention the fact that the man in white had said that the 8 ancestral sorcerers were still alive but had been sealed by someone. Although the Flood had already begun to investigate this matter, compared to the 8 ancestral magi who had been sealed and the situation was definitely hidden and difficult to investigate, the ancestral magi of Earth who had reappeared were the seniors of the magi who were easier to find and contact. The more the Flood Witch thought about it, the more excited she became. Gradually she lost her composure. How many years had it been? The Wu people had always been walking in the cracks. No matter what kind of strong enemies they faced, they had to fight by themselves. They didn't have anyone to rely on. They could only swallow their broken teeth and swallow their blood. They could only cultivate harder to become stronger and avoid being bullied by others. The main reason why the Wu people had been fighting against the astral souls, the human race, and even the Tao League was that they didn't want to lose their sense of crisis. The other 11 of the 12 great shamans weren't great shamans from the beginning. Every one of them had fought and been beaten up countless times since they were young. Well, half of them were beaten up by their opponents and the other half was beaten up by the Flood Witch. The Flood Witch was able to become the #1 great shaman early on for a reason. His existence had never been surpassed. Now, the return of the various races had cast a long shadow over the Wu people's heads. No matter if it was the monster race, the Tao League, or the demon ancestor. Everyone knew that the Wu people were no match for them. But no one in the Wu people thought about retreating. No matter what we face, we only have one thought: to charge forward. If we don't charge forward to fight back, what hope do the Wu people have? On the other hand, if we charge forward and still can't fight back, the Wu people will still be finished. Since we're going to be finished, why don't we fight with all our might? Fight to be the first to die, and let the Wu people be destroyed after we die. The Flood Witch didn't have a worthy opponent like Jianghu when he first started fighting against the astral souls. The 7 swords of the Tao League could definitely suppress the Flood Witch, but the other great shamans of the Umno Alliance weren't there for show. Why wouldn't they join forces with their opponents? The reason was simple. The Umno Alliance never planned to destroy the astral souls in the Tao League. It was because they didn't have any helpers, allies, or people to rely on. They used tens of thousands of years of fighting to cultivate their competitors, so that they could become their allies in the future. But not everyone could become their allies. They had to have enough strength, enough weight, and enough value. The Flood Witch waited for a long time, but he only met Jianghu. The others, even the leader of the Tao League, Taoist Lei, couldn't catch his eye. Facts also proved that the Flood Witch's waiting and cultivation of competitors had indeed improved the overall strength of the Umno Alliance. It had also allowed him to rise to the top of the Wu people, the realm of Zhu Wu. However, when the Grandmaster of Heaven shot his sword into the 9 heavens and announced his return, the Flood Witch was still so envious that his eyes turned blue. Look at his master. Look at his senior. Look at him. Whatever happened, someone would step forward and make decisions. But now Huda Wu had also reappeared in the world, although she hadn't come back yet. But there are still shamans in this world. The Flood Witch roared as if she was venting her anger, and all of a sudden, he also firmly believed in another sentence, the sentence that had not been verified yet. Brothers Wa. The Flood Witch turned around and said, in a few days the Wu people will take action. This will have a far-reaching impact on the future and is very significant. I hope you can help us when the time comes. Jianghu smiled and said, "Are you talking about going to the Demon Emperor's palace to try to save Zhu Wu?" "That's right. Aren't you afraid that it's a trap? The man in white must be from the Western sect. It's not surprising that they used us to weaken the strength of the demon race. But they wouldn't set up such a trap for no reason, especially one that doesn't benefit them. Moreover, the person who said that was most likely one of the two saints of the Western sect. Saints, their words are law." The Flood Witch said. "In that case, let's go." Jianghu said, "But it's not good to have too many people involved. I mean, we can't have more than 10 people and we have to be very careful about the choice of people. Dan Kong can skillfully control the power of space. He can go. Raging fire can go. Poison can also go. If Jin Lin can improve his resistance, he can also go. The Wind Emperor has comprehended the speed of wind. He can increase the movement speed of all of us, so he can also go." The Flood Witch said, "On our side, the 6 of us will be the main force. But after thinking about it again and again, I'm sure we don't have enough high-end combat power. If we are intercepted by the Demon Emperor, we can't even escape unscathed, let alone save Zhu Wu. And Brother Zhua and Madame, after splitting open the sky, their strength has improved further. In terms of combat power, they should have reached the level of Sage to be." Flood's words were full of embarrassment. After so many years in his life, this was the first time he asked for help. He talked a lot and finally got to the key point. Jianghu laughed. "Don't worry, Brother Hong. Ting and I will go to help. I think the 8 of us will be enough." Flood smiled, "Thank you." Xiaoduo raised his hand. "Dad, Godfather, Yin Cat and I will go too. Let's make 10 people. It'll be perfect." "Do you think you're on the same level as saints because you went to some meeting by chance? What are you going to do? You'll only make trouble if you go." The Flood Witch, Jianghu and Wu Yuding all scolded, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. We're very powerful now. How can we only make trouble?" Xiaoyan was not convinced and said with her cheeks puffed up. Wu Yuding stood up with a livid face. "Let's go. I'll fight with you. I'd like to see how hard your wings are." "Mom." Xiaoduo rolled his eyes submissively. "Mom." Xiaoyan rolled her eyes blatantly. "Open your void-destroying tower. Get in here." Wu Yuding was aggressive. This time she must teach these 2 little things an unforgettable lesson. "I'll let you 2 know that the world is big and there are many masters. Your mother is still your mother. Teaching you 2 a lesson is still like playing a game. I'll let you 2 young cucumbers know that the older the ginger, the spicier it is." Xiaoduo and Xiaoyan followed in dejectedly. Jianghu and the Flood Witch looked at each other and restrained their momentum as much as possible and followed in. After all, as far as they knew, at least not long ago, the void-destroying tower was gradually unable to bear the momentum of the Flood Witch who had reached Zhu Wu's level. At present, Jianghu and Wu Yuding had made a breakthrough and reached a level similar to the Flood Witches. They would have to fight later. One wrong move could cause the void-destroying tower to collapse from the inside out. However, as soon as the 3 of them entered, they immediately sensed that the void-destroying tower had changed again. It could even be said that it was completely different from before. It was not the same thing. Now, the void-destroying tower was like a real continent. They did not know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. The sky was clear, the clouds were leisurely, and the atmosphere was pleasant. The birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. Spiritual chi was everywhere. And the most important thing was that the feeling of being restrained and unable to exert their full power was gone. According to the judgment of Flood and the other 2, even if an expert who was several times stronger than them, or even at the level of a sage, fought in this space, it would not affect the stability of the whole world. Damn, what was going on? This change, this evolution, this progress, it was too damn amazing. The 3 of them could not help but feel surprised. They were even thinking about bringing them along. Just based on this void-destroying tower, with this tower, at least the chance of escaping unscathed would increase by 30%. At least 30%. In a place where no one could see. In the villa of Xiaoduo and Xiaoyan in the void-destroying tower. On the sofa, a picture was lying crookedly on the sofa. It was like a drunk person lying on the sofa, sprawled out on all fours. There was no image to speak of. The Wuhuang sword fluttered and quickly and steadily came to the picture. On the hilt was a cup of spiritual water. "Boss, please have some tea." "Just turn it upside down." "Boss, no matter what, you are still a picture. There must be some places that are not water resistant." You are the one who is not water resistant. Your whole family is not water resistant. The picture scolded wildly, I am formed naturally from the mysterious substance that separated heaven and earth. I'm not afraid of water. What do you know? Pour the water. Immediately, right now. You don't even know how to serve people. What's the use of you? What? That cup of spirit water was immediately poured onto the diagram. In an instant, abundant spiritual energy slowly seeped into it, and the rest of the pure water fell onto the sofa. Comfortable, really comfortable. Suddenly, the picture cracked open on its own, like a mouth that opened and closed. It feels good when there's no one to care about me. Feels so good. Cough. The Wuhuang sword was speechless. No one cares about you, but what about me? How did I suddenly go from no one to someone? Is there still any justice in this world that I have never seen anyone use a sword like this? You want me to use the tip of my sword to tickle you, and I can't even scratch you. Was this even something a human would do? Oh, I almost forgot that you're not human. I'll use the tip of my sword to cook for you and make delicious food for you. Who would play with their swords like that? Didn't I just say, fuck, how did this thing come in, when you first came in? Wasn't it just one sentence? Do you have to hold a grudge until now? Why are you so narrow-minded, 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 narrow-minded? You don't have anything. Swish swish. Wah wah wah. Huff huff huff. 2 gusts of wind and then 2 voices rang out. It was Xiao and the god-slaying spear. The 2 of them were almost completely destroyed by Grandpa Tuesday. He had been taken into the painting and fiercely trained. Training in all kinds of environments was nothing, but he was constantly on the verge of having his soul destroyed. Wasn't that a bit too much? Xiao and Yin Shirsi had already cursed more than 1,000,000 times in their hearts. They had been in the world of the painting for thousands of years. Thousands of years of life and death were just a hair's breadth away from each other. They could easily end up in the netherworld, forever separated by heaven and man. Xiao felt that he had lived up to the name of the 3-legged golden crow by not breaking down. Yin Shirsi felt that he had lived up to the original god-slaying spear by being able to keep his body and soul intact. Bai and Jiao were in the same boat as them. They had not come out yet. Well, there was another gourd inside, one that came with Grandpa Tuesday. The 3 gourds combined could fight against Grandpa Tuesday. Although Bai and Jiao were still trapped in the world of the painting that Grandpa Tu had created, as long as another person intervened, this experience would come to an end. This situation made Grandpa Tu, who had been very successful recently, furious. He vented all his anger on the Wuhuang sword, who was of the same generation as him. He caught the Wuhuang sword spirit and beat it up, but it was not enough. Gradually he beat it 3 times a day. Later, the Wuhuang sword's elder was reduced to a servant who served Grandpa Tu, who had a bad temper, to avoid being beaten up. However, he often got beaten up because he did not serve Grandpa Tu well. Now the Wuhuang sword missed Wuxiaoduo very much. Although Wuxiaoduo was a despicable person who had reached the invincible realm, he was just a despicable person. This hateful Tai Chi diagram was not just a despicable person. Whoosh. Bai and Jiao came out and jumped onto the diagram. Big brother too, when are you going to introduce third brother to our mama? He still has a stomach full of elixirs to give. There's no hurry. Grandpa Tu liked Bai and Jiao very much. Hurry up and give me a bit more of your life force. This is the right thing to do. Your big brother too is greedy. A few 100 cubic meters will do. You don't look very good, but you're dreaming. A purple gold gourd rushed out with a whoosh. You deceive children every day and steal their snacks. How can you be so shameless? I really despise you. You've lived for so long, but you've degenerated to this extent. What do you know? How can the 2 of them finish using those things? Can't you see that they're already familiar with each other? What's the point of eating those things? If a child drinks milk when he's 3 years old, will he still drink milk when he's 30 years old? Why don't you say that you're already millions of years old, but you still want to trick children into drinking milk? How can you open your mouth like that? Old bastard. I'm just helping. For a moment, the 3 gourds and Grandpa Tu were arguing. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from outside. It was easy to tell from the sound that someone was fighting. Mommy's coming in. Bai and Jiao rushed out in joy. At the side, Xiao instantly transformed from a teenager into a 3-legged golden crow. He was still at a loss, and his 2 round eyes were full of embarrassment. He stood back and forth on his 3 legs, vividly displaying his uneasiness. She seemed to be a little embarrassed. Grandpa Tu and the Wuhuang sword were very interested when they saw this. 7th young master, have you recovered your memories? The Wuhuang sword whistled gloatingly. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Aya. Grandpa too said sarcastically, the seventh prince of the demon emperor is going to forget his new mother's saving grace, raising grace, nurturing grace and nurturing grace. The moment he spoke he was an old yin yang. As expected of a noble descendant, as expected of the demon emperor's bloodline, as expected of the three-legged golden crow. TSK TSK TSK. You don't even need to practice to turn your back on others. You're self-taught and you can use it freely. You're at the peak of perfection and you can do whatever you want. I really hate that I couldn't be born in a royal family, so that I could have such mental fortitude. Chapter 1382. Bullshit. Xiao growled, Who said I was ungrateful? How could I? How could I betray? Betray. He had regained his memory. Although he was still the same, he could no longer call her mama. If Xiaoduo was a girl it would be fine. But he was the seventh prince of the demon emperor. How could he call a boy mama, for so many years that this kind of shame could not be described with the word bursting? It was so shameful that he could not show his face. It was indescribable. Oh my God, why don't you just let me die? How could I still have the face to see others? Boom boom boom. Zhou Xiaoyan showed her amazing strength. She was evenly matched with Wu Yuding. She was not at a disadvantage at all. He had met his match and the general had met his match. Zhou Zhonglu and the Flood Great which were watching from the side, and they were exulting in joy. Wu Yuding was so angry that she was about to die. He had come in to teach his daughter and son a lesson. Originally, he had wanted to beat up the two of them who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, until they didn't know where they were. She wanted them to know that not only was their master forever, but their mother would also be their mother forever. She wanted to dispel the unrealistic and naive idea of these two little things going on such a dangerous mission. But when she came in and started fighting, she found that her daughter was tied with her even before her son made a move. Zhuchanglu, that damn guy, was still laughing over there. Why are you laughing? Wu Yuding was ruthless and brought out her true abilities. Her sword chi caused the wind and clouds to surge. Zhou Xiaoyan was under pressure and could only summon Xiao Xiao Duo to assist in the battle. Once again the battle with Wu Yuding was spectacular. The more they fought, the fiercer they became. They fought for more than 2,000 moves. Zhou Xiaoyan was finally defeated. Then she panted and said innocently, Mom, can I go with you? Wu Yuding was speechless for a long time. She didn't feel like a victor at all. She only felt like an old hen that had been defeated. And he was defeated by the little hen. In total they had exchanged more than 2,300 moves. How long had it been? How did this girl improve so quickly? Not to mention the left and right heavenly kings, his strength might even surpass that old man, the star-plucking monarch. Now, it seems a bit unreasonable to say that you're too weak to go. How infuriating. Zhou Xiaoduo, who was watching from the side, was secretly delighted and inexplicably proud. Dad, Mom, what do you think of the way I've raised my wife? As the person who knew Zhou Xiaoyan the best, Zhou Xiaoduo knew very well that Zhou Xiaoyan hadn't shown her full strength yet. She hadn't even used her ice flame yet. Not to mention that the prime of Tong Tian had given him some defensive treasures that he hadn't used yet. Even if Wu Yuding didn't have the ability to fight with her full strength, after the two of them cancelled each other out, they were probably evenly matched. In other words, Zhou Xiaoyan now had the strength of Wu Yuding. The flood which couldn't stop praising, little Nyener's progress is really amazing. This strength is enough to show disdain for the heroes. Wu Yuding said angrily, Xiaoduo, go and teach your godfather a lesson. Zhou Xiaoduo answered and went out valiantly. He waved his hammers and said, Godfather, don't just praise my wife. Let me tell you, I'm very powerful now. The great witch of the flood glanced at Zuemo with disdain and curled his lips. Then he calmly took out his 1,000 souls nightmare hammer and said with a fake smile, Then, let me see the ability of young Master Zhua. Young Master Zhua, since you're so powerful, don't beg for mercy later. Wow, of course. I'm invincible. Wu Yuding retreated. Zhuchanglu secretly transmitted his voice, How is it? Nyener didn't use her full strength and her defense is beyond imagination. Wu Yuding said seriously, Even if I use all my strength, I may not be able to break it. Zhuchanglu looked relieved and said softly, The little girl has finally grown up. Good, very good. Wu Yuding immediately felt as if she had suffered an internal injury. Your wife didn't manage to get your daughter-in-law and you're actually this happy? You heartless old man. Zhuchanglu? That's not what I meant. Besides, this girl is not your daughter who was raised and spoiled by you. What does it have to do with me? What? Is this stomach full of unhappiness directed at me? In the sky. Zhuoxiaoduo and the flood which just fought, and the sky was full of thunder. The vibration of the four hammers colliding in the sky was beyond human strength. Especially that the four hammers were not afraid of being damaged. They could be hit at will, and hit with purpose. This made people a little speechless. For a moment, the sparks from the collision of hammers in the sky were comparable to lightning, splitting the sky. Flood has used at least 70% of his real strength. Now it's almost 80%. Zhuoxianglu's mouth twitched. He's already like this, but he's still suppressed by Xiao Duo. My son suppressed the world's top master. He's my son. Wu Yuding beamed with joy. Zhuoxianglu sighed. If your daughter and Flood tied, it's your daughter-in-law bullying you. If your son suppressed Flood, it's your son's ability. My dear wife, your double standards are truly high standards. The Flood Witch, who was in the middle of the battle, couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He had never thought that he would be suppressed by this kid after using 80% of his strength. This was simply too embarrassing. What was worse was that the people watching the battle were Zhuoxianglu and his wife. What the fuck? The Flood Witch, do you think I'm shameless? 90%. Using 90% of his battle strength, he instantly pushed Zhuoxiaoduo back. Zhuoxiaoduo was not convinced. He summoned Bai and Jiao, who rushed out and entered the hammer's head. Suddenly, white light and black gas surrounded the hammer. Rumble. With the help of the artifact spirit, he immediately suppressed the Flood Great Witch again. Flood roared and 3 doppelgangers appeared. Each of them was holding 2 hammers. They surrounded Zhuoxiaoduo and started to beat him up. Zhuoxiaoduo roared. Unwilling to be outdone, he used 120% of his strength and resisted stubbornly. It was rare to have a fight with his godfather, and it was so satisfying. Moreover, it was related to whether he should participate in the battle or not. Zhuoxiaoduo naturally used all his strength. Yes, there were other boosts. All of them were used together. Full power, full power. However, the Flood Witch, who felt that she had used 100% of her strength, suddenly felt a lot of pressure. How did this kid's foundation suddenly increase so much? How long has it been? No, if this goes on, I will be suppressed again. No, absolutely not. Thinking of this, the Great Witch of the Flood couldn't help but unleash his cultivation to the limit and counterattack with 120% of his cultivation. At this moment, the two of them had turned into 2 indomitable giants. 4 giant hammers, which were almost half the size of a city, smashed against each other. The Wuhuang sword stood on the top of the mountain and watched the battle. The Taiji diagram leisurely moved the sofa out and opened the entire diagram. He slumped on the sofa and watched the battle while recording. Yes, ordinary battles naturally wouldn't enter Grandpa Diagram's eyes. However, Flood and Zhuoxiaoduo's actual strength and power had reached the sage to be level. Moreover, it was rare for hammers to fight against hammers. Therefore, it was qualified to be recorded by the Taiji diagram. Xiao was still in the form of the 3-legged golden crow. He stared at the sky and thought, Mama's strength is so terrifying. Having such a mama doesn't seem to be a shameful thing. Yes, in the ancient times, strength was the most important thing. The one who reached the sage to be level was the reason. You can't just recognize mama as your mama. That's your chance, that's your fate, that's your chance. Suddenly he felt proud. Yan Shihua turned into a stream of black gas and flew around to watch the battle. At the same time, he was waiting for an opportunity to absorb the remaining momentum and power of the battle. Xiao Long sneakily popped out an illusory dragon head from the top of the mountain. He looked at the sky and inexplicably missed the days when fate points poured down like a rainstorm. After a very long time, the two of them had already exchanged 6,000 moves, no more and no less. After another head-on clash, Zhuoxiaoduo's bones seemed to have turned soft as he fell from the sky. I'm done. I can't, I really can't. The Flood Witch stopped her hammer on Zhuoxiaoduo's forehead. Young Master Zhua, if you're a man you can't say that you can't. How can your endurance be so weak at such a young age? Come on, let's continue for another 300 rounds. Father, please spare my life. His butt was kicked hard and he fell quickly into Zhuoxiaoyan's arms, who had been waiting for him with open arms. He took the opportunity to bite her. Do you want to die? Zhuoxiaoyan threw him to the ground grumpily. Father fucked me so hard. My butt is rotten. Please comfort me. Kiss me, hug me, raise me high. Zhuoxianglu ignored his son who had fallen to the ground. He just smiled and looked at the Flood Witch. Brother Hong, how was it? Very good. The Flood Witch looked refreshed. It was much better than fighting you. My son is stronger than you, his father. It's just a matter of time. Jianghu was speechless. Fuck, was the flood possessed by Yuding? Why was the double standard tone so catchy? I'm not exaggerating. What he lacks now is experience and more accumulation. Basically, his battle prowess is only below the two of us. Only you and me. The implication was that his son was already stronger than his wife. Wu Yuding felt uncomfortable listening to him and rolled her eyes one after another. This big guy was too bad with words. Would it kill him to say, his combat power is only below you and me? I don't believe that when I teach Xiao Duo a lesson he won't dare to resist. How dare he? Only you and me. Only you and me. I'll remember this. I'll get even with you sooner or later. The flood, which was really overwhelmed by the big surprise at this time. She was so surprised that she didn't care about Wu Yuding's feelings. Besides, she was a straightforward person. Even if she had concerns, she would still say so. You are not as good as our son. Can't you tell the truth? Therefore, what Wu Yuding once said about the flood, which was indeed very reasonable. There is a reason why you are single all your life. Flood was in a good mood. The younger generation had finally grown up. The heavens have eyes. The heavens bless the Wu people. Yes, Xiao Duo is my son. Of course, he is a part of the Wu people. Yes. The flood, which said with certainty. Xiao Duo and Yener are not only strong, but also have the more advanced Annihilation Tower. They are more useful than Raging Fire Wind Emperor and the others. Jianghu smiled. Then it's settled. Our family will move together. Everyone will participate in this mission. The three nodded at the same time. Wu Yuding's face flashed with a touch of worry. Her child had grown up and was able to share the limelight with her. She was able to stand on her own. She was happy, proud and happy. She wanted to announce to the world that her son and daughter were so powerful now. They had no one in their eyes. But when she thought of going on a dangerous mission together, she still thought that her children were still young. They were still drinking milk and needed protection. She couldn't go. A mother's heart was always so complicated, delicate, and contradictory. Everything was settled. Ever since the ancestral land was lit up again, the world seemed to be in a roaring atmosphere every day. The battles between the strong would erupt every once in a while. Even though the distance was far, the spiritual energy between the heavens and the earth would still make ordinary people feel uncomfortable and uncomfortable. Countless people swore that they must cultivate and become strong in order to survive. But when they got used to this kind of vibration and didn't feel uncomfortable, they went to work, stayed up late, and played. It was still to survive. Since they got used to it, it was no longer a problem. Between the heavens and the earth, not only were the battles between the strong, but also the battles between the various races. It seemed much more intense than before. This was the right thing to do. After all, the clear heavenly tribulation was destined. The war between the various races was a foregone conclusion. The various races would fight each other sooner or later. Since that was the case, it was better to start the war early and finish it early. Although the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls hadn't affected them yet, the old land of the Tao League mainland had been completely turned into a battlefield. This area had the least living creatures and was the most sparsely populated. It was the battlefield. After all, no one wanted their home to become the main battlefield of this war between the various races. It was easy to be devastated. Taoist Thunder and the other forces that originally belonged to the Tao League had returned to fight under Guangqingzi's command. It was said that the ancestors of the Tao League were very dissatisfied. Why is it that after so many years you're only at this level? You've clearly taken over the vast expanse of the Tao Alliance's continent and all of its resources, but you're still so weak? In fact, you were nearly wiped out by those puny demons. Can't you be any more disappointing? Taoist Thunder and the others were speechless in the face of such accusations. Why is it that we're only at this level? After so many years, what have you, the higher-ups, left for us? So what if you can't defeat the devil race? In the beginning of the war, the devil ancestor directly attacked. If you're so capable, do you dare to fight the devil ancestor head-on? But who dared to say that? After the flood which returned, he immediately began to plan to go to the Demon Imperial Palace. This trip was fully supported by Jianghu and his family. All of them went out, which was far beyond his expectations. It was hard to imagine how much help it would bring to this trip. With such a lineup, the chances of the flood which rescuing the ancestral sorcerers of the Wu tribe increased sharply. In the following days, while waiting for the flood to act, Zhuanglu and Wu Yuding continued to train Xiao Duo and Xiaoyan in the space of the Tower of Emptiness. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan's cultivation strength was undoubtedly strong, but their cultivation progress was too fast. Even if their foundation was solid and their spiritual source was unusually strong, they still needed a lot of real battles to strengthen their foundation. Zhou Changlu and his wife were the most suitable candidates at this stage. Although there was not much time between waiting for the right opportunity, the Tower of Emptiness's speed lapse function was too powerful. The couple naturally had a lot of time to strengthen their foundation. After all, one day in the outside world was equivalent to several years in the Tower of Emptiness. It was too easy for them. And as time went on, the Tower of Emptiness seemed to be more and more complete and awesome. The way of the sky of the Tower of Emptiness gradually showed the embryonic form of the rules. The progress made every day was very surprising. Zhou Xiaoduo was also shocked. He asked himself. During this period of time, he did not put more high-quality heavenly treasures of heaven and earth in it. How could it suddenly become awesome? Until one day Zhou Xiaoduo entered his villa room like a dead dog that he inexplicably found. Fuck? When did this painting appear on the wall? No, this was a painting? Inside there was a white fish and a black fish. They swam happily between the heavens and the earth. Zhou Xiaoduo slapped his thigh. There must be something wrong with this painting. The Wuhuang sword was crying at the top of the mountain. I was almost bullied to death by him for many years. You actually only found out that there was something wrong with him now. You are really competent as the master of this space. This painting is not bad. Look at how lively these two fish are. As if they are alive. Zhou Xiaoduo went over to study it. I wonder if these two fish can be plucked out? It seems to be quite compatible with Bai and Jiu. Will it be more helpful to give it to them? Master picture. You can't pluck it out. I'm only staying temporarily. I will leave in the future. But Zhou Xiaoduo began to study it. I have a feeling that this is the one who played tricks on me on the way. His fingers moved around and he really began to try to pluck it out. But he really could not pluck it out. Zhou Xiaoduo flipped his hand and took out the civet cat sword. I don't believe that as the master of this realm, I can't deal with a lousy painting. He could sense that the changes in space were inextricably linked to this map. However, the picture ignored him. Zhou Xiaoduo was angry. Now that it is in my hands, why are you ignoring me? Master Zhou wants to see how tough you are. He was about to slash it with his sword. Master Tu could not help it. Stop. His voice was crisp and delicate. The Wuhuang sword was stunned. Crisp? Delicate? Master Tu, you are so big and burly. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. You can talk. A puff of smoke rose from the picture, and a 7 or 8-year-old little girl with delicate makeup stood obediently in front of Zhou Xiaoduo. Don't cut me with your sword. It'll hurt. Whoa. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she looked indescribably pitiful. Wretch. The Wuhuang sword, who was waiting on the mountain peak outside to watch the show, directly vomited. Master Tu, can't you have a little bit of integrity? You can even transform into a little boy, not to mention the masculine image with a full beard that you usually portray. But now you are transforming into a little girl. Where is your integrity? Where is your shame? You are still crying. Watch me punch you one by one. Little did they know that the Tai Chi diagram was the most mysterious object in the world. It did not have a gender. If it wanted to be a boy, it would be a boy. If it wanted to be a girl, it would be a girl. Compared to other people, he really saw through Zhou Xiaoduo. It was easy to communicate with him with such an obedient, cute, clean, and pitiful little girl. And his purpose was only this. You are this painting? Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes almost popped out. Yes. Master Tu nodded pitifully. You are a little girl? Yes. Wretch. There were several sounds of vomiting outside. He did not know what it was that he had eaten too much. Zhou Xiaoduo was skeptical. Then when you were on the road. I was ordered to do so. The little loli's tender voice said, it was my original master's order to use this method to give you benefits. I was only following orders. It wasn't my original intention. Yes, it is indeed a benefit. Zhou Xiaoduo rubbed his chin as he couldn't figure it out. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell what was wrong. The benefits are just this little? Zhou Xiaoduo was a little dissatisfied. You trapped me for so long with great fanfare, and you only gave me this little compensation? There is also a gourd of pills. But Master said that you can't take it until you are a half-saint. Otherwise there will be side effects. Combat power is not the same as cultivation. If you don't have enough cultivation, there are hundreds of disadvantages to using external items to increase your cultivation too early. The little girl said timidly. She was really as obedient as she could be. Oh. Even though Wuxiao's combat strength was almost on par with the Flood Shaman, his cultivation was at the bottom. At the very most, he was only at the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm. He was truly unable to attain the Half-Saint Realm. The Flood Witch's peak combat power was one thing, but really going all out was another. It was impossible for her to go all out with her son. What pills are so powerful? Wuxiaoduo was a little itchy. How many pills are there in total? There are a total of 10 furnaces. How many pills are there in 10 furnaces? 9 pills in one furnace. So many? I'm afraid the quality is limited? My master is the best in alchemy in the world. The quality of his pills are the best. Wuxiaoduo felt that this little girl was too honest. She answered whatever he asked. How could she be so obedient? So cute. Looking at her, one punch would make her cry for 3 days, right? Then he calculated in his heart. 10 furnaces. 9 pills in one furnace. How many was that? 90 pills. And the quality of the pills was the best. He was so rich that he could rival a country, right? After calculating for a moment, he said, "Can you give me 3 pills first so that I can appreciate these so-called top-grade pills?" They are with the gourd. Master 2 was aggrieved and timid. The gourd doesn't listen to me. By the way, my master's pills can't be described as the best. They should be heaven grade or divine grade. Ugh. A purple gourd suddenly appeared on the sofa. Then the purple gourd immediately turned into a cute boy. However, the boy was vomiting. Retching. His face was full of disgust. He was probably disgusted by Master Tuesday. He was so disgusted that he could not help but vomit. I have never been so disgusted in my life. Chapter 1383. No matter how much they vomited, felt disgusted, disdained, or ridiculed, everyone could not help but admire Master Tu's accurate grasp of the human heart. He had never been at a disadvantage. Now that he was up against Wuxiaoduo, Grandpa Tu had thoroughly researched how to not be at a disadvantage. He had no intentions of scheming against Wuxiaoduo. The little girl looked pitiful, timid, beautiful, cute, and had a pair of big clear eyes. It was as if her eyes would be filled with tears if she stared. Who could bear to reprimand her? They could not even bear to put on a stern face. She was the kind of girl who would cry in fright and not be appeased for a long time. Wuxiaoduo, who had been thoroughly tricked, obviously could not use force against the little girl. He could not even use his usual cheap tricks. Yes, his invincible skills were instantly restricted. Thus, he scratched his head and turned to ask the purple gold gourd, "Where are the pills?" The little boy held his head high. "Yes, all of them are with me." "Then give me 3 pills first? Is that okay?" "Are 3 enough?" the little boy asked cutely. Wuxiaoduo was overjoyed. "Can we discuss this? Why don't you give me more?" "Here, I'll give you 1 portion first. 9 pills. The little boy opened his mouth and spat out a sparkling purple jade bottle. It was filled with 9 pills that were filled with colorful lights. He reminded, "I can give them to you. However, before you reach the Zenith Heavenly Realm, try not to consume these pills if you can. It will hinder your future cultivation." Wuxiaoduo was stunned and said, "Isn't it a half-sage? A half-sage would use it to break through to the boundary sage realm. A Zenith Heavenly Realm cultivator would use it to increase their cultivation at the fastest speed. However, after consuming it, they would need a considerable amount of time to adapt to the rapid growth of their power. In terms of the best effect, the early-stage Zenith Heavenly Realm cultivator would have the fastest growth after consuming it. However, there would be a considerable risk." "What risk?" Wuxiaoduo asked. The purple gold gourd pondered for a while. The little boy opened his mouth and stretched out his arms. Boom! Then he made a gesture of exploding fireworks. His eyes were sparkling and full of joy. However, Wuxiaoduo did not feel happy at all. Instead, he was speechless. She scolded Bai and Jiu, "Can't you teach them something better?" Wuxiaoduo was sure that the purple gold gourd was a connate life form. Did it know what boom meant? So, Bai and Jiu must have taught him to do that. Bai turned into a little girl while Jiu turned into a little boy. Both of them had their heads drooped as their toes rubbed against the ground. Wuxiaoduo then turned to the purple gold gourd. He rubbed his hands and revealed a wolfish smile. "Hey, what's your name again?" "Little Gold." Xiao Jin looked at him vigilantly, as if he was about to retreat at the slightest provocation and leave immediately. Wuxiaoduo rubbed his hands. "Since Grand Heavenly Immortals can consume it, then this portion is a little too little. It's not enough." "Then how much do you want?" "You see, 3 portions." Duo looked into Xiao Jin's eyes. He had only asked for 3 portions, but this little guy didn't even bat an eyelid. He changed his mind at the last minute. I want 5 portions. No problem. Xiao Jin was unusually forthright and generous. He didn't hesitate at all. Anyway, I'm saving it for you. You can have as much as you want. What's the harm in giving it all to you? I'm not giving it to you voluntarily because Master has instructed me to tell you the pros and cons of consuming it at each stage. You can ask for it yourself. I've already told you the pros and cons. What happens after that is none of my business. He didn't expect Xiao Jin to agree so readily. Duo was stunned. He suddenly regretted that it was too little. It was definitely too little. He couldn't change his mind now. He didn't know when he could ask for it again. Looking at the row of purple jade bottles in front of him, Duo, who still didn't understand the situation, fell into deep regret. He regretted that he didn't ask for more bottles just now. But now, he could ask for 5 bottles. There were 45 pills in total. It was enough for him. At least for the human race, it was enough for Zhuochanglu and the others. Even if Li Chenglong and the others were included, it would still be enough. He just didn't know what level of cultivation these guys were at now. Duo distributed a few pills on the spot. 1 for Bai, 1 for Jiu, 1 for Yen Shishir, 1 for the 3-legged golden crow, 1 for himself, and 1 for Zhuoxianyan. The others didn't feel anything when they received the pills. After all, this was a basic operation and a basic ration. It was normal. However, Xiao couldn't help but feel uneasy. Holding the 9 transformation golden pill in hand, he hesitated in front of Duo for a long time. He was still hesitant and didn't move forward. Duo frowned and looked at Xiao with some scrutiny. Xiao seemed to have difficulty opening his mouth. I've recovered. Xiaoduo's face suddenly showed a playful expression. Recovered? His Majesty the Demon King's 7th Prince? Prince Yaqiong? All your memories have come back? Zhao's eyes flashed with an extremely complicated expression. Actually, I would rather not have recovered. Xiao sighed. Suddenly, he turned into an 18 or 19-year-old boy with red lips and white teeth. He was handsome and confident. In terms of appearance, he was only slightly inferior to Duo himself. He said with a bitter smile, I'm afraid you won't be happy if I talk to you in the form of the golden crow. Zhuoxianyan was a little worried. Xiao, we've been together for a long time. It's fate. Don't worry too much. Now that you can recover and pick up the past, we're all happy for you. Xiao nodded hard. Thank you. Thank you. Duo frowned and said slowly, Xiao, since you've recovered, it's not appropriate for you to stay in the Tower of Annihilation any longer. In a few days when we go to the Demon Palace, we'll take you with us. Xiao suddenly raised his head and said anxiously, Mama, you don't want me anymore? As soon as he said Mama, he came back to his senses and suddenly blushed. But he didn't care about his shyness. He just looked at Duo anxiously and nervously. Duo took a breath and said, Since you've recovered and picked up the past, it's only right that you return to your biological parents. Now that the ancestral land has been restored and the heavenly tribulation has begun, the confrontation between the clans is a foregone conclusion. Everyone's positions are different. Your father and mother are there, your brothers and sisters and your former subordinates are there. There, you have supreme power and boundless prestige. You can do whatever you want. What's the point of staying with me? What's the point? In life, fate begins and ends. Perhaps the fate between us should come to an end as you pick up the past. Xiao said painfully, It's not that I don't want to go back. But I don't want to go back. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Suddenly he said loudly, That's my home. Isn't this place my home too? Of course I don't want to leave my father and mother, but I don't want to leave you guys either. What are you shouting for? Duo put on the airs of an old father, and scolded, No one said that this is not your home. Young man, can you not be so sensitive? Just tell me what's on your mind. I'm looking forward to going back and seeing my father and mother again, but I don't want to go back. I don't want to lose you. Xiao said slowly, Just as you said, I have everything in that home. My father is very good, Uncle Donghuang is very good, and my mother is even better. But I'm very tired in that home, really tired. I don't dare to say anything no matter how sad I am, no matter what's on my mind. I don't even dare to say anything when I'm injured. After all, my father has 10 princes. I'm not the only one. The other royal brothers all have countless ideas, Yi Zichen said, and all of them are very outstanding. The 10 sons of the Golden Crow are all talents. I don't want to leave my father and mother, but if I have a choice, I don't want to live such a tiring life anymore. I don't want to fight with them to the death. That position is not as beautiful as I thought. But everyone has no choice in their birth. I'm a prince. Even if I don't fight, even if I'm a fool. As long as I'm alive, there's hope and there's a threat. Xiao said painfully, the last time I was plotted against and died it was. Speaking up to this point he suddenly stopped talking. He smiled bitterly and continued, here I don't care about the past. I'm just a three-legged golden crow, but I don't have to think about anything. I don't have to think about anything. I live happily, simply, freely and freely. Even though my memory hasn't recovered and I've done a lot of stupid things. This. Although he said these words very frankly, Zhao's handsome face was still full of blush, and he couldn't help but feel ashamed. There was no other reason. It was really too shameful. He remembered that when he was still a three-legged golden crow, he was often burned naked. He fought with people, pecked people's crotches, set fire to people's crotches, burned people's crotches and burned people's butts. That once, when Zhuxiao Duo was taking a bath, a little crow flew over and lay on Zhuxiao's body, curiously shouting, Mama, there's a big worm under you. Then it stretched out its little sharp beak and pecked curiously. On the spot, Zhuxiao Duo jumped 10 feet high, screaming and chasing after him. Whenever he thought of these things, Xiao even had the thought of what was the point of living. He should have died many times in a large society. He was really too ashamed to show his face. What's more, it seemed that many times he died in a society were recorded. Every time he thought of this, he felt more and more hopeless. Now, even Bai Jiu Wahuang sword and others had learned how to play with mobile phones. Thinking of this, Xiao looked at the Wahuang sword sadly. Sword Elder, oh Sword Elder. Why didn't you protect me? If you really don't want to go back, then don't go back. Zhuxiao Duo patted him on the shoulder and said, why are you so emotional? If you continue to be emotional, I can't delete those videos for you. Zhuxiaoyan was curious and interrupted, what big worm? Chapter 1384. Zhao's fair face turned red and begged, please delete them all. I beg you. What's the point of deleting them? Zhuxiao Duo rolled his eyes and said, those videos are in each of their phones. Including your grandparents and dad. Everyone has a copy. Can you delete them all? Xiao wailed and squatted on the ground, covering his face. He was too ashamed to face anyone. Oh my God, let me die. Forget it. It seems like I can only stay in the tower for the rest of my life. Xiao said in despair. The seventh prince of the Demon King. Pecked little Gigi. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore. Unfortunately, you can't escape even if you stay here forever. Zhuxiaoyan reminded him worriedly, your grandparents are not outsiders. They can come in at any time. When that time comes. Xiao, who had been hit hard, immediately shut herself up. He looked around blankly, covering his face and curling into a ball. His face was full of despair. Master Tu, who still looked like a little girl, and Xiao Jin, the purple golden gourd, walked over and asked curiously, what video? Is it fun? Let us watch it too. Don't watch it. Xiao let out a thunderous roar. She jumped up and transformed into a three-legged golden crow. Her fur stood on end. He shouted crazily in the air, no one is allowed to watch it. No one is allowed to watch it. Bai and Jiu were sneakily taking out their phones when Xiao swooped down and started to fight. Don't watch it. Zhuxiao Duo sighed, this is so pitiful. Let's get out of here. After they left the tower, Zhuxiaoyan asked worriedly, is Xiao all right? He's definitely fine. Zhuxiao Duo said confidently, he's just embarrassed for a while. What can happen? Otherwise they won't have any fun in their long lives. I'm doing this for their own good. Zhuxiaoyan rolled her eyes. Does that mean that Xiao has to thank you for your kindness? Is that what I'm talking about? I'm talking about the demon race. Do you think the demon emperor and demon empress are such easygoing people? Zhuxiao's face darkened and he sighed. It was common knowledge. Sooner or later there would be a war between humans and demons. Now that the heavenly tribulation had begun, they were fighting for the right to survive. When the time came, it was easy to imagine how tragic the battle would be. As for Zhao's identity and position, try to think of a way to get the best of both worlds. Try your best. Zhuxiao Duo did not want to talk about this matter because he was full of melancholy. How could he not know that there would be a dilemma in the future? However, he did not know what to do when the time came. There's always a way out. Let's take it one step at a time. If only there wasn't a war. Xiao has a home on both sides. Perhaps she would be the happiest among the demon race's 10 great princes. Zhou Xiaoyan sighed. Why don't we discuss this with Mom and Dad? Zhou Xiaoduo said. Zhou Xiaoyan nodded. This was indeed an effective solution at the moment. At the same time, it was also a solution that was not a solution. The two of them left the Tower of Annihilation and found Zhuchanglu and his wife. They told their parents about Zhao's memory recovery. When Zhuchanglu and Wu Yuding heard this, they were also dumbfounded. What can I do if you ask me about this? What can I do? In such a difficult situation we can't just do whatever we want. Instead of asking the two of us, why don't you ask the Demon Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai directly? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and said, how can the two of us make decisions for the demon race? That's true. I've helped them raise their son for so long. It's reasonable for them to give me something good to repay me. Zhou Xiaoduo thought about it and looked fascinated. Repay you? You're dreaming. Wu Yuding chuckled. If they don't beat you up a few hundred times, I'll think that you're the luckiest person in the world. Zhou Xiaoduo was melancholy. Life is full of helplessness. There are so many ungrateful people. Zhuchanglu and Wu Yuding were speechless. You can't blame them. You're just a junior, a child of the human race. Expecting the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress to address you as brother is an extravagant hope, an unrealistic extravagant hope. As for expecting the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress to call us uncle and aunt, that's even more of a fantasy. The things that this kid does are always so. Wu Yuding looked up at the sky with a melancholy expression. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. How did I give birth to such a son? Sigh. Zhuchanglu naturally didn't doubt the elixirs that Zhou Xiaoduo took out. However, after taking one, he couldn't help but be shocked. What elixir is this? Zhuchanglu felt as if his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds like a rocket. Zhuchanglu wasn't surprised that the elixir given by his son had an extraordinary effect. However, it would be strange if he wasn't shocked that it could increase his cultivation by so much in such a short time. It must be known that Zhuchanglu's current cultivation level was almost at the limit of a human's ability. Every bit of progress after that would require an opportunity. It would require a long time of grinding. At least in his knowledge, it was very difficult to imagine what kind of medicinal pill could allow one to advance so much in one's cultivation after eating one. I don't know. Anyway, since there are no side effects, I'll take it. It's a waste not to take it. Zhou Xiaoduo was very open-minded and didn't hide his ignorance at all. After he and Zhou Xiaoyan ate the elixir, they fought hundreds of rounds in the space of the Tower of Annihilation. Both sides were exhausted hundreds of times. Yes, the fierce battle here was a real battle, the kind with real swords and spears. Those who had the wrong idea should face the wall and reflect on their mistakes. He was already used to the increase of the elixir's efficacy. Of course, there were times when Zhou Xiaoduo would use other methods to exhaust himself after finishing his cultivation. This kind of battle wasn't the kind with real swords and spears. Those who had the wrong idea should also face the wall and reflect on their mistakes. Zhou Xiaoduo kept the elixirs for Li Chenglong and the others in advance. Zhou Xiaoduo really didn't keep any of the remaining elixirs. He gave all of them to Zhuchanglu and let the old man distribute them himself. He didn't have to worry about it. With the old man here, everything can be done. As a son, you don't have to worry too much. Zhou Xiaoduo was half lying on the sofa, hugging his wife and crossing his legs. He looked relaxed and happy. Zhou Xiaoyan felt the same. Yes, if there's anything, let Dad and Mom do it. We don't have to worry about anything. Our days are really too comfortable. It had to be said that Zhou Xiaoduo's influence on Zhou Xiaoyan was getting worse day by day. She was becoming more and more like a salted fish. With the resources in Zhou Xiaoduo's hands, even if he used them to form a team and dominate the whole world, there was still a lot of surplus. He could easily cultivate a group of high-level men of sacrifice who were completely loyal to him. It was not difficult at all. But for Zhou Xiaoduo, who was the kind of lazy guy who would never stand if he could sit or lie down if he could. He would never work hard if he could win by lying down. How could he have the slightest interest in that kind of thing? Zhuchanglu and Wu Yuding were deeply helpless. But so what? They had to take the elixirs given by their son and start to shake people up. With the Zhou couple's wealth and influence, naturally, everyone was happy. They got a lot of IOUs. The specific process couldn't be described in detail, but it was generally, my son found a job for me. This kid is embarrassed. When people have children, it's like having a debt collector. I have to work for them every day. Sai, isn't that right? Minister, just tell us what you want and we'll do it. Haha, it's not a bad thing. Strictly speaking, it's actually a good thing. What good thing? Let's hear it. The little brat got some elixirs. It's quite good. As long as one's cultivation is above the great heavenly level, one can immediately advance by one level after taking it. This kid is so shy that he's embarrassed to distribute such a good thing. He asked me, his father, to do it. He pushed such a small matter to me. Tell me, what can I count on him in the future? Boss, you're still sad about such a good thing. Can't you be more like Versailles? Boss, I despise you. Hurry up and take out the good stuff. Elixirs above the great heavenly level. My God, what kind of treasure is this? It's a dream item. Tisk tiske. Boss, you're so capable. You can train your son to be so awesome. It's really enviable. That's right. If I had such a son, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. You still have the nerve to complain. What else do you want him to do? You. I'm already so old and I'm running out to do favors for my son. Am I not pitiful? That brat just threw those things to me and then he didn't care about anything else and ran out to play. I'm just a bag of old bones running here and there to do things for him. What I said just now was from the bottom of my heart. I really don't expect anything from that brat. Zhuchanglu stroked his beard and looked at everyone with a smile. Tell me, am I pitiful? Tisk. Everyone collectively despised him. Boss, can you be any more despicable? He's just here to show off his son to us. But he's too good at showing off. We can't compare. That's right. If I had such a son, I'd show off every day too. I'd show off from day to night. The bunch of old men were happy. If there were benefits to be reaped, they wouldn't care about him showing off his son. From the beginning to the end, the left and right heavenly kings didn't say a word. The main thing was that they didn't dare to say anything. Everyone was calling him boss. If the two of them dared to say anything, they'd be beaten to a pulp. They couldn't do anything about it. The two of them had a motherly smile on their faces the entire time. Their flattery was endless. Junior brother is so awesome. Xiao Duo is so awesome. That's great. That's great. Uncle Zwar is so lucky. Master is so lucky. You bunch of trash. You're so much worse than my master. You bunch of trash. How can you compare to my Uncle Zwa? You'll be so greedy. You won't have such a son even if you're greedy. Nanjing Qian, Dongfang Xingyang and the rest almost rebelled. They really wanted to beat you Dong Tian and Yun Zhonghu up. These two bastards. It's fine if you flatter your uncle and master. But why do you have to step on us when you're flattering us? What a terrible temper. Originally it was fine if it was just you Dong Tian. We could just bear with it. But now, when did Yun Zhonghu become like this? Chapter 1385. However, on this day the front line of the Astral Soul Snow Mountain was filled with jubilation. All the higher-ups had taken a step forward collectively. At night they partied together. In the midst of the snowstorm, all kinds of good wine, good dishes, and delicious delicacies were served steaming hot that everyone ate and drank to their heart's content. Otherwise, it would be difficult to express the joy in their hearts. At night, the wind howled in the sky. The higher-ups were fighting each other to adapt to the sudden increase in their cultivation. They fought in pairs. Those who won continued to drink and eat, while those who lost continued to fight in the sky. Those who lost in the end naturally got nothing. Starvation was their punishment. The fragrance below spread for thousands of miles, while the battle above was fierce. Tens of millions of soldiers looked up with bowls in their hands. Yudong Tian had already won. He held a bowl of wine in one hand and an entire demon beast leg in the other. He shouted to the sky, "You guys can fight but don't fight until you piss." Ha 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 ha. 2 days later, Li Chenglong and the others returned with injuries but full of energy. Other than Gao Qiao, Erdugayener and Zhen Piapiao, who had yet to break through to the Zenith Heavenly Realm, the others were at least at the early stage Zenith Heavenly Realm. Li Chenglong was at the mid-stage Zenith Heavenly Realm. Everyone received a pill each with a new round of IOUs and broke through again. Yes, there were 3 more pills for Li Chenglong. He would give them to Zhen Piapiao and the others after they broke through. After the Astral Soul's matter was settled, Zhua Xiaoduo, Zhua Xiaonian, Zhua Changlu, and Wu Yuding rode the wind and flew toward the Umno Alliance. Dad, should we give Godfather the pills? What do you think about this? Zhua Changlu frowned. The matter that Zhua Xiaoduo mentioned was also the matter that had troubled him the most recently. It was the matter that he was most conflicted about, and it was difficult for him to make a decision. Based on the alliance they had formed during this period of time, it should be given to them. Increasing their strength and increasing the overall strength of their allies was beneficial to them. I'm going to rescue Zhu Wu this time not because I'm a villain, but because Zhu Wu are all ancient masters. Once the rescue is successful, Zhu Wu will all come out. Then your godfather will no longer be in charge of the Umno alliance in the future. The future path of the Wu people still depends on the Zhu Wu people's consideration and final decision. Jianghu sighed and said, so what I mean is that we can only give your godfather one pill. He's the only one who can be considered one of us. As for the others, let's wait for the Zhu Wu to make a decision. Xiaoduo nodded silently. Jianghu's consideration was also his consideration. Rescuing Zhu Wu was a great benefit to the Umno alliance, but it was not very optimistic for the astral souls. It was hard to be sure. The astral souls helped them rescue them, so the alliance should be more powerful. However, people's hearts were always unpredictable. What if the Zhu Wu people wanted to dominate the world? Even if they thought in the most optimistic way, the sorcerer tribe and the alliance of star souls would survive the heavenly tribulation and even obtain the final victory, who would be in charge of the mainland then? As the supreme leader of the astral souls, Jianghu had to consider this carefully. After all, he was shouldering billions of lives and a future that would last for thousands of years. Thousands of mountains and rivers were crossed in an instant. Naturally, there were some twists and turns along the way. As they walked, there were battles ahead of them. However, with the strength of the four people, it was easy for them to cross them. There was nothing to worry about. Even the two sides who were in the middle of the battle were scared witless when they saw the arrival of these four experts. They took a deep breath and waited for the four experts to pass by. Then they let out a sigh of relief and calmed down. The lineup of 2 sage-to-be and 2 half-saints was not something that an ordinary team could handle. Considering the strength of the Zhuo family in the entire ancestral land, except for the Demon King's family, no other family could be mentioned in the same breath as the Zhuo family. Even if they were not the most powerful family in the world, they were definitely the second most powerful family in the world. The flood which was waiting on Mount Wuxian. When she saw the family of 4, she could not help but smile and sigh in relief. Brother Zhuo, thank you. Godfather. Godfather. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian saluted and greeted them. It's only been a few days, but you two have improved so much. The flood which looked at them carefully and was as shocked as Jianghu. Humph. Jianghu rolled his eyes and said, I took in a godson for you. After that, you were displeased. How are you now? Wu Yuding said, even a great wizard can't escape the law of true fragrance, right? Flood said, did I ever object? How come I don't remember? You two don't talk nonsense. Old thing shameless. While they were talking, Lai Hua, Dan Kong and the others also came. For a moment they were full of laughter and joy. They stayed in the Umno alliance until the afternoon. Flood, Dan Kong, Lai Hua, Jin Lin, Feng Di, Du Wu and the Zhuo family, a total of 10 people. After a greeting they rushed into the sky. Zhuo Xiaoduo said that it would be perfect if they could gather 10 people. But they didn't know if this trip would be perfect. Everyone turned into wind and clouds and rushed toward the monster clan's continent. They were all as fast as lightning and all traces of them were hidden. What they saw along the way made the 10 people sigh. If the Tao League was the focus of the various races' expeditions and was full of devastation, then most of the damage was from before the ancestral land was restored. Because of the fall of the ancestral land, it was ruthlessly ravaged by the demon clan. Even though the demon clan had retreated, the traces of devastation left behind were difficult to repair. Moreover, it was one of the main battlefields of the various races. One could imagine the heavy damage. Apart from the Tao League continent, the Monster Clan's continent could be said to be the most damaged of all the continents that returned. After all, the Monster Clan was the strongest in the 9 continents. The Monster Clan's comprehensive strength was the strongest among all the races. If there was a choice, the races would first target the Monster Clan. As far as everyone's eyes could see, countless mountains and precipitous ridges had collapsed. There were tattered demon corpses everywhere that had not been cleaned up in time. It was a tragic sight. The Demon Clan was attacking the Monster Clan, and there was a loud battle. The Azura Clan was also attacking the Monster Clan, and there was a rain of blood everywhere. The Western sect was also wandering around. When they saw demons with injuries and incomplete combat power but good talent, they would lend a helping hand and take them away. Buddha said that all living beings were equal, so how could there be differences? Demons could also become Buddhas. When they met the right ones, of course they would take them away. This was just a matter of course. Countless people of the Monster Clan were inexplicably sorrowful. Their cries after losing their loved ones were no different from that of humans. The people suffer when they prosper and the people suffer when they die. The joys and sorrows of the world are always the same. Jianghu sighed inwardly, his words expressing his feelings. The current Monster Clan's continent might be the future Monster Clan's continent of astral souls. Even the strongest Monster Clan had been beaten to such a state, let alone the weaker humans of astral souls? At the top of a mountain, a wounded Wolf King howled at the sky, his body covered in blood. The Wolf King was over 100 feet long. This dense forest was originally its territory. In the past, with a long howl, more than tens of millions of wolves would gather. But now, at this moment, there were only a few scattered wolf howls to support their king. After more than 10 minutes, less than 500 wolves had gathered. Most of them were injured and had incomplete combat power. Outside the mountain, there were many demon experts who were constantly pushing their way in. The Wolf King howled sadly at the sky, but he knew that he could not change the fate of the impending destruction. Duo and the others swept past. Behind them was the towering mountain peak, and the Wolf King who was covered in blood and howling alone. Duo and Xiaoyan did not feel anything, and neither did Lai Huadan Kong and the others. The destruction of a small settlement of the Monster Clan was not enough to reach the apex. It was only right that they did not care. However, Zhuanglu and the Flood Witch's eyes flashed with sadness at the same time. Today the Monster Clan might not be the Ming dynasty of the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls. Who knew if the Umno Alliance or the Astral Souls would be better than the Wolf King in the end? If that day really came, would the one howling at the sky at the top of the mountain be me? No, it definitely would not be me. I should have died in battle long ago. Suddenly there were 3 balls of flames in front of them. They rose into the sky, illuminating the sky and illuminating the world. It was 3 of the 10 crown princes. They arrived with great momentum, leading an army to reinforce this side. Zhuanglu and Flood saw that the other party was coming menacingly. They were afraid that their whereabouts would be exposed, so they quickly led the crowd to a higher layer of clouds and avoided the path. The wolf pack was at the end of the road. For a little compassion, it was better not to block the reinforcements of the Monster Clan, and give them a chance to live. At the right time the wind and clouds were left behind. The crowd hurried on, and the Monster Peacock City was in front of them. The atmosphere here was very different from what they had seen before. The intertwining great monster consciousness was extremely dense. However, none of this caught the attention of these 10 people. They passed through them silently and arrived in the sky above the inner city in an instant. However, when they arrived near the inner city, the 10 people did not dare to be too rash. They chose to stop at a height of about 15,000 meters above the ground. This was a very safe height. If they descended a few thousand meters, they would be easily detected by the supermasters like the Monster Peacock Emperor. How's the original plan? Zhuanglu asked. It should be fine. The original plan. They would use the raging fire and the poison venom as the first wave to create chaos. Dan Kong, Wind Emperor, and Jin Lin would cooperate to further alert the enemy. They would maximize the attention of the high-level masters of the Monster Clan, providing an opportunity for the rest to sneak in. Zhuanglu's family and the Flood Witch would take advantage of the gap to break into the Fusang tree in the city. They would use their powerful cultivation to break the seal. According to the information that had been gathered, it was confirmed that there were a total of 3 seals under the Fusang tree. As long as these 3 seals were broken, the Zhu Wu would be able to escape by themselves. No matter how long the Zhu Wu had been sealed, no matter how much strength they had lost, as long as the Zhu Wu escaped, they would definitely be able to break out of the encirclement and escape unscathed with their combined strength. In that case, the crux of the matter would be the 3 seals. Then the next question would be who would break the seal, Zhuanglu's family or the Flood Witch. The Monster Clan will definitely fight back when they realize that the seal has been touched. The 3 of us will try our best to hold on for half an hour. Xiao Duo and Yen will go in and break the seal. They have a lot of trump cards. They will have a much higher chance of breaking the seal than us. After half an hour, no matter whether the seal is broken or not, whether the plan is successful or not, we must retreat immediately to protect ourselves. The Flood Witch said in a deep voice. Okay, it's decided. Half an hour. It was the most time that the Flood Witch, Father Zhua, and Mother Zhua could give them when they were restrained outside. The 5 great sorcerers had used all their strength and methods to destroy the Monster Clan without scruples. They believed that one of the 3 giants of the Monster Clan would have to send out a great sorcerer. After half an hour, the great sorcerers who were causing chaos outside would inevitably be suppressed. Once the Donghuang Demon Emperor and the Demon Empress gathered on the other side, the Flood Witch and the others would also be suppressed. After all, this was the base camp of the Monster Clan, the core area where the elites of the Monster Clan gathered. To rescue the ancestral sorcerer in such a place, any kind of conspiracy or disguise would be useless and useless. The only way was to attack by force. Half an hour was already all the time that could be bought. It was the limit. After the plan was set, the great sorcerer nodded and waved his hand. Then, like a meteor, he fell directly from the sky. Du Wu followed him at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. Wind Emperor Dan Kong followed closely behind and landed on the ground as well. The great fire shaman was like a meteorite, smashing down desperately. He even added his fastest movement speed to the momentum of his fall. At the same time, his strongest spiritual power burst out, and a sharp and shrill sound burst out in the air. The great sorcerer turned into a meteor, and rushed directly to the protective shield of the Monster Peacock City. Boom! The whole Monster Peacock City was shocked by this sudden impact. It was no longer stable and shook violently. Boom, boom, boom. A corner of the Monster Peacock City was suddenly engulfed in flames, and everything was red. On the other side, Du Wu's poisonous fog swept over like a hurricane. Immediately, people and horses were thrown off their feet and no one was alive. Screams shook the sky. Wind Emperor Jinlin and Dan Kong, two followed Du Wu and one followed the Great Sorcerer. Each of them activated their own special attributes and started a massacre. Countless buildings collapsed and smoke and dust filled the sky. It was an unprecedented mess. Enemy attack. With a sharp roar, countless flying demons covered the entire sky. The fastest ones were a group of black eagles. The eagles spread their wings, like clouds in the sky, and instantly blocked everyone's line of sight towards the Monster Peacock City. Then, starlight flickered and many Monster Clan monster gods rushed out of the sky. Which scoundrel dares to be so rash? Jianghu's family and the Flood Witch were already below the clouds, calmly watching the chaos in the Monster Peacock City. Although there was chaos, the Monster Clan army coming from all directions was not chaotic. Instead, they started to encircle and suppress in an orderly manner. Another roar sounded. Imperial City Army, Heavenly Cycle Constellations, listen to my command. The Flood Witch's expression changed. Kunpeng. Why is Kunpeng here? Isn't he overseeing the west of the Monster Clan continent? Why is he here? This is not good. The Flood Witch's expression changed again and became extremely ugly. Kunpeng should be overseeing the Thunder Eagle City now. This news was absolutely true. They had confirmed it several times and it could not be wrong. In fact, this plan was set up based on this. Now that he suddenly appeared here, the Monster Clan's peak combat power suddenly increased from 3 to 4. This was not only unexpected, but also a devastating blow to the plan. Lai Hua and the rest have already made their move. The arrow has already been knocked, so let's fight. Since we're here, we have to give it a try. As long as Xiao Duo and Yan Er can break the seal, as long as Zhu Wu can escape, the plan can still be carried out. Zhuchanglu waved his hand and gave his decision. The Flood Witch could not say this. If the plan succeeded, it would naturally be beneficial to the Umno Alliance. But for the Astral Souls, it would only be a relative benefit but not an absolute benefit. Now that the situation had changed, the risk that Zhuchanglu and his wife would have to pay if they continued to attack would multiply. It was reasonable for them to stop the plan and withdraw. However, Zhuchanglu and his wife were still willing to take the risk and choose to continue attacking. This huge favor must be received by the Umno Alliance and engraved in their hearts. Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan did not say anything. They turned into two shadows, one white and one black, and rushed down. In one breath, they rushed to the back of the Monster Palace, where the Fusang Divine Tree seemed to be burning all the time. Suddenly, the Fusang Divine Tree shone brightly, as if countless suns had suddenly risen. It was an automatic attack from the Fusang Divine Tree. As an innate spiritual object, although the Fusang Divine Tree was only a tree, its combat power was limited. However, its spiritual sense was rare in this world and unparalleled in the universe. Probably only the mother of the 9 calabashes, the old calabash vine, could be better. Although Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan were invisible and left no traces, the Fusang Divine Tree still sensed the evil thoughts in the first moment and reacted to attack. Tens of thousands of leaves shone in the sky, and countless lights and shadows intertwined, immediately illuminating the figures of Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan clearly. Seeing the brilliant light again, 4 figures bounced up from the Fusang Divine Tree, like 4 suns, and came toward them. It was the 4 monster crown princes who had appeared together. One of them was the 9th prince, Renjing, whom Zhuoxiaoduo had met once before. The 4 people and 4 swords were all burning with raging flames, cast iron and burning gold. The soul true fire was the real deal, the genuine soul true fire. Speaking of which, this was the first time Zhuoxiaoduo was greeted by the Grand Sun primordial fire other than Xiao. The feeling was both familiar and unfamiliar. Huff, huff, huff. Zhuoxiaoyan, who was also very familiar with the Grand Sun primordial fire, directly activated the ice flame. The extreme cold went against the flow. In just a moment of contact, the leaves of the Fusang divine tree that were fluttering in the air withered and fell. The 4 monster crown princes also shuddered at the same time, and the Grand Sun primordial fire was suppressed. It was normal for it to be suppressed. Xiao was very afraid of Zhuoxiaoyan, and the degree of her fear for her was even higher than Zhuoxiaoduo. This father only needed to look at her to freeze her. Her Grand Sun primordial fire was nothing in front of her, and she would be completely defeated every time. The accident was that even if the 4 monster crown princes joined forces and had the support of the Fusang divine tree, Zhuoxiaoyan, who had long been familiar with the Grand Sun primordial fire and knew its mysteries, was really not a problem. She suppressed it just like that. He had come prepared, and he had schemed against the unsuspecting. He had done this in advance to the extreme. At the same time, Zhuoxiaoduo's 99 cat hammer had also turned into a towering mountain. Boom, boom. The 1,000 souls nightmare hammer, regardless of its head and head, smashed forward. 4 loud noises flashed. The 4 monster crown princes directly flew in 4 directions, and looked at Zhuoxiaoduo, who was wielding a sledgehammer, in horror. The 4 princes had not seen many people who could directly force 4 people to retreat in one strike in their lives. They did not expect to see such a freak today. She clearly looked like a human cub. How could she be so violent? Who are you? The 9th prince Renjing shouted angrily. Before his voice died away, Zhuoxiaoyan floated up again, and the spirit-snatching sword emitted millions of ice flowers, which decorated the night sky, and was exceptionally magnificent. Under the illumination of the Grand Sun primordial fire, it was even more gorgeous, beautiful, and crystal clear. The 9th prince knew how powerful it was, and he kept retreating, but his body was still inevitably stained with a few frost flowers. He only felt that the coldness penetrated through his body and went straight to the bottom of his heart, and he could not help but shiver. As a 3-legged golden crow, there was actually a day when he was shivering from the cold. This was the first time something like this had ever happened. The ice spirit squatted on the spirit-snatching sword obediently, and blew a breath of cold air on Renjing's face. Renjing screamed, only to feel that his face seemed to be frozen stiff. Frozen. What the hell? After the angry roar, he hurriedly turned into a 3-legged golden crow and flew up, and a large amount of Grand Sun primordial fire surged and burned in his body, and he felt a trace of warmth. Unfortunately, all his movements were predicted by Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan. At this moment, the 2 of them were standing under the Fusang divine tree. According to the flood's teaching, they used the power of soft water and stomped on the steel-like ground with their feet. Instantly, dense ripples appeared on the ground, and one of the ripples was swaying endlessly, which was particularly conspicuous. Obviously, it was constantly attacked and sealed, and at this moment, it was a 2-way influence caused by the convergence of the internal and external forces. It's here. Zhuoxiaoduo flew over and was ready to attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Millions of ice flowers fell like a snowstorm. Zhuoxiaoyan and his sword blocked the 4 demon crown princes. Swoosh, swoosh. Sword chi revolved around the Fusang pure wood. The 4 demon crown princes stared helplessly, and they had to be careful not to be contaminated by the ice flowers. If they were accidentally stained, they would have to consume a lot of natal true fire to dispel it. At the right time, 3 strange lights, 1 white, 1 black, and 1 purple gold, flashed out from Zhuoxiaoduo's body and fell on the Fusang divine tree. It was a girl and 2 boys, 3 little children, sitting on the branches and swinging their legs. Old tree, they are fighting, let's not care, okay? The purple gold gourd was very polite, but he was holding his original purple gold gourd in his hand. The mouth of the gourd had been opened, and smoke had begun to come out from it. This is the Samadhi true fire of Master. I know you have a fire spiritual root, and you can absorb all the fire of heaven and earth to nourish yourself, but I don't know if you can withstand my Samadhi true fire. Why don't we try it today? This was an undisguised threat. The Fusang divine tree sighed, there's no need to try. How can I withstand the divine fire of the 8 Visions Temple? Do whatever you want, just don't destroy my life root. The purple gold gourd blinked. Which life root? You still have a life root? The Fusang divine tree was furious. Ignorant child. You. Puff, puff, puff. 3 sparks appeared. The old tree swallowed its anger. Whatever you say. Anyway, whatever life root. As long as it doesn't break. As it spoke, it suddenly screamed. A large section of its life root had been smashed by Zhuxiaoduo's sledgehammer. Instantly, its old face trembled in pain, and it could not continue speaking. In a flash, a cave appeared on the ground. Just as Zhuxiaoduo was about to enter, he suddenly felt a ray of light shining on his head. At this moment, he actually felt that it was extremely difficult to move. Zhuxiaoduo instinctively turned his head and saw a golden-robed man holding a gourd a few thousand feet away. A small person appeared on the gourd, and a ray of white light shot out from the gourd's eyes, nailing his head. The golden-robed man's eyes were filled with shock. He looked at Zhuxiaoduo, who was still able to turn his head to look at him after being nailed to the gourd by the white light. He did not dare to delay and hurriedly bowed slightly. "Baby, please turn around." Chapter 1386. That white light started to spin. The Jiubai and the purple golden gourd shouted at the same time, "Xiao Huang." Zhuxiaoduo felt a sharp pain in his neck as if it was going to break at any time. In a fit of rage, he hammered the white light and scolded, "Spin your ass." With a loud bang, that white light trembled slightly from the impact, but it still pinned Zhuxiaoduo in place. Even with Zhuxiaoduo's current cultivation base and strength, he was unable to break free. Instead, the piercing pain in his neck became even more intense. Damn, is he trying to take away my title as the leader of the 6 sons? With that thought, Zhuxiaoduo panicked. He immediately activated Zhu Rong's primordial fire, which was about to reach the phenomenal stage. In an instant, the primordial fire surged into the sky. Zhu Rong. Damn it. The Fusang divine tree screamed. In a panic, it pulled out all of its roots, then rushed out as fast as it could. However, the Zhu Rong true fire came way too abruptly, and it didn't manage to escape from being burned by the fire. The Fusang heavenly tree did not dare to be slow. It quickly mobilized the Grand Sun primordial fire all over its body to counterattack Zhu Rong's primordial fire. The two flames collided with each other. When it finally extinguished Zhu Rong's primordial fire, the giant Trent's legs were already charred black. The Fusang heavenly tree was so frightened that it started to sweat. What is this? What is this? On the other side, the golden-robed man's primordial spirit was connected to the white light. After being hammered by Zhuxiaoduo, the white light was shaken. Finally, he could not take it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. The golden-robed man was obviously a ruthless person. He still refused to stop. His body was covered in flames, and he spat out another mouthful of blood onto the gourd. He shouted, "Treasure, please turn around." Zhu Rong's primordial fire had already wrapped around the white light and was burning intensely like never before. On the gourd in the hands of the golden-robed man, the illusory and incorporeal figure felt Zhu Rong's primordial fire and actually trembled continuously. The dense qi revealed a sense of resistance. However, when the golden-robed man spat out blood essence for the 3rd time and shouted, "Please turn around, treasure," he was still forced to slowly turn around. At the same time, a wave of sadness suddenly rushed into everyone's heart. Zhuxiaoduo forcefully twisted his neck and directly detonated the elemental fire art at full force. All flames converged and reappeared in the mortal world. Open. The white light flashed and broke. The golden-robed man screamed as he was sent flying backward, blood spurting out of his mouth. However, Zhuxiaoyan quickly followed up with an icy sword qi, piercing through one of the golden-robed man's shoulders. Her graceful figure flashed and directly reached out to grab the gourd in the hands of the golden-robed man. The gourd was already gone. The golden-robed man dodged in a panic and rolled on the ground. He was slashed by Zhuxiaoyan until he was covered in blood. He shouted anxiously, "Are you all watching?" The other 3 crown princes and the other demon experts roared at the same time and flew over. Zhuxiaoyan retreated and nailed her feet to the side of the cave. Her sword qi turned into a blizzard and came down from above. The entire demon palace turned into a snowfield. This was the coldest day in the history of the demon palace, which had always been filled with the Grand Sun primordial fire. On the other side, Zhuxiaoduo had already flipped over and entered the cave. Although he saw the yellow gourd, he also heard the calls of Bai and the other small gourds. However, in the midst of a fierce battle, every minute and every second was precious. He could only let go of some minor details and focus on breaking the seal and saving Zhu Wu. Zhuxiaoyan forced the 4 crown princes to retreat with her sword. Then she followed behind Zhuxiaoduo and jumped down. The emperor's aura shook the sky. Demon Emperor Jun arrived. "Who are you?" The Flood Witch laughed loudly. "Junior of the Wu people, Flood, greets the Demon Emperor." 2 hammers appeared. The 1,000 Souls Nightmare hammers were fully unleashed. However, this time, the Great Witch of the Flood had never done such a thing before. The moment the battle started, he unleashed all of his combat power and opened fire. "Junior." Demon Emperor Jun smiled faintly. A sword suddenly appeared in his hand. With a clang, the sword that didn't look very heavy blocked Flood's big hammer without any effort. Although he seemed calm, Emperor Jun's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He said in surprise, "You're from the Wu people of Zhu Wu's realm? The Wu people have Zhu Wu again? Not bad, not bad." The Flood Witch trembled all over. "Your Majesty, please enlighten me." Even if it was Zhu Wu's realm, there was still a big gap between the initial stage and the peak stage. It was said that only Zhu Wu, who had reached the peak of Zhu Wu's realm, could compete with the Demon Emperor. The gap between the rest and the Demon Emperor was not small. Otherwise, the Wu people's 12 Zhu Wus wouldn't have fought so fiercely against the Demon Emperor. In the end, many Zhu Wus were sealed. As expected, even though he had reached the level of Ancestral Sorcerer and had consumed the 9 transformations golden elixir that Jianghu had given him, causing his strength to increase once again, he was still suppressed by the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor laughed. "Enlighten me? That's good, that's good." He understood the true meaning of the Flood Witch's words. "Enlighten me. I'm a junior of the younger generation. I'm asking you, the Demon Emperor, for advice as a junior. Do you have the nerve to use tricks like He Tu and Luo Shu? Let's fight with our own strength. Let's see if you, the great senior, have the strength to make me, a junior of the Wu people, admire you." The true cultivators of the primordial world had their own profound cultivation abilities. They were all excellent and had their own trump cards. However, their Dharma treasures were also a huge highlight. They were even things that they relied on that exceeded their own capabilities. For example, if Tai Donghuang didn't have the Bell of Chaos, his strength would be reduced by more than 30%. Another example would be Yao Huangjun. If he had used the He Tu and the Book of the Luo, he would have been easily sucked in by Hong Shui, Zhuanglu and his wife, who were only quasi-saints. Even if the 3 of them could work together to break out of the encirclement, it would be impossible without a certain amount of time. Once the 3 of them were trapped, Donghuang, the Demon Empress, and the Demon Master could easily control Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan in the Demon Emperor Palace. Even if the 3 of them didn't do it personally, the group of Demon Immortals and the Demon Crown Prince were enough to deal with Zhuxiaoduo. Therefore, the Flood Witch was willing to lower herself, admit that she was a junior, and use words to control Demon Emperor Jun. This was of great significance to this battle. As a great senior, Demon Emperor Jun had to have this demeanor. With his status, if he had to use He Tu and Luo Shu to deal with a junior, it was simply, he couldn't afford to lose face. At that moment, the Flood Witch used all her strength to activate the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer and started a great battle with the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor was relaxed, as if he had no intention to stop Zhuxiaoduo from destroying the restriction. This relaxation didn't seem to be fake at all. He completely ignored it, and only allowed the 4 crown princes to lead the palace guards to surround Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan. He didn't care about the battle situation, and the feeling of letting things go was too obvious. The Flood Witch's heart was moved, but her hands didn't stop. Suddenly she said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty Demon Emperor, have you been prepared for us to rescue Zhu Wu?" Suddenly her heart sank. If the Demon Clan was prepared, it would be difficult to achieve their goal. But now it seemed that the Demon Clan was prepared. Even the Kunping Demon Master, who was hundreds of thousands of miles away, had secretly returned. This was simply too obvious. The Demon Emperor was still calmly neutralizing the Flood Witch's continuous attacks. He said indifferently, "Of course I have been prepared. Dijiang Xianming and the others are sealed here. As long as the Wu people know, how can they not take action?" However, the current situation of the world of great battles has already been decided. It is necessary to let them cross the mortal world again and participate in this immeasurable calamity. Regarding this, I have been prepared. The Flood Witch sensitively grasped the main point. As long as the Wu people know? Your Majesty, how do you know that the Wu people already know? The Demon Emperor said indifferently, "When the Wu people passed away, Zhu Wu's legacy couldn't be inherited. You don't even know the cause of this karmic bond? Someone told you that there is a heavenly mystery to guide me. What is so hard to understand? The flood which wielded her hammer as if she was flying. Her combat power increased by another level. She said coldly, now that the heavenly mystery is chaotic, even if there is a karmic bond, Your Majesty, without accurate information, it is rare for you to be so calm. The sword in the demon emperor's hand shone brightly. The sword light shot straight to the sky. He still said indifferently, Gonggong Dijiang and the others may understand my calmness, but you don't. You don't deserve to understand. Both inside and outside the city were fighting. Flames were everywhere. It was chaotic. At the right time, a beam of light suddenly surged. The demon empress Shiha rushed over. Is it the remnants of the Wu people? The sword light flashed. Wu Yuding flashed out from the void. She said, Your Majesty, the men are fighting. We women are here to play. Shiha's palm hit Wu Yuding's sword head. She said indifferently, Who are you? How dare you compare yourself to me? You are quite brave. Shiha was graceful and elegant, a national beauty, while Wu Yuding was also a peerless beauty, a beauty capable of causing the downfall of a city. Although their battle prowess was inevitably slightly inferior just based on their appearances, it was hard to tell who was better. They were like orchids in spring and chrysanthemums in autumn. I am Wu Yuding. Wu Yuding said indifferently, People call me the rain demon. Shiha's face became serious and complicated. Astral souls, the wife of the sky patrolling minister? Your Majesty, I am honored that you know our names. I remember you, but not because you are famous. Shiha's attack slowed down. She said softly, Do you have a son? The one called Zhuxiaoduo? Then what? Shiha hesitated. After a while, she bit her lip and said, Is there a three-legged golden crow by your son's side? Wu Yuding was stunned when she heard that. Wu Yuding was also a veteran. Although her strength had improved, she knew that she was no match for the demon empress. However, she came out to ask for a battle. On one hand, it was dangerous. On the other hand, she had to stop the demon empress. On the other hand, she knew how the three-legged golden crows fought. She was also familiar with the Grand Sun primordial fire. If the demon empress was too careless and thought that she was bullying the weak with the Grand Sun primordial fire, Wu Yuding was confident that she could catch the demon empress by surprise. She would let the demon empress know why the flowers were red. The human race was not to be bullied. But now the demon empress knew about her son. She even knew about her son's relationship with Xiao. How could she not be prepared? She shouldn't have known. Shiha sighed softly. She didn't need to say anything. Everything was contained in that sigh. Chapter 1387. After traveling with the Grandmaster of Heaven, Shihi Dijun, and the others already knew about Zhuxiaoduo's name, identity and background. In fact, his identity and background could not be a secret to such a mighty figure. Could not be hidden. After Shihi found out about Zhuxiaoduo's identity, she immediately understood that her son was definitely related to this kid. However, because of the Grandmaster of Heaven's warning, the Demon Empress and even the Demon Emperor Donghuang were moved. This kid is the successor of Rin School chosen by my eldest senior brother. He is the representative with full authority. He also has a deep relationship with Jie School. Your Majesty, if you want to do anything, you have to think twice before doing anything. Don't blame me for not warning you in the future. With that sentence, Shihi could already confirm. Her son must have a huge karmic relationship with Zhuxiaoduo. When she returned and investigated Zhuxiaoduo's information, she quickly found more clues and was even more convinced of this point. Back then, the Crown Prince's Academy did not split up but stayed in the ancestral land. Back then, the 7th Prince, Ye Qiong, had died in the Crown Prince's Academy. Now his aura had appeared. All of this showed that he was related to the astral souls. Under such circumstances, those who were not blessed could not obtain the 7th Prince's follower. Zhuxiaoduo could meet all the relevant conditions. He was a young hero who improved rapidly. He was a genius of a generation and a genius. He was regarded as the successor of the Grand Pure One and had formed a karmic bond with the Grand Pure One. He also had the help of the primordial beginning. He was also related to the 3 Pure Ones. He was the son of the leader of the astral souls and the adopted son of the leader of the Wu people. Along the way he had all kinds of magical and awesome things. Along the way, he had encountered many fortuitous encounters and gained all kinds of magical abilities. If such a person was not the son of destiny, who else could be? Only this kind of son of providence could possibly find traces of the seventh crown prince on this divided continent of the ancestral land. Furthermore, the seventh crown prince had clearly been confirmed to be dead, yet he was still able to revive. How could such a heaven-defying fate and resurrection be facilitated by an ordinary person? In summary, if someone had the ability to obtain the favor of the seventh prince, that person had to be Wuxia duo. Even if it was taken as a pet, was it so easy to take a three-legged golden crow as a pet? Based on all the above, Xia had come to a conclusion long ago. This time, when she suddenly saw Wu Yuding, Xia asked this question after careful consideration. Then she went straight to the point. If he were to beat around the bush, he would only make himself even more confused. He might as well go straight to the point. Yes meant yes and no meant no. They were all high-level cultivators, so they had some dignity, or rather, some moral integrity. Wu Yuding took a deep breath and said, "The Demon Empress is indeed the Demon Empress. You have sharp eyes and hit the nail on the head." The Demon Empress immediately became excited. Even the sword moves in her hands became a little messy. After a while she said nervously, "Little Sister Wu, it's their men who beat them up. Let's find a place to talk?" As a mother, when she heard the news about her son, she was so excited that she didn't care about anything else. It was already the Demon Empress quality that she didn't forget herself. Wu Yuding was surprised. "You don't care about the seal here?" The Demon Empress was one of the top powerhouses of the demon race. Wu Yuding stepped forward bravely. Her biggest hope was to delay her for a while to buy time for Wuxia duo and his wife. Now that the Demon Empress took the initiative to give up the battle, it would be strange if she wasn't surprised. The Demon Empress smiled. "Wu people came today. Of course, it's within our expectations. It might be because of luck. It should be the day when the 8 Zhu Wu escapes. The demon race doesn't want to be a hired thug." "A hired thug? What do you mean?" Wu Yuding was confused. "Someone told the sorcerer tribe about us sealing the ancestral sorcerer, but that person also told us about it." Xia's smile was very calm. "We and the Wu people have an ancient grudge. It's hard to reconcile our two opposing sides. A battle is inevitable. But if we start a war because of someone else's provocation, and we even have to do what the instigator wants, it will make the world look down on the demon race." Xia smiled proudly. "If we want to defeat the Wu people, we have to do it fair and square. 1,000,000 years ago we sealed the Zhu Wu. Now we can do it again. However, it's a different matter if you want to treat us as spears, as ferocious tigers that watch from the sidelines. So what if they're the 8 Zhu Wu? We'll let them go." Wu Yuding asked cautiously, "That's not the whole reason, right?" "Of course." Xia smiled. "Of course there are other considerations." Wu Yuding couldn't help but sigh. She really admired the scheming and broad-mindedness of these ancient powerhouses. Especially broad-mindedness. They could make a plan that lasted for thousands of years, and they could also make the world collapse in an instant. Even if it was an enemy, even if it had been sealed, when it came to the big picture, when it was instigated, it would still give up without hesitation. "I can win, I can lose, and I can die. However, if you want to use us as marionettes, no one is qualified enough to do so. Not even a saint. You can do whatever you want to me? What do you know?" Therefore, the higher-ups of the demon race had already made a decision after receiving a message from someone. Moreover, just a few days ago, Empress Huda came to the demon race palace in person and brought up a matter. It's time to fulfill the promise from back then. This sentence made the demon race emperor decide to release them on the spot. In the battle between the shamans and demons, the world was shattered. The Wu people lost. According to the agreement, they sealed themselves. Hutu opened the reincarnation cycle, established the netherworld, transformed the primordial souls of the world, and opened the great Tao of reincarnation for living beings. In order to make up for the karma of the war between the shamans and demons, the people of the world were plunged into misery and suffering, and the world was fair and the vitality of all living beings. What about the demon race? As the victor, the demon race doesn't have to pay a price. The souls of those who died in the battle belong to the netherworld and are under the jurisdiction of Empress Hutu. If the calamity arises again, the shamans and demons will fight again. At that time, life and death, victory and defeat will be up to each other. Are the opponents still there? Of course. What do you think of being schemed against this time, Your Majesty? Opponents may not be eternal opponents. Even if they are eternal opponents, there will be times when they cooperate. This instigation was too clumsy. Your Majesty is indeed a wise person. I'm just afraid that your brothers don't know when to back down and ruin this counterattack. I'll persuade them. The shamans and demons can't just be used as chess pieces. I think so too. Back then, in the completely shattered world, the conversation between the demon emperor and the Zhu Wu was still vivid in his ears. The cause and effect were clear at a glance. Therefore, the battle between the shamans and demons was the most intense battle in the history of the calamity. It was the most tragic battle, but it was also the battle that ended the fastest. The fight started quickly, developed quickly, and ended abruptly as well. Just when everything had developed to the extreme, it suddenly came to an abrupt end. The world returned to peace. Then, it began a long period of recuperation. Even the demon race's heavenly court suddenly disappeared after the battle between the shamans and demons. Countless years later, during the investiture of the gods' tribulation, the world was in conflict again. Until the final chaos of the 9 races, the Wu people and Zhu Wu did not appear again. Instead, the Taoists and the Western sect caused a war. The various races joined in, but from then on, the various races were exiled to the starry sky. In the many battles, Goddess Huta never appeared. She only used all her strength to regulate the netherworld and perfect the 6 paths of reincarnation. Today, the cleansing heavenly tribulation. This was a complete tribulation of the life and death of the entire race. Buddha finally appeared. Moreover, the Wu people obtained a sage position. Therefore, when someone instigated discord, both sides realized that it was time to fulfill the secret agreement. However, releasing people was one thing. If you fought and saved them with your true ability, we would let you go so calmly. Firstly, we would not be happy. Secondly, this was also a big show. Big net. Someone schemed against us. Let's see who has the guts to scheme against the shamans and demons at the same time. This was a reverse calculation. The shamans and demons are mortal enemies, but they also appreciate each other. Shihi flashed and took Wu Yuding away. She also disappeared. Then they arrived at a beautiful grotto heaven. The demon empress Shihi also said such a thing. This completely broke Wu Yuding's previous understanding. Her worldview was directly shattered. In people's long-held understanding, the battle between the shamans and demons was a battle of life and death. They would kill each other when they had the chance. At the very least, this was instilled in people's minds. However, the demon empress's first sentence was so earth-shattering. The battle between the shamans and demons was a battle of life and death. The demons were powerful, but the Wu people were second. The Wu people were born with strong physiques. Later, the 12 Zhu Wu dominated the world and dozens of shamans dominated the world. Naturally, they wanted to fight for a place and become the main characters of the world. The demon empress Shihi said lightly, therefore they fought as soon as they came. However, although the battle with the Wu people was fierce, it was the only battle in so many years that they fought to their heart's content without any worries. Everything was decided by the outcome of the battle. There were no conspiracies or schemes between the two sides. Both sides fought as soon as the battle was announced. It was very simple. The Wu people's shamans died in our hands and they did not complain. Our demon gods died in the hands of the Wu people, and they also left with a smile. There's no unwillingness, no vengeance that will last for generations. We were all from the same era and our levels were similar. We would not bully the weak. As a Zenith Heaven Realm cultivator, we would never attack a Dao integration cultivator. We could not afford to lose face. Since we were all at the same level, life was life and death was death. Shihi smiled bitterly. In the end, the Wu people were defeated. The remaining 9 Zhu Wu wanted to commit suicide and accept the fate of the losers. However, Di Jun and Tai felt that it was a pity, so they proposed to seal them. They announced their deaths to the outside world, but in fact they accepted the fate of the losers. They were indeed upright heroes. The future was just as we thought. From then on, the whole Eldritch world became a world of conspiracies. All kinds of schemes, all kinds of discomforts, all kinds of instigation, and all kinds of alienation made us physically and mentally exhausted. Even the Kuan Peng was almost ruined by the scheme. He was betrayed by his friends and family and he died. Damn it, the ending is approaching, but I have more and more ideas. I really want to knock myself out with the wine bottle. The wine in it. Chapter 1388. Although we monsters do not fight against the heavens and earth like the Wu people and regard fighting as the most important thing for survival, we monsters also believe that the bigger fist is the louder reason, and that strength is the most important truth. Therefore, fighting against the Wu people is especially satisfying. However, although the duration of the witchcraft calamity was short, it still caused great damage to the monster race. If not for the fact that Zhu Wu was a man of honor, he would admit defeat once he lost and did not continue to fight. Just the self-destruction of Zhu Wu was enough to drag us and Dong Huang down with him. How could we not know the severity of the situation? Therefore, if you give me a peach, I will give you a jade in return. Back then, sealing the ancestral sorcerer was already the limit. It was just a means to hide from the eyes of the world, and it was also a means to let the shamans and demons stop the war. Looking at it now, the descendants of all branches of the sorcerer tribe were still around, and each of them had their own opportunities. For example, the great flood sorcerer, who was inherited from the ancestral sorcerer Gonggong, could actually advance to the level of ancestral sorcerer with his own comprehension. How could it not be amazing? Also, the monster race has experienced many catastrophes. Not only me and my wife, Dong Huang, and the monster master are still alive, most of the 365 monster deities are still alive. This is the cause and effect of the witchcraft calamity. The more Wu Yuding listened, the more shocked she became. So this was the truth of the witchcraft calamity that had been passed down since ancient times. Just like what the demon empress said, if the Wu people had continued to fight against the higher-ups of the monster race when they lost, the most direct result would have been the destruction of Zhu Wu of the Wu people. However, it would also have taken away the monster emperor and monster empress Dong Huang, the monster master, and a considerable part of the monster deities. However, if that was the case, in the immeasurable catastrophes that followed, the monster race and the Wu people would have been weakened. How could they escape the fate of being destroyed by other forces? Even if there were still fish that escaped the net, they would not be able to rise up again and fight for the main character of the world. The demon empress continued, the witch-demon cataclysm was won by the demon race. However, after the cataclysm, the investiture god's cataclysm, and the journey to the west cataclysm, which symbolized the rise of the western sect. After many calculations, the demon race was always in the calculations and was constantly weakened. I was sitting at home for no reason and was suddenly bitten. I'm really tired. I'm getting more and more annoyed by this kind of endless calamity. So, we followed the Tao ancestors' advice and withdrew from the conflict. Facts have proven that if we monster clans do not want to retreat and try our best to hold on, we will only be seen as the target of the other clans. We will definitely be targeted to the point of extinction. Even if we are not afraid, who wants to fight in such an atmosphere of conspiracy and be ground to death by a blunt knife bit by bit? Especially after experiencing the battle between pure men like the Great War with the Wu people, when faced with other schemes, we were bound everywhere and were always furious because of being schemed against by others. Everyone felt aggrieved because of the losses, but they did not know how to deal with it. If they played mind games with others, they would be beaten to death in minutes. Shiha recalled the grievances during that time and could not help but sigh. Her words were full of sorrow. My 10 sons were originally blood brothers. They were so close that they could give in to each other for anything. Moreover, my 10 sons never coveted the position of the Demon King. Everyone knows that the position of the Demon King will end with Di Jun sitting on it for thousands of years. However, after the great war between the shamans and demons, the monster clans obtained the destiny and established the heavenly court. However, not many years later, the brothers began to scheme against each other. God knows how they were instigated. Then, it evolved to the point where they could not tolerate each other like fire and water. 7th brother died in the Crown Prince Academy when the 10 princes were fighting for power and profit at the most brutal time. Demon Empress Shiha looked up at the sky and sighed. The reason why we were willing to separate the monster continent and seal this world was very simple. We did not want to continue to be schemed against and be destroyed by all kinds of schemes. Wu Yuding put herself in their shoes and thought about it. She also felt a chill down her spine. If it were her, she would have fought with a bunch of straightforward people for thousands of years. Everyone would fight at the slightest disagreement. You fight 10 people, I fight 10 people. It was a fair fight. The bigger the fist, the bigger the argument, and the winner could make the decision. Then one day this group of people suddenly disappeared, and a new group of opponents was given to you. Each and every one of them was a schemer who pursued the theory of conspiracy and trickery. If they did not scheme against you, they would not fight you. Wouldn't you be at a disadvantage until you died with grievances? No wonder the Demon Empress had such an expression. No one would be able to stand it. 10 blood-related brothers who grew up together were instigated to turn against each other, let alone others. At that time, the demon race made a prompt decision to leave the ancestral land. It was a wise decision, but it was also a coward's decision. If I can't out-scheme you, can I leave? This isn't right. How could the 10 princes be instigated to this extent? Wu Yuding was confused. The demon emperor ruled the world and ruled the demon court. He had a long lifespan. The princes didn't have any chance to succeed him, right? Come to think of it, if one day even His Majesty the demon emperor perishes, then the so-called demon heavenly court will definitely cease to exist. This is a logic that even I, an outsider, can understand. If the 10 princes don't, how can they still fight? Shiha rested her forehead on her hand and said, "That's how it used to be. The 10 little bastards all knew it. But after they were let out for a while, they suddenly changed. And none of them could tell why they changed their minds. Everything was so muddle-headed. There was no reason." Shiha also felt bad. It was true that she was the empress of the demon race, but her true nature was no different from the demon emperor Jundong Huang Tai. They were both straightforward and straightforward. She couldn't understand such twists and turns and couldn't be bothered to think about it. Of course she couldn't understand. How could such a simple and straightforward reason be able to instigate her sons? But this was something that should have been impossible, yet it had happened. And after that the princes were all confused. Why did she suddenly become confused? Why did she have to fight for the throne? Why did she have to fight for it? Why did she have to fight for the throne? Was she bewitched by Ying? After so many years of self-exile, the demon race finally straightened out their sons. That this was also one of the main reasons why the 3 leaders of the demon race reacted so violently to the instigation of their relationship with the Wu people. Wu Yuding sighed along with her. Shiha couldn't hold back her anger anymore. However, she knew that she couldn't blame Shiha for being calmer than she was. As a mother, she couldn't control her emotions so easily. "I don't know. The golden crow by your son's side." Shiha asked carefully, "What does he look like?" Wu Yuding said, "Xiao and I. My son looks like a dog, but he's terrible at naming. He's called the golden crow Xiao. I've always treated him like a treasure and treated him like a son. The last time I saw him he was already very handsome. I heard that he could already transform. He looks like a chubby 7 or 8 years old child. His combat ability is especially good. He's already in the origin realm." Wu Yuding hadn't entered the Tower of Empyrean Destruction for a while. She had never seen Zhao's youthful appearance after transforming. Her impression of him was still that chubby and very lovable figure. As for the phrase, "treat him like a son," it was a preparation for a rainy day. It was a foreshadowing to deal with the demon empress. Then, Shiha's eyes welled up with tears. "Is he good?" "Very good, very obedient, very lovable." Wu Yuding said "very" 3 times in a row. Shiha's lips curled into a gentle smile. Then her face darkened. She said, "Your son is really lucky. The golden crow is an innate divine creature. He actually took it as a pet." Wu Yuding understood the deeper meaning of her words. She said calmly, "Your Majesty, what are you talking about? If Xiao hadn't met my son, he might not have been able to escape the tribulation and be reborn in this world. As for the pet, it's even more ridiculous. When Xiao Duo hatched the 3-legged golden crow with his natal fire element, the first thing the golden crow saw when it opened its eyes was Xiao Duo. It automatically called him mommy. My poor son, a young man, has been the mother of a golden crow for so many years. Tell me. Automatically calling him mommy. A young man has been the mother of a golden crow for so many years? Tell me. Here's the place to reason." Shiha's face turned red and white. None of these topics were easy to answer. However, she was also able to put her heart back into her stomach. Wu Yuding pointed out a very important point. When the golden crow hatched with his natal fire element, the first thing it saw when it opened its eyes was Xiao Duo and treated him like a son. As the first 3-legged golden crow in the world, Shiha understood what this meant. The golden crow had escaped the tribulation and was reborn. The first thing it saw when it opened its eyes was indeed a natural sense of kinship. In this way, the pet contract connection she was most worried about would definitely not exist. Calling a boy mommy. The expression on Shiha's face became very interesting again. She gently bit her rosy lips with her pearly white teeth, and the expression in her eyes changed. "Yes, he calls my son mommy and my daughter daddy. This relationship is a mess, but he doesn't change. This is the way he wants to address me." Wu Yuding looked helpless. Every time he sees me he sweetly calls grandma to come up and ask for kisses, hugs and hugs. So, this little kid is always so naughty, but I like him from the bottom of my heart. This little grandson of mine. Aha, he's too naughty. She sounded naughty and seemed to be reprimanding him, but she was beaming with joy. Anyone could see how much Wu Yuding liked her little grandson. Calling a son mommy. Calling a daughter daddy. Why did he call Wu Yuding grandma? Shouldn't he call her grandpa? What am I thinking? Is this the key point? The key point now is the relationship and seniority. Shiha's face was like a dye shop, with all kinds of colors, green, white, red, purple, blue, and black. My son has become someone else's little grandson? Little brat, what should I do if you call me that? After all this time, I've summoned a mother-in-law into the house? There's a father-in-law outside? Oh my God. Shiha's face suddenly darkened. Chapter 1389. Cough, cough, cough. Shiha coughed. Wu Yuding kept a straight face and pretended that she didn't know anything. Demon Empress, you are. It's nothing. I caught a cold from the wind a few days ago. No matter how graceful and elegant Shiha was, she didn't want to speak at this moment. She said something that no one would believe, but it wasn't a complete lie. After all, her face was really a little hot. Sister, what did you say that kid's name was? Xiao. My son is good in every way. He's handsome and has a high cultivation level. His name is terrible. He's such a good kid, but he's called Xiao. I don't know what he thought. Xiao. Shiha couldn't help but be fascinated. She didn't feel offended at all. There was no need to say more. Just the name Xiao was enough to prove a lot. Most people would name their children Xiao. It was an obvious nickname. They would treat their children like a treasure and dote on and protect them. Shiha was also a mother. How could she not know this when she put herself in her mother's shoes? Xiao is the treasure of the whole family now. Wu Yuding said that Zhao's treatment was 10 times better. As for how Zhou Xiaoduo trained him, how he ran around the Tower of Annihilation, how he was beaten up by Zhou Xiaoduo, how he was beaten up by Zhou Xiaoduo, how he was often burned into a bald bird by the essence fire art. These were definitely things that couldn't be said. As for the rest, how Xiao was mischievous, how weird he was, how he swallowed resources and ruined countless spirit plants, spirit fruits, spirit seedlings, and spirit roots. These were all things that could be said and talked about in a big way. Wu Yuding, who also had the 9 feet higher sky attribute, wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Also, how he pecked little Gigi with his little sharp beak and how he drilled a hole in someone's, but these were things that could be said selectively. Demon Empress Shiha laughed heartily. To know so clearly what kind of life her son was living, how carefree and unrestrained he was, how he could do whatever he wanted, how relaxed and happy he was. Shiha felt very satisfied and envious just by listening to it. She really hoped that she could participate in this beautiful period of time. That would be such a happy period of time. By the way, he has a sword with him, right? Shiha smiled, looking much more relaxed. Yes, that sword is Her Majesty Empress Wa's personal sword. Wu Yuding said blandly, since it is the sword of Her Majesty Empress Wa, it is the holy weapon that should be worshipped by our clan. Wu Yuding was telling the truth. Aside from being a primordial divine artifact, the Wahuang sword was a genuine treasure of virtue. It was also Empress Nuwa's personal sword. Aside from being a saint of the Yao race, Goddess Nuwa was also the mother of humanity. She had always been worshipped by humans. Ever since the Wahuang sword entered the Tower of Void Extermination, it had been recuperating and nourishing itself with countless resources. Occasionally, it would come out to kill enemies spontaneously. The Wahuang sword was originally Empress Wa's personal weapon and had an immortal sword spirit. It could barely be used in a short period of time. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan also had their own weapons. Although the Wahuang sword was good, it was not taken seriously by Zhou Xiaoduo. For Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan, whether it was the cat spirit sword, the spirit snatching sword, or the 9x9 cat hammer, they were irreplaceable, no matter how easy it was to use them or how easy it was to use them. Not to mention that these weapons had been nurtured step by step since the two were at their weakest. They had a deep relationship with each other. During this period of time, they had encountered a lot of opportunities. They had drunk blood and seized lives, weathered storms, and seen the vicissitudes of life. They had vaguely developed the embryonic form of transforming into divine artifacts. As long as they kept using them for a long time, one day they would surpass the Wahuang sword in all aspects. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan had never thought of using the Wahuang sword from the beginning to the end. Otherwise, if either of them wanted to, the Wahuang sword would have undoubtedly changed hands since it had been in the Tower of Void Extermination for a long time. Even if it used to be Empress Wa's divine weapon. Now that he was talking about it in front of Shiha, it was of great significance. Shiha smiled more and more happily. Her attitude toward Wu Yuding became much more cordial in an instant. In particular, Shiha was very sure of one thing. Perhaps Wu Yuding and the others had already guessed Zhao's identity, but they didn't know it for a long time before. Because the primitive age and the current historical knowledge of the astral souls had been separated for too long. Then there was a problem. They didn't know the identity of your son, but they still treated him like that. There was only one reason: they really liked him. They didn't have any other purpose. And what was more rare was that they didn't want anything, not even a supreme treasure like the Huahuang sword, a virtuous saint weapon. Didn't that mean that they didn't have any intention of scheming? It was an undeniable fact. They didn't want such a great temptation. What kind of spirit was this? What kind of moral integrity was this? After learning about these things, Shiha felt that if she still had doubts about this family, even if it wasn't intolerable, at least there was no evil smell. If she put herself in his shoes, she knew that she couldn't remain indifferent to a divine weapon like the sword of Empress Enviwa. Sister's family is really... Shiha praised from the bottom of her heart. But halfway through his words he suddenly felt awkward. Her son called her grandma, but she called her sister. Based on seniority. Did she have to call her aunt? But who could afford to lose face like this? I'm the dignified demon empress, the first batch of innate life forms. Other than the Tao ancestor, even the group of saints were at most peers. When had they ever bowed down to him? Wu Yuding's cultivation isn't weak now, but compared to me she's still hundreds of thousands of generations behind. Therefore when she heard Wu Yuding say that Xiao was naughty, she really felt like slapping her butt. Not only did Shiha not feel the slightest bit of heartache, but she was even more eager to give it a try. She wished that she could give that delicate little butt of hers a good slap with all her might. Little brat, you've made your mother suffer. At this point she was almost done talking. When Wu Yuding saw that the demon empress was not pleased with herself, she very understandingly said, "To be honest, from the beginning, we felt that it was strange. With regards to Xiao Zhao's background, there were many suspicious points. In front of the demon emperor and demon empress, although we are the younger generation, we are also the existence that stands at the peak of the star soul human race. We boast that we are experienced and knowledgeable, but with regards to Xiao Zhao's background, we do not know anything at all." She finally got to the point. Shiha's eyes lit up. Then what do you think? Today's conversation could be said to be the most difficult and indescribable conversation in the demon empress' life, but it was also the conversation that she looked forward to the most. Although it was awkward, although she felt conflicted, although she was inexplicably embarrassed, although all of the above were at the extreme. But the joy and comfort in her heart were also at the extreme. As the supreme of the demon race, Shiha had never lowered herself like this in her entire life. She had always been graceful and at ease, the model of the mother of the world. She was so luxurious that people didn't dare to raise their heads. Not to mention being embarrassed or at a loss. Being approachable was already the limit. But today, all of this was broken. When Xiao started to have the ability to breathe the soul true fire, we were already thinking. Wu Yuding said, but at that time we didn't know what was going on. Even now we don't understand. Zhao's memory hasn't recovered? When we set off a while ago, Zhao's mind was in a mess for a while. It seemed like her memory was recovering but not completely. Wu Yuding frowned. We don't have much experience in this area. Naturally we can't be sure. Let nature take its course. Shiha took a deep breath and said, "Did you find Xiao in Crown Prince Academy?" That day Xiao Duo did go to Crown Prince Academy to train. But when it comes to the place where he found the golden crow egg, it can't be considered Crown Prince Academy. Wu Yuding said, according to Xiao Duo's description, that place is another chaotic world located in Crown Prince Academy. To be honest, his explanation is beyond our understanding. To this day we still don't understand it. After all, Crown Prince Academy can be considered a paradise, an independent space. Another independent space within an independent space is a chaotic world. At that time, the Astral Souls, the Umno Alliance, and the Tao League couldn't understand it. A chaotic world. Shiha's pretty face darkened. What kind of chaotic world is it? According to Xiao Duo, that chaotic world seems to be suppressed by a mysterious force above Crown Prince Academy. It might not be suppressed, but it's the original chaotic world. Wu Yuding wasn't trying to shirk responsibility. She really didn't know much about Zhou Xiaoduo's experience. Although Zhou Xiaoduo had bragged many times, bragging about how he was wise and mighty, and how he could traverse the chaos, but Wu Yuding hadn't experienced a real chaotic world. She wanted to explain it more clearly, but it was difficult. But who were Shiha and the Demon Empress? They instantly understood. There's a chaotic channel in Crown Prince Academy? The demon empress's face darkened. A rising anger seemed to be brewing, ready to erupt at any time. At this moment, Wu Yuding still didn't know the true meaning behind the demon empress words. She was still confused and didn't know the how and why. This. Can I meet with your son later? A myriad of thoughts flashed through the demon empress's eyes. She had just figured out many things, but she still needed more information to verify them. Maybe Wu Yuding didn't know much about the whole story, but Zhou Xiaoduo, as someone who had experienced it, must know more. And this was related to the bitter history of the demon race for so many years. Moreover, if she met Zhou Xiaoduo, there was a great chance that she could meet Xiao and the Wuhuang sword. Not to mention the Wuhuang sword spirit, she could learn more about the past from Yiqiong. If she could completely recover her memories through meeting them, everything could be sorted out and everything could be solved. They're still out there trying to save Zhu Wu. Wu Yuding coughed. I'm afraid the demon emperor will beat him up. Every year at this time, all kinds of graduation banquets are a headache. Chapter 1390. Wu Yuding glanced at Shiha and said slowly, that brat of mine has only been cultivating for a short period of time. His path has been too smooth and his temper isn't very good. If he gets hurt, he probably won't cooperate. Then she smiled bitterly and said, Demon Empress, please understand. I don't mean to threaten you. After all, our two clans have a very deep relationship now. That brat's temper is really like he doesn't want to leave when he's pulled. Sometimes it really gives me a headache. I really want to beat his butt until it blossoms. Shiha also smiled bitterly when she heard this. That brat of yours not only has a bad temper, he also has a very strong backer. As for the worries of us injuring or killing him, they don't exist at all. Even the immortal slaying flying blade couldn't do anything to that brat. And it was almost stolen along with the gourd. Right now, it's just a show outside. Wu Yuding said, then after this is over, let's have a gathering? After the agreement was made, the demon empress became more spirited. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Right now, the demon empress wanted the battle to end quickly more than anyone else. It would be best if the battle could end immediately. Hurry up and release those few unlucky ancestral shamans of the shaman tribe, and let my son and I reunite as soon as possible. Then let's go out and take a look. Thus, the two women walked out hand in hand. While the two female experts were deep in conversation, the battle outside became more chaotic. At this moment, the four Golden Crow princes had already retreated to the side and were eyeing covetously. On the battlefield, the demon emperor was fighting Jianghu and the Flood Witch by himself. The battle between the three strongest cultivators of the three continents was so violent that the battle space was isolated. Although outsiders could see it from afar, they were unable to interfere. Even a peak expert like the demon master was no exception. If he tried to force himself, he would have to endure the backlash from the combined force of the three of them. Based on the cultivation of the three of them, the backlash was enough to heavily injure anyone in the world. As far as the eyes of the demons could see, the three of them did not utter a single word as they continued to attack ferociously. The demon emperor single-handedly withstood the Flood Witch and the sky-inspecting throne. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantageous position, he even exuded a sense of calmness from time to time, as if he wanted to continue fighting. The Flood Witch and Zhuanglu joined forces to resist the demon emperor. It seemed like they were able to maintain a stalemate, but in fact they were already complaining in their hearts. They were all people who had been through a lot. Before coming here, they had already overestimated the demon emperor's strength as much as possible. However, they did not expect that they had still underestimated the demon emperor. The difference between them was actually so huge. It was almost a qualitative difference. He was originally rejoicing that Wu Yuding had lured the demon empress away. Now the Flood Witch was actually worried about Wu Yuding's safety. Jean Fa could not help but become slightly impatient. After all, the demon emperor and the demon empress Dong Huang were of the same origin. Even if the demon emperor was the strongest, the demon empress would not be too far behind. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would only be able to fight to a stalemate. Wu Yuding's cultivation was below him and Zhuanglu. It was inevitable that it would be difficult for her to fight alone. On the contrary, as the husband, Zhuanglu was not worried at all. He was very clear that with Zhou Xiaoduo as a link and with Xiao as a trump card, Wu Yuding would not be in any danger. What the two of them were most thankful for was that Dong Huang Tai had not appeared at all. If Dong Huang Tai had appeared at this moment, the difference in their combat strength would have been directly unbalanced. Then, everything would have been over. Now it was still not optimistic. Their only hope was that the few Zhu Wistai would be able to escape, combine everyone's strength, and break out of the encirclement in one fell swoop. Otherwise, with the current situation, it would be very difficult to break out of the encirclement. Both of them were praying and hoping in their hearts. Xiaoduo, you have to succeed quickly. Your father can't hold on any longer. At this time, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan had already gone straight into the depths of the catacombs. Without any hesitation, they immediately splashed the great shaman blood essence that the flood which had prepared in advance on the formation map. Then they exerted all their strength, using the 9-9 cat hammer to carry Zhu Rong's fire, and smashed it down with a loud bang. At the same time, Zhou Xiaoyan's Xiaoduo also spat out extreme freezing frost. However, it was the fusion of ice and fire, forming an extremely opposite energy attribute. Through this, it formed an even more violent destructive power. With a loud bang, the flickering formation map shook violently and swayed violently. Then it exploded with a loud bang. A dense space suddenly appeared in a flash. Zhou Xiaoduo still did not hesitate and rushed in headfirst. Then Zhou Xiaoyan, who had grabbed the back of Zhou Xiaoduo's robe, was brought in quickly. Immediately, the formation map flashed again, repeating the original seamless state. The next moment, both of them felt as if they were in an independent world. They were in the void of an unknown height and were falling rapidly like meteors. Both of them reacted quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had already lifted their qi and were as light as a feather. However, they were shocked to find that both of them had already landed on the ground. It was as if they had been suddenly pulled down. At this moment, they were standing on a majestic and towering mountain. No, all around them were majestic mountains. They were so high that their peaks could not be seen. It was more like a deep pen container. Zhou Xiaoduo and Xiaoduo were standing in this pen container. Near the place where they landed, there were 9 people sitting together in a big circle, drinking wine. Those 9 people were still holding their wine bowls and looking up with interest at Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan, who were floating down. These 9 burly men were all tall and sturdy. They had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. Even though they were sitting down, they were almost as tall as an ordinary person. If they stood up, each of them was conservatively estimated to be about 2.5 meters tall. As far as the eye could see, the 9 people's faces were simple, but there was a sense of heroism. That kind of mighty aura that belonged to male creatures. If one had not experienced it before, just looking at the 9 of them would be immediately clear. Majestic and mighty. Even if they were just sitting there without moving, they were still like mountains, as deep as the abyss and as awe-inspiring as the peaks. It made people involuntarily feel that although they did not show any power, as long as they moved, they would be invincible. They could even flatten a mountain. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan just happened to land in the middle of the 9 people. Fortunately, the 9 people were just sitting in a circle and did not set up a table. Otherwise, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan would have fallen directly into the soup bowl. In an instant, it became a cat and dog soup. The 2 of them could not help but be stunned for a moment. They were stunned and did not know what to say for a long time. Zhou Xiaoyan was obviously more nervous than Zhou Xiaoduo. She hugged Zhou Xiaoduo's arm. Her big round eyes kept scanning the faces of the 9 people. Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head subconsciously. What was going on? How could there be 9 of them? Didn't they say that there were only 8 people trapped in this realm? What was going on with this extra one? This was a very serious error in the information. Looking at the clothes of the 9 big men, they were almost exactly the same. They were all wearing coarse hemp robes. 9 pairs of eyes all stared at the Zhu Rong true fire that Zhou Xiaoduo had not yet retracted. After a moment of shock, they all smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that someone from the Wu people would finally come. But it is a disciple of a brother who is no longer here. I don't know if it is a coincidence or not. When he spoke, there was a hint of disappointment and loneliness in his voice. As the Zhu Rong true fire on Zhou Xiaoduo's body gradually disappeared, the unique aura of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer surged out. One of the big men suddenly showed a look of surprise in his eyes. He murmured, "No, it is mine." Another man curled his lips and said, "Don't flatter yourself. Didn't you see that girl's body is full of extremely cold aura? I'm 99% sure that it has something to do with me." Another man stared at the 2 hammers and said, "This guy is very strong. He is like me when I was young." The person at the end of the line said disdainfully, "You're all shameless. What are you looking at? You're all hoping to have something to do with yourself. Are you all blind? Are these 2 brats from our sorcerer tribe? Can't you see that they have the god-slaying sword, the light of the Tai Chi diagram, and all kinds of gourds? How can the Wu people have such talents? How can they have such luck? Ha 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 ha. The ninth man, who had been silent all this time, laughed. He shook his body and revealed his true appearance. He was wearing a yellow robe, worry-free shoes, and a towering crown. He was majestic and glorious, the ruler of the world. Zuoxiao Duo and Zuoxiao Nian were taken aback. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets at the same time. First, because they had seen this person before. Second, because this person was not the second leader of the demon clan, the brother of the demon king, Dong Huangtai. Who was he? His Majesty Dong Huangtai. Zuoxiao's lips suddenly opened. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He. Why is he here? The enemy they were most afraid of was His Majesty Dong Huangtai. His Majesty Dong Huangtai hadn't shown up since the beginning of the battle. They thought that he was not here, but he was guarding somewhere else. How could he be here? After so much effort, they finally broke in. They were relieved. When they were glad that they didn't meet Dong Huangtai, they found that fuck. The big guy was lying in ambush here. Wasn't this asking for his life? Zuoxiao Duo was really stunned. Did Nian Mao and I walk into a trap? Just as he was feeling scared, Dong Huangtai suddenly shouted, "How dare you, little bastard! How dare you ruin the demon clan's plan for thousands of generations? I'll kill you today." As he spoke, he took out the Dong Huang bell. His eyebrows were furrowed, and his whole body was filled with murderous intent. He knocked on the Dong Huang bell with his palm. Instantly there was a melodious and pleasant sound. Ah! Zuoxiao Duo and Zuoxiao Nian Tai moved at the same time. They had already slipped behind one of the Zhu Wu. Zuoxiao Duo shouted, "Seniors Zhu Wu, listen to me. We didn't gather all the elites of the Wu people to rescue the seniors Zhu Wu. Now that Tai Dong Huangtai is surrounded by us, it's the best time to work together to get rid of him. Hurry up and attack together. Cut off one of the Demon King's arms and greatly damage the Demon Clan's fate. Everyone attack together. I'll hold the line for you." Chapter 1391. Dong Huangtai and the 8 Zhu Wu were all stunned. Damn, this kid's brain works too fast. He clearly saw us drinking with Dong Huangtai, but he still managed to sow discord between us. What a great temptation. The 8 Zhu Wu combined forces to encircle Dong Huang. Even if Dong Huang had the Dong Huang bell, he would still die. Once Dong Huang died, not only would the Demon King lose an arm, but more than 30% of the Demon King's fate would also be lost. So, what reason did they have not to do it? That was right. If the Sorcerer tribe and the Demon tribe were still at odds with each other, then it would not be a question of why they should not do it. Ha 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 ha. Roar. Howl. Ha 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 ha. Wah ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Dong Huang and the 8 Grand Magi laughed heartily. Some of them were holding their stomachs, some were slapping their thighs, some were flipping on the ground, some were spitting out saliva. They really didn't care about their image, especially the guy in the middle, who had a leopard head and round eyes and looked like a hedgehog. He almost spat out his teeth. Zuoxiao Duo stuck his head out and looked at the strange scene in front of him. He scratched his head and continued to look confused, not knowing what to do. What's going on? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Dong Huang stood up and laughed. Congratulations to all of you, today is the day you will be able to leave this place. From now on, the dragon swims in the sea, the phoenix soars in the sky is high for the birds to fly, and the sea is wide for the fish to swim. One of the ancestral magi said solemnly, although the feud between the magi and demons has become a thing of the past, the heavenly calamity has begun and the two races are once again at odds with each other. After leaving this time, there will definitely be a life and death battle in the future. Brother Dong Huang, take care. This is the head of the 6 sons, the head of the Grand Sun True Flame. Don't let it be schemed against by others. Dong Huang laughed and said, Dijiang, although I don't have the brain to play tricks, I am better than you. What you said is exactly what I want to say to you. Another ancestral sorcerer said impatiently, don't open your mouth and keep talking about me. It's so awkward. Is it so difficult to call yourself, I? I don't like your pretentious dog shit look. You're just a crow, why are you pretending to be cool? Dong Huang's smiling face suddenly turned ugly. Xian Ming, are you provoking me? Xian Ming shrugged and clapped his hands. Instantly, a bone-chilling coldness overflowed. The entire area was covered in ice. The ground under his feet turned into a glacier. The glacier then turned into black ice. All of a sudden the whole place was filled with ice crystals. He raised his head and said proudly, "You're anxious. You're still like this after so many years. You're anxious because I poked you. At the very least, what did I say wrong? Could it be that you're not a crow? Could it be that you're a phoenix? Besides, you keep calling me emperor in front of us. Do you think you're our emperor? Do we recognize you as our emperor? Oh, look at your pale face. I can't believe you're so angry just because I said one sentence. You're really worthy of being a bye-bye in the untainted land. Today you're still a Bai-Yen. Well, I heard you're still single? Then I should say you're a Bai-Yen. TSK TSK TSK. Even the air froze as he spoke. Zhuxiaoyan saw this scene and couldn't help but feel satisfied. It turned out that there was such an end to the power of ice. She was not alone. Zhuxiaoduo was dumbfounded by what he saw. Seeing this Xinming Zuwu with his own eyes, Zhuxiaoduo couldn't help but think of the ice nether witch. They had the same ice attribute, the same power of cultivation techniques, and the same temper. Their way of doing things was also exactly the same. Especially that familiar cheap smell. It was like a gust of wind. If he hadn't seen the other party speak, he would have thought that the ice nether witch had come personally. It seems like the ice nether witch not only inherited the Xinming Zuwu's cultivation techniques, but also his personality. It's just that the inheritance of his personality is a little too much, but the inheritance of his cultivation technique is a little lacking. Is this the characteristic of the Xinming cultivation technique? This is really breathtaking. Dong Huang was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Xinming, you'll die because of your mouth one day. There won't be any accidents. That's all I'm saying today. Dong Huang was furious. Haha, I'm scared because of what you said. Xinming shrugged. He didn't care about it from the inside out. The other 7 ancestral sorcerers were speechless. Dijiang and Gonggong sighed. It wasn't easy for Xinming to live until now. How could a good shaman have such a mouth? They didn't know how many unnecessary wars had been caused by this cheap mouth. In those years, the Wu people had become the enemy of the whole world. Most of it was because of this mouth. The rest was because of the brotherhood. They couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. Sometimes the Zhu Wu felt lucky. Fortunately, the Wu people only had one such bastard after so many years. If there was one more, they were afraid that it would be really hard to deal with. Young man, Xinming said, who's your master? How can you know Zhu Rong's true fire? Why do you cultivate Gonggong's great wave magic? Is the little girl beside you a descendant of mine? Why does she cultivate in the same way as me? No danger. Zhuxiaoduo wasn't scared at all. This guy was taking advantage of his seniority. You're too young to take advantage of your seniority. My family name is Zhua. I belong to the astral souls. Senior Xinming, can we not talk so much? I was not joking with all of you just now. This time, in order to save all of you, the elites of the Sorcerer tribe and the Star Soul tribe have really been mobilized. I reckon that there are people who are constantly fighting and dying. I wonder if you still want to maintain your interest? Do you have to make it clear here? If you really don't care, I'll talk with you for a few days. Zhuxiaoduo's mouth had been trained for a long time. It had been tested for a long time. How about the Ice Hell Shaman? He had never taken advantage of Zhuxiaoduo's mouth. Zhuxiaoduo's words made Xinming's stomach full of shit. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. He could say, then let's talk. If he dared to say it, Zhuxiaoduo would definitely keep him company. But the other Zhu Wu would immediately hit him with their fists to shut him up. The sky was dark outside to save them. You want to talk here? If you don't want to talk, just get out. Then what you asked just now was bullshit, wasn't it? At such an important time you're talking nonsense. What are you doing? You're a Zhu Wu. Zhuxiaoduo really dared to talk back, especially with Dong Huang next to him. With this outsider present, Zhu Wu wouldn't be shameless. The Goblin race and the Wu people had reached an agreement to let them go. But in order to put on a show, the battle outside was real. People died at every turn. It was real. Huff huff huff. Xinming Zhu Wu glared at Zhuxiaoduo and was about to say, then let's get out quickly. Zhuxiaoduo took the initiative and said angrily, what's with your attitude? Is this how you treat your savior? Are you harboring ill intentions towards me? Do you have ill intentions towards me? Are you trying to target me? That look was so fierce. Xinming, Ha 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 ha. Dong Huang Tai finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. The other Zhu Wu were also amazed. They really didn't expect that there would be someone in this world who could use words to suppress Xuanming's cheap mouth. They had lived for a long time that they couldn't help but admire him. In fact, they didn't know that the reasons Wuxiao Duo could suppress Xianming was because that young Master Zhuo was at a higher level than Xianming and Xianming. If Xianming and Xianming were cheap gods, Wuxiao Duo was already a saint. A cheap saint. Dong Huang suddenly remembered that Wuxiao Duo had sat on a saint's futon in the Purple Cloud Palace. Although he said that he didn't want to sit on it, it was a fact that he had sat on it. Could it be Wuxiao Duo's saint position? Was really? Cough cheap. No sword Dao? Dong Huang laughed, raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Everyone will meet again after today. We'll meet again after today. The 8 Zhu Wu raised their cups together and drank it in one gulp, showing their heroism. The Wu people and the goblin race were mortal enemies, but the higher-ups of the goblin race did appreciate each other. Everyone disliked each other, but at the same time, everyone was pleasing to the eye. Even though they had been sealed here for so many years, they hadn't been mistreated, nor were there any restrictions. Sometimes, Dong Huang and the Goblin King would even come to chat and drink with them. Everyone talked freely and drank to their heart's content. Sometimes even the Goblin Empress would come. The atmosphere was very harmonious, just like old friends meeting. Now that things had come to this, it was finally time to part ways. Have a safe trip, everyone. I won't see you off. Let's fight again next time. Dong Huang let out a long laugh. His body slowly rose and gradually disappeared in mid-air. He had said what he needed to say. They would still be enemies when they met again. They would fight when they needed to fight, kill when they needed to kill, and cooperate when they needed to cooperate. Could follow us? Seeing Dong Huang's figure disappear, the 8 Zhu Wu gathered their strength and combined their strength. Their power soared to the sky. Following a loud explosion, the entire demonic beast Imperial Palace flipped over. The restriction outside had been broken by Wuxiao Duo. Although it had been mended, the flaw still existed. At this moment, the 8 Zhu Wu worked together. Of course, the only way was to destroy everything. With this loud bang, the 3 people who were fighting outside stopped. Then the 8 Zhu Wu broke the seal and reappeared in the world. 8 devil-like figures stood in the dust-filled sky, looking up to the sky and laughing loudly. I'm out. Goblin King Dijuan, who had expected this, also laughed. I'm out. Zhuochanglu and the Flood, which were experienced people. They could see the big picture from the small details. They instantly connected the dots of the rescue operation. How could they not guess that the Goblin King might have deliberately released the 8 Zhu Wu? They couldn't help but admire the Goblin King's magnanimity. The great enemy that had been imprisoned and sealed by him for so many years had finally broken free. Even if it was intentional, the Demon Emperor's laughter was hearty and filled with faint anticipation. It was enough to show how noble and pure his nature was. Gonggong Zhu Wu laughed and said first, Emperor Jun, thank you for your hospitality for so many years. We, the Wu people, will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Emperor Jun narrowed his eyes. Since you have broken out of the seal, you will only be Zhu Wu of the Wu people. There is no need to say anything else. You can go now. There will be a battle between you and us in this calamity. Let's see which of us is stronger. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ancestral sorcerer Di Jiang let out a long howl. This battle ends here. All members of the sorcerer tribe stop. Following this shout, the sounds of battle outside the demon imperial city slowly died down and gradually came to a stop. The sound of the wind could be heard. Both sides had rushed over. The Goblin King shouted, that Wu people's poison transporting junior, leave the antidote and we will call it a day. The non-poisonous shaman scoffed and threw down dozens of small porcelain bottles. Greetings, old ancestors. The Flood, which led the other shamans, and bowed. What is your name? Flood. Flood, you have reached the Zhu Wu realm. You don't have to belittle yourself. You can be on the same level as me. In the prehistoric era, those who are stronger are the first. This is especially true for the descendants of the Wu people. Reaching the Zhu Wu realm means reaching the peak of the Wu people. You can't be weaker than others. You must remember this. Yes. Gonggong Zhu Wu looked at Flood and said flatly, you have walked your own path and are no longer my disciple. You must remember this too. Yes. This time, the Star Soul Human Clan Zhou clan has put in a lot of effort to rescue all of you. If it wasn't for their help, it would be difficult for our shaman clan to handle this alone. This matter might not have gone so smoothly. The Flood Flood Zhu Wu started to introduce Zhuochanglu and his family. He emphasized their help this time. Greetings, seniors Zhu Wu. Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding bowed side by side. They were neither arrogant nor humble. Thank you. Dijiang Zhu Wu said, We will remember today's kindness. Empty words are meaningless. We will see in the future. When facing Monster Emperor Jun, Jianghu said that he would repay him greatly. However, in the face of Zhuanglu and his family, Jianghu did not say more. Gratitude wasn't expressed in words. Actions were needed to show it. Senior, please don't mind. Flood and I are good friends. After this disaster, the Astral Souls humans and the Umno Alliance have made an agreement to help each other. This time I came to help you. Half of it is personal friendship and the other half is expedient. Ah, good. You are honest and sincere. You're a good friend. Jianghu looked at Zhuanglu and couldn't help but ask, is this your son? He then looked at Zhuangduo. Zhuangduo immediately straightened his chest. Ancestral, which you don't have to be so courteous. Everyone looks out for each other. I just did what I should do. Speaking of thanks, it's too much. Jianghu's lips twitched. Did I say thank you? I said thank you to your father. I have given him enough face. Why would I say thank you again? That's my son. My son is young and inexperienced. His cultivation is shallow. Master Zuwu, please don't laugh. Zhuanglu said politely. I just said that your words are honest and sincere. Now you are being modest? I said before that in the untainted land, those who are strong are the first. As the saying goes, young and inexperienced and shallow cultivation. Why can't your son be the first? Your son is talented. The minister of the left is really lucky. Jianghu praised Zhuangduo sincerely. He only left the last sentence that he was too embarrassed to say. This sentence was naturally, especially in another aspect, he is even more outstanding. He can be called the best in the world. As for which aspect, those who understood, so there was no need to say it out loud. Let's go. We will settle the score with the demon clan in the future. Jianghu, we are leaving now. Do you have anything else to say? If not, we will meet again in the Jianghu. The demon king said lightly, I just said that when you break out of the seal, you will only be the Wu people Zhu Wu. You will only be enemies with each other. However, there is no need to be anxious about the hatred of your life today. I will let you gather and be happy and reunite with your people. At the same time, I will also give you a chance to leave your inheritance. Last time, I was in a hurry and did not leave any inheritance, causing a gap in the inheritance of the Wu people. Today, I am quite disappointed when I meet with the junior wizards. They were vomiting blood and suffering from internal injuries that they could not help but fall into deep thought. Imperial Father and Imperial Mother, this is probably the first time in so many years that we have been so puzzled by the actions of the two of you. Just a moment ago you were fighting with this family to the death, and you wanted to kill them as soon as possible. Why are you treating them like distinguished guests now? That tone, it was not only approachable, it was as if he was calling out to his friends and relatives, alright? We can't understand no matter what. This family helped the Wu people to cultivate. Not only did they destroy our Demon King's palace, but they also saved the 8 Zhu Wu and almost burned the Fusang Divine Tree to ashes. Our demon crown princes were also beaten miserably. How did they become our distinguished guests in the blink of an eye? Their faces changed faster than flipping a book. Damn, their faces changed faster than flipping a book. Can it be used like this? Demon Master Kun Peng turned into a golden-robed man and stood outside. At this moment, he could not help but take a step forward and said, Your Majesty, you are. My dear minister, there is no need to say more. I have my own ideas. Demon Emperor Dijun smiled slightly, but his smile had a different charm. Demon Master Kun Peng had followed him for countless years. How could he not know that there must be another reason here? Dong Huang Tai also descended from the sky and said, Oh, I'm late. What happened just now? Why is it so messy here? Who dares to stir up trouble in the territory of the demon clan? I will not let them off easily. Everyone, Zhuangduo and Zhuangyan, The two of them had the same thought in their minds at the same time. A veteran actor is indeed a veteran actor. His tone is flawless and his singing and acting are perfect. Even we who know the ins and outs of the story, can't see any flaws. When you asked the question just now, if we only heard the surprise in your tone and the confusion on your face, we almost thought that the one who was drinking with the 8 Zhu Wu down there was not you. Demon Emperor Dijun sighed and said, Second brother is here. Just now, the Wu people sneaked into the Demon King's palace and saved the 8 Zhu Wu. From now on, there will be a lot of trouble in this world. Dong Huang Tai stomped his feet and said, There is such a thing. The 8 Zhu Wu have been sealed for a long time. Even if they break free, it will be difficult for them to recover their cultivation in a short time. The rest of the witches are just SOSO. Wait for me to catch them and bring them back. No need. The great world is coming. It is time for the Zhu Wu to come out and stir up trouble again. Big brother is right. Then let them go for now. We will meet again in the Jianghu. Second brother, let me introduce you. These four are the backbone of the human clan in the ancestral land. They are the Sky Patrol Minister and his wife and their son and daughter-in-law. This time they came with the Wu people. Now they are our honorable guests. Honorable guests? Big brother, are you confused? They are our enemies. I have my own plans. I still don't understand. You will understand when you come in. Dong Huang stopped talking nonsense and said to the demons around him, I will go in with my brother. You don't need to care too much. Since my brother said that they are honorable guests, then they are honorable guests. Anything related to them must be a good thing. Go and heal your wounds. It is so embarrassing to be beaten up like this in your own home. As he said, he threw out a few bottles of elixirs. The Kunping demon master, several princes and countless demon gods bowed and said, Thank you, your majesty Dong Huang. Some of them hesitated and went to heal their wounds. With his majesty Dong Huang here, he can stop the demon emperor from making any stupid decisions. We just need to wait for the result. The more Zhuxiao Duo and Zhuxiao Nian looked at it, the more they felt like they were losing their minds. Damn it. Chapter 1392. These two brothers were singing the same tune. They had forcefully acted out this illogical drama? Zhuxiao Duo suddenly had a thought. Could it be? Could it be that for these millions of years, the two of them sang the same tune and coaxed their way through? For example, if the demon race wanted to do something big, everyone wanted to do it, but the two emperors didn't. Hence, Emperor Jun first agreed, and Dong Huang then rushed over to explain the situation. Then, they could turn the situation around and make the entire demon race united, singing and dancing happily. He then turned to look at the princes and demon immortals, including the Kunping demon master, who all looked relieved that it seemed like everything was fine now that Dong Huang was here. From the looks of it, even though his guess wasn't correct, it wasn't far off. Especially when he vaguely heard a certain demon god say confidently, His Majesty is wise and mighty, his martial prowess is invincible. His Majesty the Eastern Sovereign's ability to see the big picture is unparalleled in the world. With His Majesty the Demon Emperor and His Majesty the Eastern Sovereign, with both His Majesty the Eastern Sovereign working together, there will be no mistakes, no mistakes. Sounds of agreement could be heard everywhere. It seemed like the concept of His Majesty's martial arts are invincible, and Dong Huang's foresight is unparalleled, had been deeply rooted. Zhuxiao Duo, who received further confirmation, couldn't help but prostrate himself in admiration. These two crows, they are really good at acting. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would have believed it. I wonder if this trick can be applied to me and Li Chenglong. I'm invincible in martial arts, and Li Chenglong's ability to see the big picture is unparalleled. It seems that it can be applied. Isn't life like a play and everything depends on acting skills? When I go back, I'll think about it. It seems like there's a lot of room for improvement. After that, there were no more obstacles. The family of four was welcomed by the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress Dong Huang and entered the Demon Emperor Palace. After entering, the Demon Emperor dismissed his subordinates and used the Book of Luo. Everyone present disappeared from the palace and entered the world of the Book of Luo. Here, a tea table was already set up, and the fragrance of tea rose in spirals. Please. Even though the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress were already burning with anxiety, they still forced themselves to remain calm and entertain the guests calmly. The Demon Emperor even calmly introduced the origin of the tea leaves to them. Dong Huang Tai also cooperated and told a few ancient jokes, which made everyone laugh, and the atmosphere became more harmonious. Zhuxiao Duo and Zhuxiao Nian were smiling, but they were inexplicably nervous. Looking at the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress situation, how could the two of them not understand? There could only be one reason why the three big shots of the demon clan were willing to lower themselves like this, and that was for Zhao's sake. It was the seventh prince, Ye Qiong. The two of them felt gratified but also inexplicably terrified. She was planning to get her child back. But in her heart, why was she so reluctant? The urge to run away rose and fell, and it was constantly budding. Finally, it was Zhu Changlu who broke the stalemate and changed the topic. Your Majesty, now is the clear sky tribulation. I wonder what the demon clan plans to do in the future? Do you want to recreate the glory of the past when the demon clan ruled the land of ancestors? Zhuanglu's words were not baseless. The demon clan was the strongest among the various races, and this had always been an indisputable fact. During the Great Shaman-Demon War, the demon clan won in the end and became the main character of the world. They established the heavenly court and stood above all living beings in this world. Their glory was unparalleled, and the entire demon clan was proud of it. Now that the immeasurable tribulation was about to begin, with the demon clan's strength, it was inevitable that they would fight for the main character of the world again. Demon Emperor Jun sighed softly and said, "I won't deny it. This immeasurable tribulation is about to begin, and it's extremely disadvantageous for the demon clan. Not to mention fighting for the main character of the world, I don't even know if we can survive and not be wiped out. Now that the immeasurable tribulation is about to begin, there are already countless schemes and cruelties hidden within. The demon clan has never been afraid of fighting, let alone fighting. However, we hate schemes, or rather, we fear schemes. On the surface, the demon clan's strength can be said to be the strongest among all the races, and they are a strong contender for the winner of this immeasurable tribulation. However, it is also because of this that the demon clan has become the target of public criticism." Demon Emperor Jun picked up his teacup and drank some tea. His expression was rather worried. Although the various clans and sects seem to be fighting each other, attacking each other and fighting chaotically, one thing has long been destined. If they do not first destroy the demon clan or beat them below the average line, there will not be a true life-and-death battle. Just look at the recent series of battles. Although there are countless casualties among the various races, the real high level and the real peak combat power have almost no losses. From this, it is not difficult to guess. All the chaotic battles so far are merely probing and deceiving battles. Through local battles they achieve certain goals. That's all. With the current battle level, it is far from the point where the various races are at odds with each other. Demon Emperor Jun sneered, "But if it is only this kind of scheming, this kind of strategy is too clumsy. As for your action of rescuing Zhu Wu today, we have already expected it, and even Kunping has also guessed it. That's why he specially came back to deal with it. However, he is preparing to catch all of you in one net, and completely cut off the Wu people's top combat power that can affect this immeasurable tribulation." When the Demon Emperor said this, Zhuanglu and Wu Yuding subconsciously took a cold breath. Thinking about the lineup of the demon clan with the 4 magnates together, the possibility of catching the 6 senior sorcerers and the 4 members of the Zhua family in one net was not small, it was almost certain. The purpose of this rescue mission was to catch the enemy off guard, to catch them off guard, and to gamble on a fluke. Since the demon clan had already prepared, they had already cut off the Wu people's chance to break the seal. But if we do that, we will fall into the trap of others. Of course, we can catch all of you in one net, but in the future we will have to face the situation of being the enemy of the whole world. Once all of you die in the Demon Imperial Palace, the combined strength of the sorcerer tribe will be wiped out, and the rest will not be able to withstand a single blow. In order to avoid becoming the next sorcerer tribe, all the other tribes can only unite against a common enemy and attack the demon clan. Only by completely wiping out the demon clan will you have a way out. I can even imagine how great the emotions in the continent of the shamans will be when all the elites die. With the shamans' natural disposition to fight against the heavens and the earth and never surrender, they will definitely take revenge. But as long as they come, none of them will be able to return. The shamans will be the first race to be completely destroyed. The first race to be eliminated in the immeasurable tribulation will definitely be the Wu people. But when the Wu people are exterminated, no one will care that it was the Wu people who took the initiative to attack. The fact that the demon clan was forced to fight back will only further show the strength and brutality of the demon clan. At that time, everyone will be in danger. If there is any provocation, they will all attack together. Haha. And your help. If your families all die in the demon palace, not only will the primordial beginning and the Tongtian sages not let us go, the Ren school, the Chan school and the Jie school will also take revenge for you. You don't even need to think about the names. What's more, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who have always been hiding and never participated in any disputes, will most likely leave their secluded places to participate in the war against the demon clan. Once the demon clan and the human clan start a final battle, even Her Majesty Empress Hua will not be able to support the demon clan. The best result is that she will not help either side. By that time, the demon clan will definitely be the second race to be exterminated after the Wu people. In the immeasurable tribulation, the second race to die. This scheme is indeed the scheme of the sages. They defeated the 3 strongest tribes in one fell swoop. After the war they will clean up the mess. There will be too many experts who will convert from then on. This is the scheme of the sages. Half of it is an open scheme and the other half is a conspiracy. Demon Emperor Jun smiled bitterly. We have deduced this result many times after knowing that you are coming to rescue Zhu Wu. On the surface, a few grand magi and a few human experts can't involve too much karma. But after a deep analysis, the variables caused by this will have far-reaching effects. Demon Emperor Jun sighed. Even the death of a sage is not as great as the karma of killing you rescuers. So we have decided to do the opposite. Since the era of great battle is coming, we might as well borrow your hands to release the 8 Zhu Wu. When the 8 Zhu Wu return to the world, the Wu people will instantly become as strong as they were during the immeasurable tribulation of the shamans and demons. The demon clan will no longer be the only one. At that time, it will be uncertain who will become the target of public criticism. I believe that when this change comes, the chaotic situation will only be more chaotic than chaotic. With the Wu people's temperament of fighting against the heavens and earth, when the 8 Zhu Wu return, their comprehensive combat strength will leap to the forefront of all races. No one will be able to ignore their existence. And most importantly, that sage's wishful thinking of driving the tiger to devour the wolf and reaping the benefits of the fisherman will also fail. Although the demon clan has released a strong enemy and will inevitably start another war in the future, we have avoided falling into other people's schemes. This is enough to be gratified. I see. So this is the truth. Jianghu nodded and said, then the future of the human race in the demon clan. Have you thought about it, Demon Emperor? Demon Emperor Jun paused for a moment and smiled bitterly. This was the question he was most unwilling to answer at the moment, and even the question he was most unwilling to face. Because it would offend too much. The Demon Emperor pondered for a moment before he said faintly, in the future if there are only 2 or 3 races left that still have the power to fight, and there are both humans and demons among them, then a battle between us is still unavoidable. This is the heavenly tribulation of the Qing dynasty. Other than the immeasurable tribulation, it is also the tribulation of all races. In the future only one race will be left, and it will be the ruler of this world, the protagonist of heaven and earth. The other races will either be destroyed or fall into decline. If there is a choice, I believe that many races will hope that their own race can leave the ancestral land mainland to protect their race. But now that the ancestral land has been restored and the mainland has just been reunited, the matter of splitting the mainland will definitely not happen a second time. Then, if you don't want to be destroyed and fall into decline, the only way is to fight to the death and fight for a golden age of glory. In the future, perhaps, it will be inevitable for you and I to fight to the death. The Demon Emperor looked at Zhuanglu and said faintly, so your cultivation must be strengthened. I don't want to, in the final battle, to defeat you so easily. The Demon Emperor's words could be said to be extremely honest, without the slightest bit of trickery. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. It was true that in the future the entire mainland could only allow one race to exist and become the ruler, the protagonist of heaven and earth. In the future, unless the heavenly tribulation started again, it would be the protagonist of heaven and earth. Then, which leader would be willing to see his own race eliminated, destroyed and fall into decline? Regardless of personal relationship, regardless of any grudges or karma, when the time comes, under the premise of the survival of the race, they would have to give it their all and fight to the death. No matter how much they appreciated each other, no matter how close they were to each other, it was meaningless in front of their standpoint. Not only the demon race, if in the future only the astral souls and the Umno alliance were left, the situation in front of Zhuanglu and the flood which would also be the same. Zhuanglu said thoughtfully, under such circumstances even if the child acknowledges his ancestors and returns to his race, how will he deal with himself in the future? At that time what do you want him to do? How will he choose? Finally they were talking about the main topic. No matter how much Zhuanglu did not want to be the bad guy, he had to ask the most critical question. The Demon Emperor, Demon Empress and Donghuang's eyes lit up, but then they fell into silence. That was indeed the case. No matter how the two races fought in the future, it did not matter to Zhuanglu, Xiaoduo and the others. Everyone's standpoint was different, and they would still stand on their own side. Only for Xiao it would be a cruel choice. On one side were his birth parents and on the other side were his second parents. Should he swing his sword at his birth parents? Or should he start killing his second parents? Xiaoduo said, There is an end to heaven and earth, and the future is endless. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? We are thinking so much now and so far into the future, aren't we worrying too much? Everyone's expression softened a little, and they all felt that Zhuoxiaoduo's words made sense. At least it eased the current dilemma. Zhuoxiaoduo continued, maybe by that time the demon race, who is the target of public criticism, will have already been destroyed. We won't have to worry about such a choice at all. Xiao, you just have to think about how to avenge your fellow demon race. Cough cough. Wu Yuding and Zhuoqianglu choked and coughed at the same time. The Demon Emperor and Demon Empress Dong Huang rolled their eyes at the same time. This brat's first sentence was extremely reasonable, but the next sentence was exceptionally fucked up. Why didn't he say that by that time, the human race might have been completely wiped out? It was so frustrating. Xiao Duo is really straightforward, and he is a straightforward person. The Demon Empress forced a smile and quickly changed the topic. Xiao Duo, when you found Ye Qiong in the Crown Prince Academy, how did you find it? You can tell us in detail. If there are any clues, just tell us in detail. We will judge the details ourselves. Zhuo Duo thought about it and realized that this matter was quite reasonable. At that time he found the Wuhuang sword first, and then he frowned and pondered for a while before saying, at that time the atmosphere was strange and danger lurked everywhere. At that time most of my thoughts were on how to escape. To be honest, I really didn't pay attention to any clues or details. You didn't find anything? Forget it, I'll start from the beginning. Whether there is any meaning or not, you can judge for yourselves. You want me to say that it is strange, but I really can't say. Or rather, it is strange everywhere and everything is beyond my knowledge. I remember that I went in to train. The situation at that time was really dangerous. It was dangerous at every step and death was imminent. Strictly speaking, that encounter could be said to be the most dangerous experience Xiao Duo had ever encountered in his life, bar none. Even now, when he thought about it, he still had lingering fears. Naturally, the experience was still fresh in his mind. At that time, the loyal protection of the 7th Prince's guards was also a shock to Xiao Duo. Therefore, he really remembered it clearly. After I found the Wuhuang sword, there were several messages asking for help from the demon immortals. Then, there was the memory playback in the Wuhuang sword. I remember that it wasn't that the message couldn't be sent out. At the beginning of the imprisonment, the Wuhuang sword had already rushed out with the message in the land of chaos. However, at the last moment, a finger suddenly appeared from the void and changed the direction of the Wuhuang sword that was about to break out. There was also some kind of concealment technique. In short, after the Wuhuang sword rushed out of the land of chaos, it directly stabbed into a mountain. Then, it was exhausted and went deep into the mountain. It was difficult for outsiders to find it. A finger? The Demon Emperor, Dong Huang, and the Demon Empress all became nervous at the same time. They asked at the same time, what kind of finger? A finger. It's a finger, a white finger. Oh, that's right, there seems to be a circle of white light lingering on it. Is there anything else special about it? Something else. It seems like there is. Zhuo Duo recalled and said, that finger. When it pushed the Wuhuang sword away, it seemed to say 2 words. 2 words? The Demon Emperor's eyes were sharp. What words? Ah me. Zhuo Duo said, 2 words that I haven't had enough of. Ah me. Dong Huang, the Demon Emperor, and the Demon Empress snorted at the same time, their eyes shining fiercely. Pah. The Demon Emperor crushed the teacup in his hand and gritted his teeth. As expected, it's that bald donkey again. How long are you going to scheme? You actually set up a killing trap so long ago. You're really crazy. Jun will be irreconcilable with you for the rest of my life. It was because of Ye Qiong's incident that the Demon Master Kun Peng of the Demon Clan was almost forced to leave. The Demon Court almost fell apart. If the Demon Emperor did not believe that the Demon Master Kun Peng would not do such a thing, the Demon Master would have left with grievances. Now that they thought about the past, how could the 3 Demon Clan giants not be filled with righteous indignation? Both sides confirmed and thought about this matter repeatedly. Zhuo Duo also took out the Wuhuang sword to prove it. All the doubts of the previous years were solved. Demon Emperor Jun, Dong Huang, and Tai Yi all sighed. Unknown child is now. The Demon Empress was a little expectant. Zhuo Duo coughed and said, Xiao is out now. You're all shaken up. After a long separation, you probably have endless things to talk about. Now, I have other things to do here. I'm not done yet. Why don't? What else? When I was training in the mountains and rivers, I found the Azure Dragon Temple at the foot of the Whitehead Mountain. There was only a wisp of the Azure Dragon Lord's soul left. At that time, the few of us also obtained some of the Azure Dragon Lord's inheritance. Zhuo Duo said, "Before the Azure Dragon Lord died, he asked me to pass a message to you." Demon Emperor Jun's eyes focused and muttered, "Azure Dragon Lord, Azure Dragon." He took a deep breath and said, "What did Azure Dragon say in the end?" "Azure Dragon Lord asked me to tell you that Azure Dragon did not let you down in this life." Zhuo Duo said each word clearly. "Azure Dragon did not let you down in this life." Demon Emperor sighed sadly. "I should have thought of this. When the demon court was first established, the 4 poles were unstable. Therefore the 4 cardinal saints were appointed. They were Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. When Azure Dragon was appointed, I did not trust him very much because he was from the dragon race. Back then I said something. I said, 'Azure Dragon, today I appoint you as Azure Dragon Lord. There are 4 poles in the sky and Azure Dragon guards the east. I only hope that you will not let me down in this life.' Later, Azure Dragon guarded the east of the 4 poles. He was loyal and devoted, and made the east of the 4 poles become the most stable part of the 4 poles. However, Azure Dragon was still brooding about what I said back then. Demon Emperor stood up, picked up a cup of wine and faced the east. "Azure Dragon, brother, you did not let me down in this life." He gently poured a cup of wine on the ground and said softly, "How I wish that you were the one to say these words to me in front of me." He poured himself a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. "I will allow you to guard the east. Although I had my doubts when I was conferred the title, I have never doubted you for 1,000,000 years. If I had investigated you, you would have thrown this sentence in my face long ago. I did not expect that a doubt back then and 1,000,000 years of trust later would cause you to worry. Azure Dragon, as the Demon Emperor and the Master of the Heavenly Courts, I will seize the destiny of the world and use the destiny of the primordial world to steal a corner of the heavenly Tao." As the Demon Emperor spoke, his body suddenly emitted a rich yellow light that shot into the sky. Just as the yellow light was at its densest, the Demon Emperor took a step forward and 7 stars shone beneath his feet. He stepped on the 7 stars and pointed his sword at the sky. His left hand was like a sword and a ray of light pierced towards the east. His voice was like thunder and space trembled. "I will allow you, Azure Dragon, to have a next life." With a boom, an illusory green dragon shadow appeared from the east. With a flip, it soared into the clouds and disappeared into the clouds. A golden ray of luck split from the Demon Emperor's body and caught up to the dragon shadow that had already disappeared. "Well done, big brother." Dong Huangtai cheered loudly. The yellow light on the Demon Emperor's body slowly dissipated and was absorbed into his body. He smiled faintly, "Azure Dragon, I have not let you down. With this conferment, the Azure Dragon will guard the east forever. The dragon totem is indestructible. The incense will flourish and the future will be promising. It's just a little bit of effort." The Demon Emperor was a little disappointed. He looked up at the sky as if he was still searching for the illusory dragon shadow just now. He said, "It's a pity that even if the Azure Dragon returns, he is no longer the brother Azure Dragon of the past." Another cup of wine was downed in one gulp. Zhuo's heart was a little shaken. Chapter 1393. His memory has been restored? Hearing that her son's memory had been restored, the Demon Empress lost her composure and stood up abruptly. She even knocked over her chair, but she couldn't care less. There was only anticipation in her eyes. "Where is he now?" "Right here." Zhuo Duo sighed. "Right here." As he spoke, he opened the space-exterminating pagoda, and a ball of fire rushed out. It circled in the air and turned into a 17 or 18-year-old young man dressed in a black robe. The young man was tall, had a handsome face, and his movements were brimming with an indescribable sense of nobility and elegance. It was the innate aura of royalty. Even though he was still young, the majestic aura of a sovereign descending upon the world and illuminating the world had already begun to take form. Who else could it be but the 7th prince of the demon clan, Yiqiong? At this moment he was looking at the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress emotionally. Tears finally fell from his eyes. "Father, mother, I'm back." Xiao knelt on the ground. "Little 7." The Demon Emperor trembled. "Qiong, The demon empress screamed and rushed forward, hugging her son tightly in her arms. She closed her eyes and let her tears fall. She hugged him so tightly that she was afraid that if she let go, her son would disappear again. He was gone. Even with the demon empress, an ancient expert, this cry lasted for more than 10 minutes. She still couldn't control it. Wu Yuding's heart ached when she saw this, and she felt the same way. She turned to look at Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaonian. Zhuxiaoduo looked at her in a daze while Zhuxiaonian's eyes were red. She was obviously touched. But the two of you, no matter how touched you are, can't compare to what a mother can feel. Poor parents. Zhuqianglu sighed softly. The demon emperor Jun used his power to evaporate the tears that were about to fall from his eyes. He forced a calm and indifferent expression and laughed bitterly. Zitong has lost her composure. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. My true feelings are revealed. How can you laugh at me? Please have some wine. The demon emperor raised a cup of tea and invited them calmly and generously. Big brother, this is tea. Dong Huang coughed. Scram. The demon emperor flew into a rage out of humiliation. I said it's wine, so it's wine. Are you questioning this emperor's authority? Okay. Dong Huang waved his hand, and the tea on the table was replaced with wine. He smiled and said, if Big Brother says it's wine, then it must be wine. Even if Big Brother says it's urine, I can change it for you. Scram. The demon emperor's previous order to scram was only a light shout. However, this order was like a bolt from the blue, ringing in everyone's hearts. Elder brother, please calm down. I've already changed it for wine. I'll kill you. The demon emperor did not waste any more words. He grabbed Dong Huang and started punching and kicking him. His face was red and he was extremely embarrassed. So be it. Now that the situation had come to this, he was destined to be humiliated in front of everyone. Then he would vent his anger by beating this guy up. After a series of punches, Dong Huang staggered 100 feet to the left, 100 feet to the right, and another 100 feet to the back. After a long while, he finally let out a sigh of relief. After such a ruckus, the demon emperor's emotions finally calmed down. He regained the composure of an emperor, but his anger had not yet dissipated. He glared fiercely at Dong Huang. What a joke. Where did your hundreds of yuan hui's worth of cultivation go to? Hee. In a split second, Dong Huang, who had been given a good beating just now, became sanctimonious again. He took the lead to sit at the table and drink. His actions were calm, and his face was still as handsome and elegant as before. All his actions were so smooth and practiced, as if he had done it hundreds or thousands of times. The demon emperor said angrily in a low voice, "Why don't you go and persuade Shi?" Dong Huang rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't you go? She has suppressed her emotions for so many years. This time, if you don't let her cry to her heart's content, you know the consequences. Why don't I go and persuade her now? Anyway, you'll bear the consequences. Hold it in. Don't." The demon emperor waved his hand repeatedly. Let her cry. No one can persuade her. Then he turned to Zhuqianglu. The two emperors regained their composure, shook their heads and sighed. I'm sorry. Women's emotions are so fragile. Zhuqianglu and his family almost laughed out loud. This way of venting their emotions to the emperors of the demon race was actually the same as Wuxia was not enough. Thus, while everyone was whispering to each other, the demon empress and Xiao were whispering to each other on the other side. From time to time they would even sob. Seeing that most of their emotions had been vented, Wu Yuding got up and went over to comfort them. When Xiao saw Wu Yuding coming over, he who was still sobbing instinctively called out, "Grandma is here." Grandma Shihi's sadness instantly stopped, and her mind went blank. Wu Yuding, who had just walked over, also felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She only felt dizzy and distracted. At this moment, her mind also went blank, just like the demon empress. Grandma. The issue of seniority. It had been there for a long time. However, after Wu Yuding, Zhuqianglu, and the demon emperor's family met, they avoided talking about the issue of seniority. After Xiao Zhao's sudden outburst, there was no way to turn the situation around. The demon emperor's eyes widened and he couldn't maintain his composure. He grimaced and his face twisted as if he had a toothache. Dong Huang, on the other hand, rolled his eyes and looked at the sky. Then he lowered his head and looked at the ground. Finally he grabbed his wine cup and studied it seriously. It was as if he couldn't hear or see anything else between heaven and earth. Demon Empress Shihi's slender hands didn't say anything for a long time. Then they began to tremble slightly. No matter what kind of ancient almighty you were, no matter how high your cultivation was, no matter how powerful your identity was, your son still called someone else grandma. This was an irrefutable fact. Actually, it made sense. What else could he call his mother other than grandma? This was something that couldn't be changed no matter what. At the same time, it was also a fact that had to be faced. Xiao Yiqiong obviously realized that his unintentional words had caused a huge awkwardness. However, he didn't know how to deal with it. He was dumbfounded and stunned on the spot. He scratched his head and turned to look at Zhuo Duo with a silly look. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. Mommy, you have to come out and clean up the mess. This was a routine. In the past, whenever Xiao caused trouble, especially when Xiao Duo was unreasonable, he would ask Zhuo Duo for help with this look. Basically, it worked every time. When Xiao Duo helped, everything would be fine. Although he had recovered his memory, his dependence on him for so many years had become a habit. When Zhuo Duo saw the young demon crown prince, Yiqiong, who had transformed into a human form, acting like a child, he was dumbfounded. Looking for me? What's the use of looking for me? So he scratched his head and turned to look at Zhuo. His intention couldn't be more obvious. Dad, you have to go out and clean up the mess. Xiao Yiqiong was speechless. He really didn't expect that his past experience, which had almost become a habit of his, would be useless. Obviously, he was used to it and ignored the current situation. In the past, when he caused trouble, all the locations were inside the Tower of Empyrean Destruction, and the people he provoked were none other than the Huang Sword by Jiao Yanshirsi and so on. As the owner of the Tower of Empyrean Destruction, Zhuo Duo, except for the Huang Sword, of course, his words were the law and his orders were strictly enforced. Even the Huang Sword would at most mutter a few words and ask for some resources. Everything would be reduced to a small matter. However, what kind of situation was it today? How could a mere Zhuo Duo have so much power? It could only be said that Xiao Yiqiong was too used to being a Xiao and overestimated his mommy. In the current situation, this backing could no longer be relied on. Zhuo smiled bitterly but could only bite the bullet and explain, this. Ha 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 ha. Today is the day that the Demon King's family is reunited. It's a great thing. You don't have to care about some minor details. Words were able to ease the situation that was impossible to ease. The Demon King grimaced as if he had a toothache. He looked at Zhuo with a strange expression. His eyes were almost wrinkled into his nose and he hissed, not bad, not bad. This is a great thing, a great thing. Ha 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 ha. Dong Huang continued to study the wine cup. It was as if the wine cup was mixed with the rise and fall of the ancient times. It was worth studying. After a while, Zhuo smiled bitterly again. This is also a matter of fate. The children are young and inexperienced, they don't know the importance of things. Although it was an unintentional fact, it also created this difficult-to-face reality. Zhuo sighed as he spoke. The Demon King sighed as he listened. Wu Yuding and the Demon Empress pretended not to hear, but in fact they were waiting with their ears perked up. Zhuo knew very well that it was impossible for the Demon King and the Demon Empress to truly acknowledge this relationship and call him uncle and auntie. It was even more impossible than a fantasy. If the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress were to become friends with Zhuo Duo as equals, these two almighties could still accept it if they pinched their noses. However, if they were to say that the two of them were a generation higher than the two of them, that was definitely impossible. It was not impossible for them to fall out on the spot. In fact, it was not only the Demon King who refused to admit it. Zhuo and Wu Yuding also did not dare to admit it. Even if the Demon King admitted it, Zhuo and Wu Yuding still did not dare to agree. Once they agreed, they would be of the same generation as the Tao ancestor and the Demon ancestor. They would even be half a generation above the three pure ones. Would you dare to agree? This was a huge issue that involved the seniority of all the experts in the primordial world. It was a huge matter. If one day they met the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, would Zhuo dare to be thick-skinned and greet him as hello, elder brother? If he really dared to do so, just the Jade Void's Guangchengzi and company would tear him apart alive. After thinking about it, the Demon King refused to comply. Zhuo also did not dare to do so. Both of them had the same thoughts, so it was naturally easier to communicate. Zhuo and the Demon King looked at each other and laughed awkwardly. Ahem, ha 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 ha. Ahem, 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 ahem. This. You go first. You go first. No, you go first. The Demon King refused to speak first, and his attitude was unusually firm. I'm a fucking generation lower than him now, why should I say anything first? Chapter 1394. Me first? Zhuochanglu couldn't help but think of his relationship with Lei Changtian. He thought, how about I call you big brother and you call me father? But no matter what, he didn't dare to say this out loud. If he said it out loud, the Demon King and Dong Huang would go crazy. This is the Demon Palace. He had to be steady. Zhuochanglu pondered for a moment and said, Xiao Duo once told me about an unofficial history book. A certain sect's junior brother was humorous and absurd by nature, and he had a childish temper. One day he forced his martial nephew to become sworn brothers with him, and they had no choice but to agree. After that, the martial nephew said to his own martial nephew, Martial uncle is naive and unrestrained, and doesn't care about worldly seniority. It's common for people to be in disarray in the Jianghu, but because of fate, let's talk about our own. I think it's the same for the current situation, but because of fate, let's talk about our own. Strictly speaking, Zhuochanglu's words seemed to be reasonable. However, he really didn't have any confidence in them. But as he said before, the most important thing was the situation. If the other party was willing to compromise, then speaking without confidence was also a myth. The Demon King rubbed his palms and laughed. Not bad, not bad. Good idea. Let's talk about our own, it's good. The Jianghu has always been in disarray, not caring about worldly seniority is the right thing to do. We are all people who have transcended the world, how can we be bound by it? Ah, good. Dong Huang stopped studying the wine cup and raised his head. It's good to talk about our own, but how exactly? The Demon King said straightforwardly, Xiao Duo and Little Nian are Yiqiong's second parents. Of course they are of the same generation as us. This can't be messed up. Big brother is right. Dong Huang nodded, his face red. This is Yiqiong's fate and also everyone's fate. We in the left minister. Cough cough cough, we have been friends for a long time and we have heard of his name, so also this. The Demon King stuttered as he spoke. Even if he was the emperor of a generation, he still couldn't speak smoothly. You and his son are of the same generation. Then he would treat her father as an equal? Everyone's approval was one thing, but how they declared it was another. Dong Huang sighed in his heart when he saw his elder brother in a difficult position. However, his face immediately revealed a look of generosity as he slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. We are all at the peak of our respective races. Of course we are peers. What's there to hide, right? It had to be said that a veteran was indeed a veteran. His Majesty Dong Huang could play the role of a sovereign overlooking the world, he could also play the role of a commander-in-chief, he could also play the role of a benevolent elder, and he could also play the role of a strategist. Now, when he played this kind of second-rate character, he was astonishingly lifelike, and his acting was so good that it was almost bone-piercing. In short, all the embarrassing things were done by Dong Huang. Whatever Big Brother can't do, I'll do it. It's that simple. Demon Emperor Di Jun heaved a sigh of relief. He gave Dong Huang a look of approval and said, although second brother is usually like this, what you said now is really right. I think so too. Dong Huang lowered his head and rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, what can I say wrong? This is something you can't say out loud. Besides, what do you mean I'm usually like this? Am I the kind of person who is usually like this? Isn't it all because of you? If it wasn't for Big Sister, I wouldn't have bothered with you. However, I've accompanied you, Big Brother, to act for my whole life. Up until today, I've tried every role that my acting career, up until now, can be considered flat in every field. In every field there's a Best Actor trophy. Isn't this what it means to say that life is like a drama, and drama is like life? Is it easy for me? With a brother like you, I'll be like this for the rest of my life. What can I do if I don't accept my fate? On the other side, Zhuochanglu also clapped his hands and laughed. Great minds think alike. I think so too. For a moment, the three old men were all grinning from ear to ear, as if they had put down their worries. It's settled. Demon Emperor's brain also became flexible. He said, for Yaqiong it's not hard to distinguish. Right? Shiha and I are his parents. Xiao Duo and Xiao Nian are his parents. Second brother is naturally his uncle. As for brother Zhua and sister-in-law. Cough cough. Brother. Brother Zhua and sister-in-law. Demon Emperor paused. He wanted to say brother Zhua and sister-in-law. However, when he thought about how he had just pulled her down from the position of an elder and then called her sister-in-law, it seemed that he had the intention to push his luck. It didn't make sense. He couldn't even get past him, let alone others. Therefore, he changed his words to sister-in-law at the last minute that he still wanted to continue. Cough cough cough. Yes, brother Zhua and sister-in-law are naturally his grandparents. Let's talk about our own matters. The Jianghu is chaotic and fate brings us together. That's right. There is no conflict at all. No conflict. Demon Emperor Dijuan waved his hands and used gestures to increase the persuasiveness of his words. He tried his best to explain. He is Yaqiong and seventh brother here. He is Xiao over there. There is no problem. Yaqiong is the seventh prince of the demon clan. Xiao is the successor of the astral souls. They are not the same thing. They can't be regarded as the same person. There is no problem with your words. Demon Emperor slapped his thigh. Zhuo Changlu and Dong Huangtai looked serious. Yes, there is no problem. There is no conflict at all. On the other side, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian were dumbfounded as they looked at the three old men whose faces were as thick as the city walls. They were flattering each other as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. They heard that the identities of the two of them were arranged in various ways. As the direct parties, they were not even qualified to speak. On the other side, Shiha and Wu Yuding covered their faces. They felt too ashamed to face anyone. The words made no sense. The group of men in a remote corner flattered each other and explained to each other. There was nothing wrong with it. It was like three people discussing mathematics together. One said, 1 + 1 = 9. There is no problem with that, right? The other two agreed at the same time. There is no problem with that. 1 + 1 = 9. There is no problem with that. Shiha was embarrassed because of Demon Emperor Dijuan. He had almost lost his mind because of this issue. It was too embarrassing. Besides, he felt that it was not right to forcefully suppress his seniority. But he had to do it. On the other hand, Wu Yuding's dilemma had a different feeling. Because she thought of her own family. Zhuo Changlu and Lei Changtian were sworn brothers. Zhuo Changlu was the eldest. As Lei Changtian's daughter, she was married to Zhuo Changlu, her father's eldest. Therefore, Zhuo Changlu called Lei Changtian second brother. Sometimes he would also call him father-in-law. However, Lei Changtian still called Zhuo Changlu eldest brother. He had never called him son-in-law. Because he did not dare. In other words, she was originally 1 generation younger. However, because she married the wrong person, she was promoted by 1 generation. This was only the problem of her own generation. After having a son and daughter, it was even more chaotic. A son was both a son and a son-in-law. A daughter was both a daughter and a daughter-in-law. If it was her, she was both a mother-in-law and a mother-in-law. Zhuo Changlu was also a father-in-law and a father-in-law. That was not all. Who asked her adopted daughter to marry her biological son. Since she did not let the fertile water flow to an outsider's field, she had to accept the remaining bits and pieces willingly. In the future, she would also shoulder the burden of her grandparents. Until now, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian were fiercely promoted by the Demon Emperor couple. The Demon Emperor lowered his status to be friends with Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian. However, the Demon Emperor and her husband were also friends of the same generation. Her son was suddenly promoted to the same generation as her? Do you want my son to call me sister-in-law when he sees me with this move of yours, Demon Emperor Jun? Wu Yuding felt that her brain was about to explode from thinking. However, the more she thought, the more confused she became. She could not understand. They were a family of 4, so how could the seniority be so messed up? Moreover, it was the kind of mess that she could not understand even after thinking for a long time. She had to admit that this matter was really troublesome. If she brought her own father into this, her father would call her husband eldest brother, and her son would call her sister-in-law. In that case, the little dog and his grandfather could also call each other brothers? Wouldn't this be even messier than a mess? Well, if her father, that old man, took things too hard and forcefully became sworn brothers with Xiao Duo's little friend, would the story that Changlu mentioned just now happen? Oh my God! A certain god of creation expressed that this relationship was not clear and forced everyone to tacitly stop mentioning the issue of seniority. Then, everyone really stopped mentioning the issue of seniority. Since this matter had already been settled, in order to avoid awkwardness, they would try their best to avoid meeting each other in the future. Thinking about it carefully, this was not a big deal. As long as she deliberately wanted to avoid him, she could guarantee that he would never see her again in this lifetime after today's parting. Thinking about it further, in order to avoid awkwardness when meeting each other, it was to avoid a summit meeting between the demon race and the human race. I'm afraid that the friction between the demon race and the human race would be much smaller because of this. Even if there were incidents, they would be minimized to the greatest extent. Since the knot in their hearts had been resolved, the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress set up a banquet. Dong Huang accompanied everyone to drink, and there were exactly 8 people present. Demon Emperor Jun, Donghuang, Tai Yi, Demon Empress Shihi, Zhuchanglu, Wu Yuding, Zhuxiaoduo, Zhuxiaonian and Xiao. Brackets, 7th Prince Yiqiong. The person in charge of turning around and pouring the tea and wine was no longer Zhuxiaoduo. It was everyone's junior, Zhao's turn. Everyone mentioned his seniority except for Xiao Xiao. When Xiao walked to Zhuxiaoduo's side with the wine jug, he stammered a few times and did not know how to greet him for a moment. After all, he had now regained his memories, his rationality, and his brain. He was no longer that ignorant little three-legged golden crow. Naturally, he knew that he could not call Zhuxiaoduo mother anymore, but to suddenly call him father. It seemed too sudden and too deliberate. Zhuxiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't you call me mother?" The dignified 7th prince's face turned red because of one sentence, and he almost covered his face and ran away. Demon Emperor Donghuang, Zhuchanglu and the others were stunned, but suddenly burst into laughter. The remaining awkwardness from before disappeared. Zhuchanglu said gently, "When you grow up and become sensible, you should call him father instead. How can you call a man mother?" Xiao was relieved and hurriedly changed his words. Zhuxiaoduo agreed readily. He drank a cup of wine together with Zhuxiaonian, who was blushing after being called mother. He said emotionally, "It's not easy. It's really not easy to be a mother for so many years. The taste is wonderful. Let's discuss when we can make you a younger brother." Chapter 1395. Zhuxiaonian blushed and pouted. She cursed in a low voice, pinched her flesh with her fingers, turned 90 degrees and 180 degrees, stomped her feet, twisted her waist and pouted her lips. Seeing such a childish scene, everyone laughed even louder. Unknowingly, 3 rounds of wine had passed. The monster emperor asked Xiao, "Qiong, what do you plan to do in the future?" Xiao pondered for a moment and chose her words carefully. Then she said solemnly, "This child has already told Imperial Mother that Imperial Father and Imperial Mother have many older and younger brothers. This child has already left for so many years. So, this child wants to continue following Imperial Father and Imperial Mother. To create a career there." The monster emperor lowered his eyes and said, "So you mean, you won't come back? Please forgive me for being unfilial. All right. Now that you've regained your memory, you must know what happened in the past. Did any of your brothers participate in it? Is that why you didn't tell me and didn't want to come back?" The monster emperor asked. Xiao bit her lips and said, "Let bygones be bygones. Everything is in the past. Imperial Father, please don't look into the past." The monster emperor said indifferently, "Is it the youngest?" Xiao trembled. "Oh. Well, it's him then." The monster emperor sighed. "Among the 10 golden crow princes, he's the one who's most inclined to the west. Since you've made your decision, then do as you wish. I'm satisfied to see my son come back today. I have no more regrets." Shiha smiled with tears in her eyes. "But I still hope that you can stay here for a while. Father and Mother will teach you what you should have learned in the past but didn't. After that, you can go back and do what you want." Xiao looked at Zhuxiaoduo with an inquiring look. Zhuxiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? Since your Imperial Mother has said so, of course you have to listen to your Imperial Mother. Besides, I can save a lot of money even if you don't go back. You big eater, don't you know how much you've eaten of my resources all these years? When you go back, remember to ask your Imperial Father and Imperial Mother for a lot of money to make up for my losses all these years." Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shihi laughed, waved his hand and said generously, "Of course. Brother Duo, don't worry, I'll make sure he fills you up with interspatial equipment when the time comes." Demon Empress Shiha's words were filled with confidence. Considering the wealth of the demon race, no matter how large Zhuxiaoduo's space equipment was, she was confident that she could fill it up in one go. It's not a big deal. Filling his spatial equipment? Zhao's expression immediately changed. "Mother, be careful with your words." Zhuxiaoduo's eyes lit up like light bulbs. He said, "I didn't expect sister-in-law to be so straightforward and generous. I'll be waiting then." Xiao, on the other hand, had a bitter smile on her face as if she didn't know what to say. Donghuang was curious. He asked, "What's wrong? Is your father's space equipment very big? How big is it? Is it not enough even with the resources of our demon race?" Xiao looked at Zhuxiaoduo. Zhuxiaoduo waved his hand casually and said, Say it, say it. We're not strangers, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Xiao sighed and said, why else would I say that I'll follow my father to start a business? My father has a special space equipment. Because of a series of coincidences, it's now a prototype of a small world. No, it's a prototype of a world. It has the earth, fire, water, and wind as its foundation, and the sun and moon as its vitality. It's really no different from a world. Don't talk about filling it up with treasures. Even if we send in all our people, we might not be able to fill it up. A world of its own? Earth, fire, water, and wind? A world of its own? Dong Huang and the Demon King's expressions changed. They turned to look at Zhou Xiaoduo in shock. Especially the Demon King, who muttered, I understand now. Once your father's world is formed, you'll be the only son in this world? Xiao nodded. Yes. Dong Huang and the Demon King's expressions turned serious. They both gasped at the same time. Although this world is far from being formed, it already has the Dragon of Providence and the Heavenly Providence. It already has everything it needs. It's just waiting for it to be perfected in the future. Xiao frowned and said. The Demon King and Dong Huang grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo's hand at the same time. What else do you need? I'll give you everything. At this moment, the aura of the two emperors erupted like a volcano. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't understand. Even Zhou Changlu and his wife didn't know what this meant. However, the Demon Emperor and Dong Huang were extremely clear about this. What did the existence of such a world mean? What did it mean? This didn't just mean an infinitely large strategic base. It also meant that a god of creation was about to be born. That god of creation was even more awesome than Pangu Hongjun. He was an unbounded expert in the truest sense. Lack of spatial treasures, lack of astral soul's jade powder, lack of creation triangle. Lack of treasures, lack of earth veins, lack of dragon veins, lack of everything. It's just a prototype. Of course it lacks everything. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't hold back at all. With such a rare opportunity in front of him, Zhou Xiaoduo wouldn't hold back. Dong Huang and the Demon King were already discouraged when Zhou Xiaoduo was only halfway through. It really is lacking in everything. You haven't even taken shape yet. Xiao hurriedly said, No, it's really taken shape. My father is used to acting pitiful. You'll know when you go in. Therefore, under Zhou Xiaoduo's invitation, the three leaders of the demon clan all entered the Tower of Void Destruction. As soon as they entered, the three leaders were collectively stunned. Damn, is this the bleak space that lacks everything that you said? Is this what you meant by lacking so much? Isn't this the prototype already formed? Just like what Yiqiong said, they just need to continue to fill it up. They don't lack so much at all? It's really a habit of acting pitiful. After coming out of the Tower of Void Destruction, the Demon King and Dong Huang's attitude was 10 times more enthusiastic than before. They held Zhou Changlu's hand tightly and said, Brother Zhou, you must stay for a few more days. We have a lot of things that we need to discuss together. Specific events, specific analysis, in-depth discussion. Xiaoduo, you can play here as much as you want. Whatever you need, no matter what it is, no matter how much you want, just tell me. I'll get you as much as I can. Don't worry, I'll do what I say. For the next period of time, Zhou Xiaoduo and his family stayed in the Demon Emperor Palace. Xiao didn't want anyone to know that he was back, especially his brothers. The Demon King and Demon Empress didn't have any objections. Instead, they gave their full support. Especially, the Demon King and his family felt that Xiao was following Zhou Xiaoduo to be the only sun god in a brand new world. Strictly speaking, it was really much better than his brothers. It was a real bright path with a bright future. This is the real eternal path, the path of immortality. This is the best path that the three-legged golden crows can get. It's a straight path. Yiqiong survived a near-death experience and turned misfortune into bliss. She actually got such a great opportunity, especially without any competition. But remember to control your temper. You can't be willful. Even if you really become the sun god of the new world, you have to maintain a close relationship with the heavenly way. I think we can start building Sun God's palace that belongs to Yiqiong now. Later, I will go and discuss with the Fusang Divine Tree to see if we can split out a branch of the Fusang Divine Tree to accompany you to the new world. After all, Sun God's palace and the Fusang Divine Tree will be the cornerstone for you to develop your future ambitions, and also the place where you can settle down. If there's an opportunity, you can enlighten the spiritual birds in the new world, such as the vermilion bird, the fire phoenix, and the flame swan. That world already has your aura. If it's rare for a golden crow to be born, you can only choose spiritual birds that also belong to the fire origin. You have to be careful to restrain your children. When you're exploring the new world, you have to climb to a high position at the beginning. Remember to build a good relationship with the sky dragon. More importantly, you have to listen to your father, Xiao Duo. If you're driven back by your father, you'll have no face at all. When the Demon Emperor and the Demon Empress talked in private, they often sighed with emotion. No wonder Her Majesty Emperor Enviwa bestowed the sword of Emperor Enviwa to Yiqiong. Look, if the new world is truly formed and Yiqiong's soul is still closely connected to the sword of Emperor Enviwa, the sword of Emperor Enviwa will definitely accompany her to the new world. Then, the divine punishment and tribulation thunders of the new world will be the power of the sword of Emperor Enviwa. Although the Wahuang sword was ranked last among the top 10 immemorial mystical weapons in the past at that time, it might be a divine weapon of the Great Tao. Her Majesty Empress was foresight is really admirable. The two of them were full of praises. They didn't know that if Her Majesty Empress Hua knew about this, she would most likely be confused. At that time, she just wanted to protect Yiqiong from the tribulation and try to preserve the foundation of the demon clan so that they wouldn't be schemed to fall apart. How did it suddenly extend to the new world? During this time, the Zhou family who lived in the Demon Emperor Palace were like fish in water. They lived a very comfortable life. Dong Huang acted personally. Not only did he collect interspatial equipment and Astral Soul's jade powder for Zhuoxiao Duo, but he also tried his best to find some natural treasures and send them to Zhuoxiaoduo's space-destroying tower as if they were free. The space-destroying tower's functions became more and more powerful, and the small world inside also expanded. When it reached a certain bottleneck, Dong Huang even personally brought Zhuoxiao Duo to the Xuanwu Sage, the Vermilion Bird Sage, and the White Tiger Sage to ask for the fragments of the creation plate. With His Majesty Dong Huang's visit and the Green Dragon's help, the three sages didn't make things difficult for Zhuoxiao Duo. They happily handed over the fragments of the creation plate to Zhuoxiao Duo. The three sages only made one request, and it was basically the same as if they had discussed it beforehand. If the catastrophe of the ancestral land reaches the end, I hope that some of the descendants can enter the new world and preserve their inherited bloodline and not be annihilated. This request was nothing to Zhuoxiao Duo, and he agreed without hesitation. After the three corners of the creation plate were gathered, the internal space of the space-destroying tower expanded by more than 100 times. More importantly, it was more stable than before, a kind of stability that was much more stable. If the previous space-destroying tower could withstand the full power of many sages to be experts without collapsing, now, even if the sages were to fight each other, the space-destroying tower could still hold on for a long time. Zhuoxiaoduo's cultivation also improved a lot, and Zhuo Xiaonian, who had been with him all this time, also benefited a lot. With the resources of the demon clan, the effect of the two's improvement was naturally terrifying. As for the demon king Dong Huang, the demon empress, and the others who had facilitated all this, they were very frank, or rather, candid. We have a purpose and we are not doing this for free. A brand new world with a brand new heavenly way is not only the strategic depth of the human race, but also the strategic depth of all the races in the continent. If one day the demon clan is finally defeated and cannot escape the calamity of decline, if the three of us are lucky enough not to die, we will not be entangled, nor will we force ourselves to hold on, nor will we self-destruct. We will only cross the starry sky and search for the eternal great Tao, and will never enter the new world. We hope that the new world and the space-destroying tower can open up a place for the demon clan, so that the bloodline of the demon clan will not be cut off. The day the demon clan is confirmed to be defeated, we will create the illusion that the entire demon clan is dead, and let some of the descendants of the demon clan enter the world of the space-destroying tower. This is the preparation we, as the masters of the demon clan, and also the last step we can do for the demon clan. So we are willing to offer these things, and we are afraid that you will not accept it. Indeed, in the future, there may be a life and death battle between you and me, but the inheritance of our bloodlines and the reproduction of our descendants are already safe. Zhuo Changlu completely understood and accepted such a statement. In this world, everyone's pursuit was different. The poor wanted to have enough to eat. The well-fed people wanted to be well-off. The well-off people wanted to be rich. The rich naturally wanted more. They wanted to enjoy themselves, and it was inevitable that they would think about that after being full and warm. Or they wanted power and then they would reach the peak. However, there were still pursuits for reaching the peak of power, such as longevity, immortality, and so on. The martial artists wanted to become stronger, and the strong wanted to become even stronger. The peak above that was the pursuit of immortality and the great Tao. At the end of the day, it was just endless desire and endless pursuit. It was often said that a certain person's knowledge was shallow, or that he did not understand such a shallow principle. However, the so-called shallow knowledge was just that he had not reached that level yet. For example, the poor would never be able to imagine what the emperor was playing with, eating and using. Apart from the fact that it was difficult for the emperor to imagine how tofu dregs were hard to swallow, he also could not imagine what the immortals who had transcended the mortal world were eating, playing, and using. The so-called immortals also found it hard to imagine why those strong people were so dismissive of the things they pursued. Why were the sages so powerful and boundless, but they turned a blind eye to the suffering of all living beings in the world and remained indifferent? Because every level had its own thoughts and pursuits. Only when one reached a certain position, a certain status, could one understand a little bit what people at that level were thinking, and what they were pursuing. Were the demon emperors and other top experts really thinking for their people? Were they really doing it for the common people? Perhaps they were, but it was definitely not their whole life. However, they needed their race to exist. As long as their race existed, the luck of their race would exist and they would have roots. No matter where they fought in the starry sky, as long as the demon race's roots existed, they would have confidence, and there would be room to turn things around. If there was only one invincible expert left in a race, then what was the meaning of this expert's existence? Other than proving his own strength, there was nothing else. Because there was no one else who needed him to fight for himself. Eternal loneliness would collapse sooner or later, and he would be annihilated in the Star River. Because he no longer had his own kind, there was no more meaning to his existence. It was the same for all races. It was also because of this that the demon emperors and other sovereigns were willing to pay such a high price and let Wuxia do whatever he wanted. As long as they could guarantee this, it was enough. Because the demon emperors had no confidence that they could survive this clear heavenly tribulation. In the end, his opponents would definitely be the 8 great Zhu Wu, Zhuqianglu and his wife, the Heavenly Master Sage, 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 the Receiving Sage, the Demon Ancestor Luoho, and so on. Not to mention there was also a rising star like Wuxia Duo. His fate and Tao were so dense that it made him tremble. Who could guarantee that they could survive and win in such a battle? Even the Demon Ancestor Luoho did not have such confidence. The clear heavenly tribulation this time involved so many races and heavens. Even if one was as strong as the Heavenly Master Sage, the Heavenly Master Sage, and the Heavenly Master Sage, he would still have to face the joint attack of the 2 sages of the West, the Demon Emperor Donghuang, the Demon Empress, and the 8 great Zhu Wu. If he was not careful, he could still die. The prerequisite for achieving this goal was that one of the experts mentioned above had to be willing to risk his life and self-destruct. At the cost of his own life, he would be able to severely injure the saint. Then, killing the saint would no longer be out of reach. The consequences would be set in stone. Which one of these people was not a lunatic who would sacrifice himself for their own goals? Not to mention other things, the Heavenly Master Sage Yuanti was even willing to give up the position of Heavenly Master Sage. If victory was decided in one battle, would he dare to sacrifice himself? Would he sacrifice himself? Or perhaps, among the Demon Emperors Donghuang and the Demon Empress, any one of them would resolutely take action in order to give the other 2 a chance to survive. As for the 8 Zhu Wu, they were a group of unreasonable lunatics. It was even possible for all 8 of them to sacrifice themselves together, and drag a group of experts of the same level down with them. How could they survive such a tragic battle? Even if Tao Ancestor Hongjun was present, he might not have much confidence. Therefore, Wuxiao's backup plan, the space exterminating pagoda, was extremely important at this moment. It was indescribably precious. At the same time, Wuxiao's family was broadening their horizons almost every day. Whether it was Zhuqianglu and his wife or Wuxiaoduo and his wife. Demon Emperors Donghuang and the Demon Empress were both experienced and knowledgeable. They casually spoke of ancient grievances and their words were profound. They sorted out the relationships between them, and strange stories emerged one after another. Wuxiaoduo only realized at the end that the relationship between those peak powerhouses was really complicated to the extreme. It was even more complicated than the relationship between his family. Between any one of them, there were countless grievances and grudges intertwined, and endless karma twisted and turned. They could cooperate at any time, but they could also turn against each other at any time. One second they could fight side by side and the next second they could turn against each other. You're my benefactor? Am I not of any help to you? But you also have a grudge against me. For example, you robbed me of this and that a few centuries ago. Like you killed my wife millions of years ago. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, you killed my disciple. Innumerable bullshit matters like this were interspersed among the ancient experts. After all, there were only so many of them in the long river of history. You robbed me of my inheritance. You took over my clan. You bewitched my successor. There were too many conflicts and entanglements. For example, the ancient celestial clan, the dragon clan, the phoenix clan, and the Qilin clan. Later on, there was the dragon clan among the demon clan, the dragon clan among the demon clan, and the dragon clan among the spirit clan. There were also the phoenix clan and the Qilin clan. No one dared to say that they were orthodox. If they insisted, they would only be ridiculed. After listening to the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress Donghuang's narration of many ancient events, Zhou Xiaoduo became more and more confused about the karma and grievances between the various clans. Actually, it was no wonder. After all, even the Demon Emperor, Ancestor Dragon, and Primordial Phoenix could not really understand and see through it. In any case, there was nothing wrong with fighting and killing when they met. It was also natural for them to drink tea and chat when they met. As for who was right and who was wrong, according to the Demon Emperor, it was fuck. Who cared about such a small matter as right and wrong now? Karma and grievances were not isolated. Due to fate they came into being. After listening to the Demon Emperor and the other two big shots of the Demon Clan, Zhou Xiaoduo was inexplicably shocked. The relationships between the ancient experts were really too messy. They were clearly friends, but they were also opponents. They were clearly confidants, but they could fight to the death. They were clearly irreconcilable, but they could still cooperate. You've dealt a huge blow to my innocent and young heart. I can say that the mighty figures of the primordial times are too good at playing. I was born upright and plain-spoken. I abhor evil. I don't rub sand in my eyes. Enmity is enmity. Kindness is kindness. Black is black. White is white. I am so open and aboveboard. It would be abnormal if his head did not hurt after listening to such a complicated relationship. However, these stories were quite interesting. Even though he despised them in his heart, it did not stop Zhou Xiaoduo from listening with relish. At the same time, he also absorbed the essence of the wonderful story. Those in power could not be black-hearted, but they had to understand what black-hearted was. Otherwise, how could they fight against black-hearted? Yes, that was Zhou Xiaoduo's way of doing things. It had always been like that. Well, big brother, what about the past of Chan School and Jie School? Can you tell me about it? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. Now, Zhou Xiaoduo was very familiar with calling the Demon Emperor as big brother. He could do it as soon as he opened his mouth. There was no longer any awkwardness. The so-called awkwardness and entanglement had long disappeared. Your son is my son. Of course we are brothers. The only difference is that you are the father and I am the father. There is nothing wrong with this slight difference. It is like the imperial messenger patrolling heaven is my biological father. The flood witch. Yes, now I should say that the flood Zhu Wu is my godfather. That is the reason. Furthermore, I am a loving father and you are my father. There is nothing wrong with that. You are not cuckolded and neither am I. That is the main point. The rest are not worth mentioning. However, the enmity between Chan School and Jie School was the biggest puzzle in Zhou Xiaoduo's mind. The investiture of God's tribulation between Chan School and Jie School is another tribulation after the tribulation of witchcraft and demon. However, between the two schools, it is just a battle of ideas. When the Demon King talked about another tribulation, he could not help but sigh heavily. Then he spoke slowly. Of course, what he said was from his own point of view. Naturally, it was mixed with a lot of his own understanding. Zhou Xiaoduo knew the principles behind it. The Demon King also knew it himself. However, this kind of peerless almighties often had their own unique way of looking at problems. With the Demon King's narration, Zhou Xiaoduo finally understood a lot. The legendary investiture of God's tribulation involved the four dimensions of heaven and earth. The four sects of the West and the heavenly court all participated in the investiture of God's tribulation. It was known as the biggest tribulation since the creation of heaven and earth. The starting point of this tribulation was launched by the Tao ancestor. The original intention was to eliminate the burden of heaven and earth accumulated after the tribulation of witchcraft and demon with relatively small losses and weaken the Jie School. Unexpectedly, the tribulation was launched and could not be stopped. It became more and more intense. In the end, it evolved into the 4 sects fighting to the death. In the end, the Jie school, which was known as the number 1 sect, was almost completely destroyed. The 2 battles of the Immortal Slaying Sword Formation and the 10,000 Immortals Formation caused serious damage to the untainted land. After the final battle, the Chan school did not win, the Rin school did not win, and the Jie school did not win either. The Western sect seemed to have benefited and even formed the karma of the journey to the West. However, did they really win? They did not. Then who won? Did the Heavenly Court win? The Heavenly Court did not win either. At most, it could only be considered a small advantage. At the end of the day, the investiture of God's tribulation that was planned by the Tao ancestor was to eliminate the killing intent of heaven and earth. The secondary purpose was to support the Heavenly Court to become the master of the 3 realms. However, under the intentional or unintentional push of several sages, the atmosphere completely changed. After a series of battles, although many insignificant characters had died, the people were also in a real sense. However, not many of the true experts of the various sects had died. Even the Jie school, which was said to have suffered heavy losses and was almost destroyed, had several eldest disciples who had become the backbone of the Western sect due to fate. Although the Grandmaster of Heaven had been sealed, the disciples of the Jie school had used their own efforts to obtain immeasurable merit through the saint's scheme and the opportunity of the Western sect's prosperity to preach to the world. They had used 1,000,000 years to wash away the karma on the Grandmaster of Heaven. The so-called God's investiture catastrophe. In the final analysis, you feel wronged and I 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 feel, in the end it formed a dead knot. I don't know how many years have passed. Until now there is still only one. The demon emperor pursed his lips and said, "Grudges." Later on, several disciples of the Chan school and Jie school were in the Western sect. On one hand, they worked together to obtain merit and wash away karma. On the other hand, they did not like each other and fought openly and secretly. They did everything they could. Until now, the Jie school has been re-established. A large number of disciples of the Jie school have returned. The conflicts and grudges have been directly exposed. Coincidentally, the heavenly tribulation has arrived. Everyone can let go and take revenge. In the end, it's still a mess. That's all. That's all. Then I understand a little. Zuo Duo said, "Then what I want to ask is, can the disciples of the Jie school be considered demons?" This time, the demon emperor did not hesitate and said, "No." Ha! The so-called demon race has to have a racial inheritance. As for the disciples of the Jie school, they are said to be people who wear fur and wear horns, but in fact, most of them are enlightened by the Grandmaster of Heaven, and they cultivate the cultivation methods of the Jie school. In essence, they are fundamentally different from the existence of the demon race. Most of the demon cultivators have inner core and essence core. However, the disciples of the Jie school are the same as human cultivators. They use Qi refinement as their foundation and essence as their foundation to refine their essence souls. That is already a decisive difference. Of course, it's difficult for the upper echelons of the various factions to know the key. Many junior disciples of the Jie school find it difficult to distinguish the boundaries. However, the upper echelons of the Jie school and the upper echelons of the demon race understand that the two can no longer be mixed. The demon emperor sighed and said, "If we can really converge, why would the demons be willing to retreat and give up the heavenly courts and the position of the ruler of the continent?" Zuo Duo did not understand and felt confused. The demon emperor seemed to mean a little contradictory. For example, there were 2 turtles. One was a demon and the other said, "I'm not a demon. I'm an immortal of the Jie school." This motherfucker. Think about it, how unreasonable is this? How can it be understood? However, reality was like this. The Grandmaster of Heaven is really awesome. Zuo Duo could not help but admire him. Of course the Grandmaster of Heaven is awesome. The demon emperor was already used to Zhou Xiaoduo's way of speaking and was unconsciously affected. When the two of them were together, they chatted about the past and the present. After they finished talking, they naturally had to summarize the main topic. How's your world? Thanks to the gathering of the other triangles of the creation disk, it should already be as big as the demon continent and the Wu people's continent combined. Zhou Xiaoduo said. It's actually that big. It's enough. It's not enough. Or rather, it's not the limit. Zhou Xiaoduo said, it's probably because my cultivation level is still shallow and limited the development of space. Also, although the creation disk has been gathered by the triangles, it's still not complete. It can't reach its greatest effect. That's also one of the reasons. At the mention of that, the demon emperor smiled bitterly and was speechless for a while. He really didn't dare to make any promises on this matter. The creation disk is not complete. Of course it's not complete. It's definitely not complete. Zhou Xiaoduo had already obtained most of the fragments of the creation disk. However, the last part of the creation disk was the creation jade disk that had landed in the hands of the Tao ancestor. Back then, the Tao ancestor had used the creation jade disk to fuse with the heavenly Tao and evolve the 3000 great Tao. That was how the current world was formed. Zhou Xiaoduo, you actually want to snatch that too? I don't know if I should say that he's too ambitious or that he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Snatching something from the Tao ancestor was a big move that Demon Emperor Jun had never thought of. I can't help you with that. I understand. I can understand that you can't help me get the creation jade disk. I completely understand. However, I hope that you can help me get something else. It's just a piece of cake for Big Brother. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled slyly. However, his words were extremely casual, as if he was talking about a small Xiao. What is it? Your 10th prince has a gourd. Zhou Xiaoduo revealed his true intentions. He bared his fangs and opened his bloody mouth. Chapter 1396. Zhou Xiaoduo's memory of the 10th prince's gourd was still fresh in his mind, and he still had lingering fears about it. That gourd was also Bai Anjiu's brother, and there was a tiny person inside. The tiny person's eyes lit up, and he almost twisted his own head off. This is such a good item. Since I have the chance, how can I not take it and let it wander outside? Yes, I'm not doing this for my own selfish desires. I'm doing this for the old gourd vine's earnest request. Now that the Grand Supreme Elder's purple gold gourd and Sect Master Tongtian's purple green gourd had returned one after another, the yellow-skinned gourd that had fallen into the hands of the demons was no exception. Yowen's gourd. Immortal slaying flying blade. The demon emperor pondered for a moment and said, You have to take it yourself. It doesn't make sense for me to force you to take the secret treasure that I've already given you. I can only guarantee that if you take it with your own strength, it's your ability and I won't pursue the matter. However, if you can't take it, it means that you're not fated with the treasure, and it's not something that can be forcefully resisted by humans. That's good. Big Brother is generous. As a brother, I'm grateful. Zhou Xiaoduo was full of confidence, as if the yellow gourd was already in his hands. The next day. 10th Prince. I heard that you're invincible in one-on-one combat. Do you dare to fight with me? Under the gaze of hundreds of demon gods, several demon crown princes, the demon emperor, the demon empress, and Zhuchanglu. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of demon soldiers. On the military field outside the demon emperor palace, Zhou Xiaoduo stood on a high platform, and his voice was as loud as a bell. I guess you don't dare. You're a coward who's been known for scheming against others since ancient times. The 10th Prince Yuan was instantly enraged upon hearing that. Zhou Xiaoduo, who do you think I don't dare? Do you dare to say another word? I said you don't dare. I said you don't dare, you coward. Don't say one word, I'll say 100 or 1,000 times, you coward. I don't dare? The 10th Prince was so angry that he laughed. You think too highly of yourself. Ha! You dare? You really dare? If you want to fight, then let's fight. Hee, but as an elder, how can I have the nerve to fight with a junior like you? It's an unfair victory, Zhou Xiaoduo said proudly. The 10th Crown Prince was so angry that his stomach almost burst. You fucking challenged me in front of so many people, insulted me and made it clear that you wanted to fight me. In the end, I accepted the challenge, but you actually avoided it. Are you kidding me? You even keep saying that you're an elder and a junior, and that it's an unfair victory. How do you have the face to say that? Can you be more humane? I don't know why my father is so blind. Even if this brat is lucky enough to become the Taishang sage's representative in this calamity, he doesn't have to call this brat brother. He's really old and muddle-headed. The 10th prince was infuriated. He leaped into the air and shouted, "Zhuxiaoduo, come and fight me. Come and fight me to the death. Let me see how you won without honor and see who is the laughingstock here." Young people are so impulsive. Zhuxiaoduo sighed with his hands behind his back. You want to fight to the death so easily. You've lived for so many years, but your temperament is still so unstable. Can't I, as an elder, give you some advice? Everyone who heard him was at a loss. You've already insulted him to the point of his soul exploding, and you still have the nerve to say that his temperament is unstable. How old are you? How can you talk about teaching him a lesson every time you open your mouth? Zhuxiaoduo, come up. I'm not going up. Zhuxiaoduo said reservedly, I've never fought a meaningless battle. Why would I fight to the death over a dispute of personal feelings? Don't tell me that cultivators of my generation who have learned a lot of skills do not advance for the great Tao, but only to fight bravely? How childish. How shallow is that? He was the one who provoked the 10th crown prince first. Now that he was challenged, not only did he not fight, he even taught the person who accepted the challenge a lesson. The demons present all grimaced. There was actually such a person in this world. What do you want for you to fight? The 10th crown prince was going crazy. How about this? Look at you. If I don't fight with you, I really can't let you know how difficult the world is. There's always someone better than you. Zhuxiaoduo sighed and said, how about this? He flipped his hand and a gourd appeared in his hand. It was the purple gold gourd. This is the purple gold gourd that the Grand Supreme Saint gave me. There are 2 bottles of 9 transformations golden pills in it. Zhuxiaoduo said magnanimously, as an elder, I have to let you take advantage of me. Although it's a gourd wager, if I lose, not only will this purple gold gourd, but the 2 bottles of golden pills in it will also be yours. However, if you lose, your yellow gourd will be mine. How about that? The 10th crown prince was furious. All right. It's a deal. Although he was angry, he was not stupid. Zhuxiaoduo's purple gold gourd was clearly of a higher grade than his. After all, it was a secret treasure refined by the most powerful saint. Moreover, there were 2 cauldrons of 9 transformations golden pills in it. Purely based on the stakes of the bet, he was indeed the one who had gained a huge advantage. However, after the previous battle, he knew that he might not be Zhuxiaoduo's match if he did not use a Dharma treasure. He said loudly, I agree to this wager. However, the immortal slaying flying dagger is my natal Dharma treasure. I will not abandon it. In the gourd, the 10th crown prince held a long spear and charged left and right, probing in all directions. However, he seemed to be in the void and chaos. No matter how hard he tried, he could not fly out. Moreover, no matter where he rushed, there was a ball of fire that burned fiercely. The crown prince was born with the golden crow's sacred body. He was not afraid of fire and could even use all kinds of fire for his own use. However, the purple gold gourd contained the grand pure one's true samadhi fire. How could it be so easy to endure? Zhuxiaoduo had no intention of harming his life. He had instructed the purple gold gourd to deal with it appropriately and not use the power of the true samadhi fire. Otherwise, the 10th crown prince would have turned into ashes. That the 10th crown prince refused to give up and continued to fight everywhere, hoping to be lucky. Suddenly, 2 rays of light, one white and one black, appeared quietly. They were Bai Bai and Jiao. With a cry, the 2 of them each held a pair of sledgehammers and fought with the 10th crown prince in the gourd. After a while, another child in purple came out. He imitated Bai Bai and Jiao and also held a pair of sledgehammers and joined the battle. The more the 10th crown prince fought, the more strenuous it became. In his fury, he took out the immortal slaying flying blade. He did not expect that the natal Dharma treasure that he claimed to have cultivated with his life would not open no matter how he summoned it. If the gourd did not open, the immortal slaying flying blade inside naturally could not come out. The 10th crown prince felt his heart swell. My natal Dharma treasure is actually disobedient now. In this case, how is the gourd different from trash? What use do I have for you? Chapter 1397. Well, it was not completely useless. It even had a new function, chatting. A child in yellow clothes came out and sat on the gourd to watch him fight. Then he chatted with the other 3 gourd children intimately. Ah, you're all here. I thought I saw wrongly last time. What would you do if we didn't come? I don't know what to do. Anyway, I'm just a gourd. Is this little 8 and little 9? There's a new one? TSK. They're not bad looking. I actually have a younger sister. It's Bye and Gio. They're drinking wine. Not bad. Look at their potential. Both of them are stronger than us. Nonsense. We've all been refined and turned into magic treasures. Our potential is limitless. The 2 of them are raised as sons and daughters by someone with great providence. How can they be the same? I'm so envious. I want to be raised as a son too. Why don't I have such luck? Who wouldn't be envious? What about you? Where did you end up? Speaking of my fate, I'm still considered passable. I followed the Grand Pure Sage. At first I could still participate in battles and come out to play occasionally. Later on I was completely used as a storage unit. This old man has many magic treasures. Usually he only uses me as a storage unit. In these hundreds of Yuan Hui, I've only appeared once and stayed in the human world for more than 10 years. I can't bear to look back on the past. I was only thrown out recently. I'm living happily with little 8 and little 9. You've reunited? So, you're being raised as a son by someone with great providence? Not really. They're blood-related. At most, I'm a godson. How can a godson compare to a biological son or daughter? The yellow gourd showed sincere envy. Even if he's a godson, he's still a son. I'm so envious that you're reunited and raised as sons. Woohoo. I really want to be a son. A godson is fine too. It doesn't matter if I'm a son or a godson. Anyway, I'm living a good life now. You don't know little 8 and little 9 still have the supplies their mother left for them. It's as boundless as the ocean. They can swim as much as they want in it. I've swum in there a few times. It's so comfortable. I want to swim too. TSK, your master treats you like a treasure. How could he allow you to go? It's not up to him. Do you think I don't know what happened just now? After a while, I, as the master, will accept my loss and will no longer be my master. I will soon be able to become a son. That makes sense. By the way, you're just my godson in the past. Don't even think about climbing over my head. Understood. We are all godson. You should tell me quickly. What is Mother's Sea of Vitality like? Wait, how is our mother now? You'll know soon enough. I'm looking forward to it. Let's hurry up and finish it. 3 gourds were fighting, and one was chatting. The 10th crown prince was so angry that his eyes were about to crack and smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. There was actually such a thing in the world. The magical equipment that he had cultivated with his life for who knows how many years was actually not listening to his command. He obviously didn't know the crux of the matter, and the current situation was normal. The immortal slaying flying dagger hidden in the yellow-skinned gourd was one of the few killing weapons in the primordial age. Only supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasures could withstand it, and even harder to shield its killing aura. On the other hand, if the yellow-skinned gourd didn't release the immortal slaying flying dagger, the dagger could only stare helplessly. Apart from being a supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasure, the yellow-skinned gourd was also a Khanate life form. It naturally had its own consciousness. How could it not know that releasing the immortal slaying flying dagger would deal with his own brother? Whether his brother was afraid of the immortal slaying flying dagger was one matter, but whether he released it or not was another matter. Anyway, he also hoped that his side would quickly lose and he would be defeated so that he could reunite with his 3 brothers and sisters. Not listening to his command and having no moral integrity was the most important thing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A spear appeared out of thin air, emitting black smoke as it rushed over. As soon as it met, it drilled a hole in the 10th prince's long spear. Following that, it pierced through the 10th prince's thigh. Immediately, blood flowed out, but it was immediately engulfed in flames. Seeing this, the 10th prince was scared out of his wits. God-slaying spear? It was actually the God-slaying spear? My God, why did the God-slaying spear appear here? I admit defeat. You can't admit defeat. It hasn't been 4 hours yet. It's still early. Continue. Today we, the Calabash brothers, will join forces to fight the Demon Crown Prince. How can we not write a beautiful story? Then another Calabash popped out. Looking carefully, this Calabash who joined last was in a phantom state. It said excitedly, "Let's go together. How can I be left out?" But the phantom opened its small mouth, and 2 Chilins suddenly appeared. They brazenly entered the battle and surrounded the 10th prince. Then the number of people in the chat group became 5. 5 calabashes gathered to chat. It was the spirit clone of the Grandmaster of Heaven's calabash. He sensed it and rushed over to join in the fun. For a moment, the calabash in the calabash had a meeting, and it was very lively. The 10th Crown Prince was increasingly at a disadvantage. He was unable to parry or retaliate. But the 10th Prince's calabash still clapped his hands and shouted from time to time, "Come on, come on." But the target of his cheering was not the 10th Prince, but the enemy of the 10th Prince. That this battle could be considered as a new beginning, and it was full of fun. Any expert from the ancient times would shed tears of sympathy if they saw such a situation. With 4 calabashes and the god-slaying spear working together, even the Demon Crown Prince might not be able to win. Not to mention the Demon Crown Prince, who was betrayed by his own magic treasure. The 10th Prince felt like he was being beaten every minute and every second. He could not help but cry out miserably, "What's the time limit? Say something." 4 hours, Abai said. "How long has it been? It's almost over, right?" "It's not even an hour now. Take your time." The 10th Prince growled in despair. He felt his vision turn black. In other words, he still had to endure 3 hours of crazy ravaging. Before he could be released? What the fuck is this? The 10th Prince held his head with one hand and covered his crotch with the other. He shouted in grief and indignation, "Can you stop using the god-slaying spear? I won't resist any more." Then he squatted on the ground. "Yen Shirsi, go back. We don't need you here." Abai gave the order. Yen Shirsi flew away unwillingly. The situation was better than him. The calabashes were having a meeting, so he had no say in it. Next, punches, kicks, and hammers landed on the 10th Prince's body continuously. It was an unprecedented crazy beating that would make anyone who heard it cry that it was purely a one-sided beating. The 10th Prince was like a rubber ball that was being beaten and kicked around. In less than 2 hours, his body was swollen twice that. But why would the calabashes care about this? They felt that it was very satisfying to chat and fight at the same time. So, they continued to beat and talk at the same time. They were already used to it. They giggled. How fun. Outside. Demon Empress Shihi frowned. Can Yuan come out by herself? Demon Crown Prince pursed his lips. You're thinking too much. There are at least 3 calabashes inside. Do you think he can come out after beating him up? This is a supreme grade treasure that the Grand Pure One has nurtured for his entire life. Not to mention him, even we would have to put in a lot of effort to get out if we accidentally fall into it. Then isn't he going to lose for sure? When he flew into a rage, he had already lost. You have to thank Brother Little Duo for not wanting to take his life. If he had the slightest bit of evil intentions, dying 100 times over wouldn't be a big deal. Demon Crown Prince sighed. Demon Empress rolled her eyes. This brat plotted to steal my son's treasure, and I actually have to thank him for showing mercy. She sighed as she thought about it. The Grand Pure One and the Grand Pure One had already handed over their calabashes. Her son was nothing. Finally, 4 hours passed. Under everyone's gaze, the purple gold calabash suddenly shook violently. With a soft thud, the 10th Prince seemed to have appeared out of thin air and landed on the ground. However, everyone's eyes trembled violently. The 10th Prince who came out was like a rubber ball. His entire body seemed to be swollen several times. He rolled freely on the ground and didn't stop for a long time. Demon Empress widened her eyes as she looked at the rolling ball. That's my son? My son has been beaten to this state? So, round? Who beat him up? Isn't this too ruthless? Without waiting for the Demon Empress to pursue the matter, and before she could step forward to protect Wuxia Duo, who was standing outside the gourd and waiting for the result, flung out a beam of light almost immediately. The Grand Sun True Fire immediately poured down on the 10th Prince's body. To the Golden Crow, this thing was the best healing panacea, an eternal natal divine medicine. After a while, Chapter 1398. Wuxia smiled and said, That is indeed the case. This is a karma that cannot be avoided. Therefore this battle must be fought. The 10th Crown Prince snorted and said, I guessed it the moment you brought up the challenge. I am not as skilled as you. It is not an injustice to lose to a person of great fortune like you. Then he threw the elixir into his mouth and sat down cross-legged to heal his wounds. The Grand Sun True Fire could heal the internal and external injuries of the pure-blooded Golden Crow, but the greatest damage to the 10th Crown Prince came from his heart and mind. Although the 9 Transformations Golden Elixir could not heal these injuries, it could greatly increase the 10th Crown Prince's cultivation and repair his mind. It could be said to be the best elixir at the moment. Zhuxiao Duo laughed and said gracefully, "You are indeed the Crown Prince of the Demon Emperor. You know when to pick up and when to let go." Everyone nodded inwardly when they heard this. The 10th Crown Prince's gracefulness was indeed admirable. The only mistake was that he accepted the challenge when he could have avoided it. Firstly, he knew that Zhuxiao Duo wanted to steal his treasures, but his imperial father and imperial mother were clearly here, yet they didn't stop him. Their tacit approval was obvious, so he couldn't avoid it. Secondly, he also had a greedy heart and hoped for a fluke. After all, if he won he would have a great advantage. Under the influence of his greed, he knew that his chances of winning weren't high, but he still wanted to fight with all his might. It was due to the combination of several factors that the outcome of this battle was already decided. Or else, with the yellow-skinned calabash in front of him, Zhuxiao Duo was already determined to scheme. Furthermore, with the karma of Xiao, it was almost inevitable that the 10th Crown Prince would be killed by Zhuxiao Duo when he had the chance. Why did the phrase, "a small token of appreciation from Xiao," not have a double meaning? Of course, after investigating Zhuxiao Duo, the 10th Crown Prince already had misgivings. This was also the key to his compromise. After all, the rumored Iron Fist young master had a vicious temperament and treacherous methods. Everyone knew this in their hearts. This man would definitely not show mercy, especially in order to achieve his goal. He would do anything by fair means or foul. In addition, this guy was shameless and shameless. He was extremely dangerous. It would be better to end things as soon as possible. At this moment, a woman's voice came from the sky. She said indifferently, "The 10th Crown Prince of the Demon Clan, Crown Prince Yuan. I've heard so much about you. First there was Hongjun, then there was Heaven. Dao Monarch Luya is even before you. How domineering." Everyone looked up in the direction of the voice. A white cloud in the sky suddenly transformed into the appearance of a woman. The person who came was dressed in snow-white clothes. She was cold and unapproachable. She was extremely beautiful. When Zhuxiaoyan saw her, she instinctively called out, "Sister Yun Xiao?" All the demon gods raised their heads in unison, their faces solemn. "Fairy Yun Xiao." The 10th Crown Prince let out a long sigh and said, "Fairy, how have you been?" Yun Xiao first smiled at Zhuxiao Duo and Zhuxiaoyan before saying to the 10th Crown Prince, "Dao Monarch Luya, that's what I wanted to say to you. It's good that you've been well since we last met." Her gaze was cold and her face was frosty. Her aura was cold and her aura was like a sword that was carved into her bones. She bit her lips and said word by word, "For so many years I've been praying to the heavens at the bottom of Qilin Cliff day and night. I prayed that you, Dao Monarch Luya, would be healthy and have a long lifespan. I prayed that you wouldn't meet a strong enemy and die in the hands of others. I prayed that you would have a smooth journey and that you would live until I leave Qilin Cliff." These words were full of praises for the good and kind. But in everyone's ears there was not a single person who didn't shudder. Including the Demon Emperor Dong Huang and the Demon Empress, their expressions changed drastically. Every word seemed to be praising and praying for kindness. However, the hatred in every word was so deep that it made one's heart bleed. It was a ghastly sight. It was a bone-deep hatred that could not be extinguished for generations. The 10th Crown Prince said softly, "Fairy Yun Xiao, why do you have to be like this? The past is over." Yun Xiao smiled coldly and said coldly, "The past is over? I know that you really want the past to be over. However, it's all thanks to you that I can survive at the bottom of Qilin Cliff for so many years. If not for the fact that you're still in this world, my Dao heart would have shattered long ago. I would have collapsed and died. If not for the fact that you're still in this world, I would have died under Ronding's Dao heart attack. Just because you're still alive, I can't die no matter what. Just because you're still in this world, even if the saints and Dao ancestors are gathered, I won't die without a fight." Luya. Yun Xiao suddenly roared into the sky. The wind and clouds surged and the world changed. "Do you still remember Zhao Gongming? Do you still remember my 2 sisters? Luya. You're weaker than others. When you schemed to harm others, did you ever think that you're the son of the Demon Emperor? Dong Huang's nephew? Are you worthy of your identity? Are you worthy of the title of Demon Crown Prince? The past is over? With all the karma in front of you, how can the past be over?" Yun Zhao's aura was like a rainbow. Her eyes slowly turned blood red. Her previous otherworldly immortal beauty was no longer there. She was filled with a murderous aura. You've just fought and are injured. Although you can do despicable and shameless things, I, Yun Xiao, can't do anything to take advantage of others. I'll give you 4 hours to recover. After 4 hours, we'll fight to the death in front of your Demon Emperor Palace in front of your father and mother. We'll end everything. After saying that, Yun Xiao stood in midair with her hands behind her back. Her cold eyes looked at the 10th Crown Prince without blinking. The Demon Emperor rose on a cloud and said calmly, Fairy Yun Xiao, I'm Di Jun. From the perspective of the perfected Shanqing, Fairy Yun Xiao should call me Uncle Master. However, that's fine. Does Fairy Yun Xiao think so? Fairy Yun Xiao cupped her hands and bowed respectfully. Disciple of Jie School Yun Xiao, greets Uncle Master Demon Emperor. His words and actions actually followed the proper etiquette and were very strict. Di Jun sighed softly and said, I'm ashamed to be addressed as Uncle Master by you. If Uncle Master has something to say, why don't you speak frankly? What Yuan did back then was indeed a mistake. Furthermore, it was a grave mistake. The Demon Emperor said slowly, Your master mentioned this matter to me in the Purple Cloud Palace some time ago. I once promised senior brother Tongtian that I would definitely bring Yuan to the Green Turing Palace to beg for forgiveness. About this, disciple niece Yun Xiao should know. Yun Xiao said slowly, When Master returned, he told me that Uncle Master and Anti-Demon Emperor wanted to bring Yuan over to beg for forgiveness. However, the karma of the grudge back then was caused by my family being killed for no reason. Therefore, Master did not intend to make a decision for me. Instead, he specially asked me how he planned to deal with this matter. What did you say? The Demon Emperor sighed in his heart. I told Master that the blood feud is irreconcilable. I don't want others to settle the karma on my behalf. I'm unwilling even if Master wants to settle it personally. I, Yun Xiao, have a deep feud with this Tao Lord Luya. We can't live under the same sky. Either he will be consigned to eternal damnation or I, Yun Xiao, will die. We can't live under the same sky. Fairy Yun Xiao stood in the clouds with her white robes fluttering. Her expression was stern and her words were like swords. I understand that this person is the beloved son of Uncle Master Demon Emperor and Auntie's flesh and blood. However, this hatred cannot be reduced. Even if I have to die, I have to settle the score with this person. Uncle Master, please know about this matter. If Uncle Master and Auntie can't understand or punish me, I will bear the responsibility. After Yun Xiao finished speaking, she bowed to the Demon Emperor and stood up after a while. Yun Xiao's words were extremely firm. Although she was gentle and courteous, there was no room for negotiation. The Demon Emperor and Demon Empress both let out a deep sigh. The Demon Empress Shihi's gaze was conflicted. There weren't many of these ancient powerhouses who were truly unreasonable. No one would really not care about the word karma. Back then, during the God Conferment War, the 10th Prince was the only one among the princes of the demon race who was traveling outside. He changed his name to Luya and plunged in. Moreover, the matter had truly deteriorated to the point of no return. It began when Luya joined and shot Zhao Gongming to death with the Nailhead 7-arrow book. Chan School had no way out. All of a sudden the entire Jie School went crazy. The matter worsened and expanded to the point where the 12 golden immortals of Chan School could not suppress it and were no match for it. In the end, the saint personally took action. Zhao Gongming was the elder brother of the 3 Yun Xiao sisters. The 3 Xiao immortals came out of the mountain to take revenge in anger, but 2 of them died on the spot. The reason was because of Luya. Now, Yun Xiao had just escaped from the Qilin Cliff after being suppressed for tens of millions of years. On the other hand, the 10th Prince, who had changed his name to Luya, was still carefree for so many years. Today, when the enemy met, their eyes were exceptionally red. Even if she was crushed, even if the entire demon race had to protect the 10th Prince, Yun Xiao would fight head-on. She would not rest until she was dead. She sighed and said, Yun Xiao, I understand your thoughts very well. I also understand that this is your obsession. Your elder brother and 2 younger sisters died directly or indirectly in Yuan's hands. It's understandable that you want to take revenge. It's only right. She has said indifferently, I'll allow you to fight Yuan in 4 hours. However, I have to say something first. Shiha's gaze was cold as she said indifferently, you have to take revenge for your elder brother's death. If my son dies, I have to take revenge too. We've long understood right and wrong. There's no need to say more. However, as parents, We can't accept the tragic death of our beloved son. It has nothing to do with right or wrong. She has sighed. Yin Xiao, you have to understand. Yuan was definitely not Yin Zhao's match. Once they fought, it would be a dead end. The Demon Emperor and Demon Empress were well aware of that. What happened back then was indeed Yuan's fault. As the rulers of the demon race, we can't confuse right and wrong. That's why we discussed compensation with senior brother Tong Tian many times. We didn't want the two families to hurt the harmony. If you insist on killing us, we'll let you kill us. After all, we were in the wrong first. It's only right to repay karma with our lives. However, once Yuan dies, karma will evolve into the grudge between you and us, Yin Xiao. In other words, it's the grudge between Jie School and us demons. We can't let go of your elder brother's revenge, but we definitely can't let go of my son's revenge. She has sighed. Yin Xiao, I'm not trying to scare you. You know that. I'm just stating the truth. We don't want to go to that step. We really don't want to. I also understand your plan. You want to kill yourself immediately after killing Yuan to end the karma. However, Jie School has just returned, and you, Yin Xiao, as the first disciple of the outer sect, died in our demon race. It's obvious at a glance that what happens in the future is uncontrollable. She has said earnestly, I also want to plead for my son, but Yin Xiao, you have to consider it. After all, although your second sister, third sister, and elder brother's physical bodies are dead, their essence souls are officials in the heavenly court. As long as they're willing, they can still see each other every day. However, if you and Yuan die in this battle, you'll be completely annihilated. This point is different. That's all. Yin Xiao, your uncle Master Demon Emperor, and I won't object to your decision. Shiha looked at Yin Xiao and sighed. Fairy Yin Xiao's gaze was cold and unchanged. Just as she was about to speak, Zhou Xiao Duo suddenly jumped out and said loudly, Sister Yin Xiao, I have something to say to you in private. Chapter 1399. Yun Zhao's intention to kill Zhao Gongming was extremely firm. She did not hate others. Even if Zhao Gongming and the two girls had died in Guangqingzi's hands, Yun Xiao did not hate him so much. At that time, the god role was already halfway through. It had nothing to do with you, Luya. Yet you suddenly appeared at that time. What does it have to do with you? What does the matters of Chan School have to do with you? Who do you have an old relationship with? Were you friends with? Are you friends? No one can touch you in any aspect. In the end, you suddenly appeared and plotted against my brother for the sake of a sense of existence. Even if you kill him head-on, I won't have any complaints. However, you can't defeat him head-on, so you actually used a scheme. Yun Xiao had too much hatred in her heart. Although the Demon Empress had already explained all the consequences clearly, Yun Xiao understood very well. However, she would never give up. Zhou Xiaoduo leaped up and arrived beside Yun Xiao. He set up a soundproof barrier. Sister Yun Xiao, does the sect master know that you're here today? Master doesn't know. Then you came in the wrong place today. Yes. It's only right to take revenge. Zhou Xiaoduo said patiently. However, isn't it too risky to charge into the Demon Emperor Palace with such fanfare? The Demon Emperor and Demon Empress understand right and wrong. That's why they allowed you to take revenge. What if they don't? If they attack together, how many lives do you have to fill this place? Not to mention you killed the 10th prince first. It's equivalent to giving others a handle. Wouldn't that be even more uncontrollable? When can't we take revenge? Do we have to kill our way to their headquarters to report? Zhou Xiaoduo did not understand. He felt that Fairy Yun Xiao, who was extremely beautiful, was more or less a little silly. Just like that, he charged over alone. If I don't do that, it'll be difficult to vent my anger. Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. It was very difficult for him to understand the thoughts of these ancient people. To Yun Xiao, killing Luya in public was the best way to vent his anger and make his thoughts clear. As long as he achieved that goal, it would be worth it even if he died here. However, in the eyes of Zhou Xiaoduo, this method was extremely stupid. Why couldn't they kill him? Just go out and find a random corner to kill him. As long as your hands and feet are clean, who would know that you did it? Did they have to make it so grand? Sister Yun Xiao, I'll give you a suggestion. Please accept it on account that I still have some feelings for your Jie School. Normal channels don't work. Zhou Xiaoduo had to find another way. He had no choice but to force her to repay his kindness. This was because if the current situation continued to develop, the 10th Prince Yuan would definitely die. Yun Xiao would also die after killing the 10th prince. Zhou Xiaoduo did not care whether Yuan died or not. But if Cloud Sky died here, this matter would be huge. It would definitely lead to an all-out war between the demons and Jie School. That was for sure. Back then, Zhao Gongming's death had caused an irreversible situation. Yun Zhao's position in Jie School was more important than Zhao Gongming's. Moreover, Jie School had just returned. Yun Xiao was someone they could not afford to lose. Yun Xiao frowned slightly and said, "Tell me. Beat Yuan up here. Even if you cripple his cultivation, it's fine. But don't really kill him." Zhou Xiaoduo said, "Let's talk about the future in the future. Now let's vent our anger first. Sister Yun Xiao, what do you think?" Zhou Xiaoduo tried his best to persuade her. This. Yun Xiao frowned. Clearly, she was not very interested in such a suggestion. She was also not very willing. This guy has done so many things. If you kill him so easily. Wouldn't it be letting him off easy? Zhou Xiaoduo said bewitchingly, "Let's cripple him first and slowly deal with him in the future. Every time we deal with him, we'll vent our anger. How good is that?" Yun Zhao's eyes flickered slightly. "That makes sense. Then let's do that." "Yes." Zhou Xiaoduo finally heaved a sigh of relief. Encountering such a stubborn girl, it was really not easy to convince her. Yun Zhao's personality was comparable to that of Zhou Xiaoyan's. It was very difficult to change the fact that she had made a decision. Zhou Xiaoduo was forcing her to repay him for his kindness and persuading her with reason and emotion. He finally persuaded her. "Besides, your brother and sister are in the heavenly courts. Although they are on the investiture of the gods and can't roam around the world like before and their freedom is limited, they are not completely dead. You can still see them at any time." Zhou Xiaoduo persuaded. Besides, they were just itinerant cultivators in the past. What merit did they have? But now, who in the world doesn't know them? Who doesn't worship them? Yun Zhao's eyes were filled with thoughts. Although Zhou Xiaoduo's words were somewhat out of context for Yun Xiao, it was not without reason. Yun Xiao was a reasonable person after all. She thought for a moment. She sighed and said, "After today, I'll make a trip to the heavenly courts. That heavenly courts doesn't seem to have shown up until now. We'll find them eventually." Yun Xiao said quietly. He finally coaxed her. "How tiring. It's more tiring than coaxing Yen Yen Cat." Zhou Xiaoduo wiped his sweat. 4 hours later. In the sky above the Demon Emperor Palace. A crushing battle had unfolded. Yun Xiao held down the 10th Prince, Yuan, and beat him until his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. In the end, she punched through the 10th Prince's Dantian, broke his sea of qi and shattered his demon core. She even smashed her palm on his head and destroyed his sea of consciousness. Demon Empress Shihi trembled all over and gritted her teeth. Her face flushed red and then turned pale. She wanted to soar up and fight several times, but seeing that Yun Xiao did not have the intention to kill, she could only endure it. In the end, the 10th Crown Prince was beaten until he was like a pile of mud. He fell unconscious on the high platform. Yun Xiao also floated down. "Martial nephew, you crippled Yuan, destroyed her cultivation, and destroyed her foundation." Yun Xiao stood in front of the Demon Emperor and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "I'll let martial uncle deal with me." The Demon Emperor hesitated for a long time. Finally he sighed and said, "The grudge ends here. You may go." The Demon Emperor was also angry, but when he thought about how the demon race was already in trouble and was in the wrong first, it was already good that he could keep his life. In other words, it was lucky that Yun Xiao beat him up. If he was carried back after being beaten up like this outside, this grudge would still be formed. Now, the Demon Emperor could only watch helplessly, but he could not say anything else. "Farewell, Yun Xiao." Yun Xiao bowed respectfully and also bowed to the Demon Empress. "I'm sorry, Auntie." The Demon Empress' lips quivered and her eyes were complicated. "Yun Xiao, you won't beat him again in the future, right?" Yun Xiao hesitated and said, "If he recovers. If we meet again in the future. I might have to beat him again." "You're such a simple-minded girl. Can't you say a few words to make me feel better?" The Demon Empress sighed and waved her hand. "Get lost quickly." Yun Xiao nodded and bowed. She turned and left on a cloud. When she reached the clouds, she stopped and thought carefully. He murmured, "What little duo said makes sense. Now that things have come to this, as long as they don't mess with me in the future, there's nothing wrong with letting this matter go. After all, if they had listened to Master's words and closed the island, there would be nothing that could threaten them." Sigh. "I'll find an opportunity to look for them." The white cloud left leisurely. Zhuo stayed in the demon race for half a year. Then he returned to the Astral Souls continent. He began to train Li Chenglong and the others with all his might. Zhuo and Wu Yuding had also gained a lot from their trip to the demon race this time. After they returned, they trained Yu Dongtian and his son as well as Yun Zhonghu and his wife with all their might. The battle outside was earth-shattering. On the Umno Alliance's side, after the 8 Zhu Wu returned, they were indeed unwilling to be left out. They quickly joined the battle. Today they would fight this person. Tomorrow they would fight that person. Not long after, all the factions except for the human race of the Astral Souls had been beaten up without exception. They had also offended everyone. They had barged into the Spirit Clan to ask for spiritual herbs and injured many of them. They had deliberately killed many of the demons. The demons were also old opponents. When they met them they would kill them. As for Jie School, Chan School and the Western sect, which had nothing to do with them, the medicine Buddha of the Western sect was crippled by the 2 Zhu Wu. There were also many Vajra guardians. The Zhu Wu swept over with red eyes and killed many of them. Saint Jiayin was furious and personally attacked. The Zhu Wu immediately retreated. When they retreated, they encountered the goddess of Wudong and fought. The goddess of Wudong escaped with serious injuries. Taoist Duobao chased after her in anger. The Zhu Wu had already left. On the way they met a Taoist. It was Perfected Tai. He was just a little bad-mouthed, but he was beaten up by the Zhu Wu. Perfected Yu Ding risked his life to save Perfected Tai, so the people of Chan School were collectively furious. We didn't provoke the Wu people. What's wrong? Therefore they began to fight with the Wu people. The flood which felt bitter in her mouth all the time. For so many years she had been dreaming of saving the Zhu Wu. Now she had really done it, and the Zhu Wu had all come out. However, the flood which only had one thought now. Whichever faction was more powerful, she would lock them up again. Before they came out, the Wu people had almost no enemies. When they came out, except for the Astral Souls, everyone else was an enemy. The Umno Alliance was fighting in all directions. The flood which felt that she was in a terrible fix and was mentally and physically exhausted. At first she was still trying to clean up her mess, but then she realized that she had already fallen into a shit pit. How could she clean it up? Suddenly the entire world was an enemy. She had no choice but to fight. You really know how to cause trouble. Sometimes the flood which came to Zhuo to drink, not to drink, but purely to complain. Previously I could still control Lai Hua and the others, but now I can't control them. If I hadn't built a large number of heroic soul passes back then, the entire continent would have been destroyed. However, they still enjoy it very much. Every day they say things like, the entire world is an enemy. Why should I be afraid? Sigh. This is fucking. Zhuo couldn't do anything about that. He could only say, drink, drink. Now the 8 races were in a chaotic war plus Jie School. The flames of war were everywhere. Only the Astral Souls was still peaceful. They even slowly recovered some technological communication and could broadcast some news. However, everyone, including the poor people who didn't know martial arts, knew. The flames of war were about to burn. This last paradise could not help but be plunged into misery and suffering. Many couples who often quarreled no longer quarreled. Every day they would watch over each other, talk, play games and quietly stay at home, enjoying the last moments of peace. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The battle outside had almost turned the 8 continents into ruins. The flames of war had finally ignited the Astral Souls. In the end, only one race could survive the clear heavenly tribulation. The human race hadn't moved at all? The outside world had been destroyed, but they hadn't fired a single shot. Wasn't it too easy? The human race would definitely be the enemy in the end. Suddenly, the Astral Souls became the target of public criticism. It's finally the final moment. I'll take 2 days off to organize my thoughts. Chapter 1400. Dad, I can't figure out why we have to clear the heavenly tribulation. What's the point of clearing the heavenly tribulation? Zhuo was puzzled. The clear sky calamity will easily wipe out a clan. Why can't it maintain the status quo like it is now, where all the clans can coexist and go on expeditions occasionally? Instead, it can stimulate one's fighting spirit and will not dare to slack off. It will also give one the motivation to become stronger. Why must the other clans be wiped out and only one dominant clan is left? Even the so-called eternal protagonist is nothing more than a title. Absolute power leads to absolute corruption. When a certain race becomes dominant, it will only cause the population of that race to expand without limit. There will be no pressure to survive at all. Perhaps in 10,000 years or hundreds of thousands of years, it will be difficult to escape the end of a lack of spiritual energy and resources. If something goes wrong, all living beings will step onto the path of extinction. I really can't understand. Zhuoxiaoduo's words were full of distress. Jianghu sighed and said, "How can I not understand this? The human race in the astral souls once went through a period of population expansion. If it weren't for the meteorite shower that killed more than 70% of the human race and the return of the Tao League and the Umno Alliance, the human race in the astral souls might have gone extinct due to the extreme consumption of resources. However, the current situation is not something that you and I can change. I even suspect that the current situation is not the automatic operation of the heavenly axiom of the ancestral land, but the arrangement of the existence beyond the heavenly axiom. In a world like this, we are strong and have our own means. It is not difficult for us to live forever. However, for the weak, whether they are the human race, the demon race, or other races, it is a disaster. The so-called weakness is the original sin, and it is shown in such a bloody way. Look around, there are so many experts of different races in this world. There are tens of millions of them." Zhuoxiaodu sighed and said, "No matter which one of these powerhouses makes a move, they have the strength to flatten a human city with a population of 1 million. As for the experts of the human clan such as your Not Enough Brigade, any one of them can easily wipe out a medium-sized city of the Demon Clan or the Demon Clan. They can even retreat unscathed. It's as easy as a trip. That's undeniable, right?" Zhuoxiaoduo nodded. "Let me ask you, when you were slaughtering the demons, did you have the slightest bit of compassion in your hearts?" Zhuoxiaodu asked, "When you were slaughtering monsters and asuras, were there any times when you didn't have the heart to kill them?" Zhuoxiaoduo shook his head. "No. That's it. That's the crux of the problem." Zhuoxiaodu said lightly, "Because the education we received since childhood has determined our basic worldview, values, and morals. Therefore, we don't feel that there's anything wrong with this kind of killing. After such a massacre, I even feel that I've contributed to the future of the human race. It's a great sense of accomplishment. People have the same mind and their hearts share the same principle. Isn't it the same for the experts of the various clans? In the long run, the experts of each generation will only become more and more vicious and cruel to the outsiders. The rhythm and style of this world will only become more and more cruel." Zhuoxiaodu sighed. "But what are the sins of living creatures? Is being weak really the original sin? Born without the aptitude for cultivation, can we only be reduced to food, hunted and slaughtered in this world? On this point, whether it's the Demon Clan, or the Azura clan, the root of the problem is the same. We think the demons are cruel, but when we slaughter the cities of the demons, what's the difference in the eyes of the demons? To be fair, when they look at us they think we're delicious. How is it different from when we cook delicious meat? It's just a difference in the education of the various clans since childhood. There's no need to be harsh. Under such racial differences, it's difficult to unify the thoughts. If there's no restriction in this world, it will continue to be chaotic for a long time. Even if the experts of the various clans join hands and reach a consensus to promote a peaceful situation, it's just a terrifying balance. There's still a hidden danger, and it's just a temporary delay. And this situation is bound to continue until the end of time. Even if there's no cleansing heavenly tribulation, the final outcome will still be the same as the cleansing heavenly tribulation now. A certain clan will be completely strengthened, or they'll exterminate the other clans, or they'll suppress the other clans to establish the absolute right to speak, and achieve a de facto unity. This is the inevitable trend, the inevitable result. It is only at that time that we will be able to completely eradicate the problem of becoming food for other races at any time and place and become extinct." Zhuoxiaodu let out a long sigh and said, "As long as the two clans coexist in this world, this kind of thing will never be avoided." After such a detailed analysis, at least I'm full of admiration for the powerful figure who went beyond the heavenly Tao and directly started the cleansing heavenly tribulation in this world. Only at the initial stage of the return of the clans, the cruel war that's bound to come, can be brought to an end as soon as possible, and establish a lasting peace for generations to come. Even if there will be wars in the future, there will be the rise and fall of dynasties, and there will be the change of forces, it will only happen among the clans. And no matter how cruel the war between the clans is, there won't be any bloodshed like before. At least in my opinion, once and for all, this is both a crisis and an opportunity for long-term peace and prosperity. In the future, no matter whether it's the monster clan, the demon clan, the Wu people, or the spirit clan left in this world, as long as the unification is achieved, there will be a developed and civilized society in the future. All kinds of systems, laws, inventions, and creations will appear. Jianghu said, just like the development of the land of astral souls in the past thousands of years. Science, technology, civilization, economy. Our development has proved that although we have developed these things, as long as there is a powerful enemy, everything is meaningless. As long as the enemy comes, the so-called civilization will be gone in a day. Only after the war, after the unification is achieved, and after the redevelopment, can we have a long-term prosperity. Otherwise, no matter how valuable, meaningful, and promising the research results are, they will just be like a flash in the pan, like a bubble in a dream. When a giant demon beast's iron hooves fall, the entire city will be gone. How can we talk about science, technology, civilization, and prosperity? Jianghu said, maybe in the future we can develop powerful weapons with only science and technology to destroy those giant demon beasts. But for now it's unrealistic. Of course, the person Jianghu was talking to was not Zhuo Duo himself. He looked at the people around him and said earnestly, the person who set this up doesn't care whether the only race that will survive in the future is human or other races. But we have to care about it and we have to fight for it. We have to do everything we can. Even if we have to sacrifice everything, we have to fight for the chance that human beings will become the only intelligent race in the world in the future and dominate the world. Although the time limit of the protagonist of this world is not eternal, it doesn't matter if it's hundreds of thousands of years or tens of thousands of years. Isn't it good to have that kind of time? Jianghu sighed. That was true, but in the face of so many opponents, so many legends, to fight for the chance that human beings would be the only winner, it was more than difficult. They had no confidence at all. If that's the case, there's still one more problem. That is, what about those ultimate experts? Li Chenglong, who had been listening carefully, raised the question first. Those people should be very difficult to kill, or maybe they won't die in battle at all. Everyone nodded. They all knew who Li Chenglong was referring to. Banish them. Jianghu said, what Chenglong is worried about is a problem that we will only face when we reach the end. During this period, the Demon Emperor, Demon Empress, and I have been discussing this problem all the time. That is, where should those eliminated clans go? Since there are ultimate experts in this world in charge, how can they be completely destroyed? Decline is already the limit. However, the decline of a clan means that the clan's luck is not restored. It's a foregone conclusion that they will become weaker day by day. So, in order to ensure that the clan still has room to reproduce, where should they go? Jianghu said carefully, the conclusion that we have come to, or the relatively feasible method, is to use the Grotto Heaven treasure to carry a small number of the clan's young and leave the ancestral land to wander the starry sky. The clan's mighty experts will open up a chance of survival for them. Then they will find a place to settle down. Life and death will depend on luck. However, this ancestral land will not allow them to return. Even then, they will be reduced to the evil clan of the heavenly axiom because of their luck, and it will be difficult for them to survive. In other words, keep your orthodoxy and spirit, but your sect master, and clan leader will have to leave the ancestral land. After the unification in this world as the ancestral land, there will still be the Western sect, the Jia sect, the Chan sect, the Taoist sect, the Fiend sect, the Spirit sect, the Azura race, the Magi race, and so on. However, there won't be any specific method of inheritance for all of these. They can only keep their orthodoxy and spirit. The real demons, sorcerers, Buddhas, and Taoists can no longer exist in this world. Even the ultimate experts of each clan will be expelled by the heavenly axiom. Jianghu smiled faintly. Let this world be dominated by only one clan. Provide the clan with the greatest amount of resources, and let them recover in the shortest time possible. Then they can reproduce and develop. The cycle of yin and yang. This is the true meaning of this clear heavenly tribulation. Everyone murmured slowly. Clear heavenly tribulation. Clear heavenly tribulation. So this is the clear heavenly Dharma. Therefore, all the ancient experts have come out to fight for a chance of victory. They want to settle all their grudges at this stage because this is the last chance. If they miss this chance, most of the ultimate experts will wander to the boundless starry sky. No one knows where they will settle down in the future. They won't have the chance to settle their grudges. These are things that every saint can see. The so-called clear heavenly tribulation is probably like this. From now on, there will be no more conflicts between clans. Only one clan will rule and the prosperity will last for a long time. Jianghu said slowly, that's the principle. However, with the strength of human beings, we don't have the confidence to say that we can become the final world dweller. These words made the hearts of everyone present heavy. From now on, there will be no more appreciation for each other, friends from other clans, because everyone will have to fight to the death in the end. Even Xiao Duo's godfather. If in the end only the Wu people and humans are left to fight, he won't give in. Actually, this clear heavenly tribulation has another purpose, Swordsmanship said. What's the purpose? Liberation. Swordsmanship said deeply, liberation of the saints. The saints are inseparable from the heavenly Tao. However, this clear heavenly tribulation has given the saints a chance to break the shackles. Therefore the saints are the most excited, because this time they can break free from the shackles. There's no need to expel them. The saints will leave on their own, because they are finally free. Swordsmanship said with a sarcastic tone. Everyone was silent. Sure enough, there were gains and losses and there were joys and sorrows. To the saints, the crisis of extinction was freedom. The flames of war are now approaching this side. Jianghu said solemnly, you have all cultivated in the Tower of Annihilation for 1,000 years. Your foundation has improved and you have reached the peak of the human race. So, the future of the human race depends on you. Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing and the others' eyes all lit up. Li Chenglong and the others were not the only ones who were cultivating in the Space Extermination Tower. All the geniuses of the human tribe were cultivating in the Space Extermination Tower to further their studies. At this stage of cultivation, they had basically improved everything that could be improved. There was no room for improvement. As for those that could not be improved, that was naturally the only way. Perhaps in the cruelest battles of life and death, there was still some enlightenment. However, when it came to pure cultivation, it was basically useless. After all, there was still the limitation of one's innate talent. No matter how much one wanted everyone to be like a dragon, it was impossible to make everyone like a dragon in this world. This was the limitation. The majority of cultivators who had reached the Tao integration stage were unable to take another step forward no matter what they did. Even more people who had reached the ascension stage or the return to profound realm were unable to take another step forward. And for such a cultivator with limited talent, even if you forcefully provided them with elixirs and high-level cultivators to help them break through their limits, it would be futile and a waste of resources. After all, even if one broke through the current bottleneck with the help of external forces and went to the next stage, one would still be stuck at a standstill. The innate shackles were always there. If one couldn't pass it once, he wouldn't be able to pass it again. In such a dangerous situation, there was no chance to look for personal opportunities. If one couldn't pass it, there would naturally be others to take over. Whoever could do it would take over. Students from the Hidden Dragon High Martial School, 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 High Martial School. Phoenix City. Qin Fangyang was holding a beautiful little girl in his arms as he strolled around the campus with a warm smile on his face. When the students and teachers saw him, they stopped in their tracks and bowed. Hello, Principal Qin. Hello, hello. The little girl was still struggling, so he put her down on the ground. Then she took off on her two short legs and ran quickly on the ground. Although this little girl was only 4 years old, she was very adorable and had already begun to show signs of becoming a stunning beauty. She was the youngest daughter of Hu Ruoyun and Li Changjiang, Li Qingyue. However, what even Hu Ruoyun and Li Changjiang didn't know was, this little girl was He Yuanyue's reincarnation. As the only person who knew about this matter, Qin Fangyang was all smiles as he looked at the little girl. She was running happily under the sun. When she saw a stray cat, she would tiptoe over clumsily to catch it. The cat ran away, and the little girl would yell and chase after it. How nice. Qin Fangyang was all smiles as he watched Li Qingyue play happily. However, there was a trace of loneliness in the depths of his eyes. In his spatial ring, there was an extremely exquisite jade bottle. What the jade bottle contained was precisely a delicate and beautiful permetha flower. This red spider lily had fallen into Qin Fangyang's hands for 5 years. The light from behind him shone on Li Qingyue's body. She was playing happily under the sun. This was her childhood. It was a carefree period without any worries, responsibilities, or pressure. The time that belonged to her was to play and to be happy. Qin Fangyang stood in the shadows and looked at Li Qingyue under the sun. A smile appeared on his face. It's too late. Too slow. It's too fast. Qin Fangyang's handsome face was in the shadows. When the light fell on his face, it was exceptionally mottled and full of light and shadow. I really want to be with you as you grow up. It's a pity that I don't have time. Deep longing and regret flashed across Qin Fangyang's face. Uncle Qin, come quickly. Li Qingyue called out. Her voice was exceptionally crisp. I'm coming, I'm coming. Qin Fangyang chuckled and quickly walked forward. That night, at Li Changjiang's table, 3 rounds of wine were served. Qin Fangyang took out a piece of paper and placed it on the table. Changjiang, congratulations. From today onwards, you are the principal of Phoenix City's 2nd high school. What does this mean? Li Changjiang was dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. Last night the minister sent me a message. Qin Fangyang smiled faintly and said, the final battle is about to begin. I need to rush to the front line. From now on, the 2nd high school of Phoenix City will be entrusted to you. Li Changjiang and Hu Ruoyun were stunned when they heard this. The final battle is about to begin? Look after Qingyue. Qin Fangyang smiled and said, we will win. We definitely will. Li Changjiang's eyes flashed with anxiety. He said, but you've been looking for the reincarnation of the old principal. You haven't found it yet. Just like that. Qin Fangyang smiled bitterly. This is all fate. Let's not look for it. We'll talk about it after the battle. Alas, even if we find it now, what can we do? It's just adding to our troubles. If I'm still alive after the battle. Qin Fangyang forced out an amiable smile. Suddenly, a wave of sadness surged from the bottom of his heart. He paused and tried to restrain himself. He said quietly, if I'm still alive after the battle, we'll talk about it. If I'm dead, then don't mention it. Changjiang, you don't have to say anything. Tonight accompany me. Until we're drunk. After saying this, Qin Fangyang raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, it was already past midnight. Li Changjiang, who couldn't hold his liquor, was already drunk and unconscious. Qin Fangyang quietly stood up. All the luggage was already prepared and placed in the space ring. Everything that needed to be arranged had already been arranged. In the past few years he was only the headmaster in name. Everything was still managed by Li Changjiang, who was in charge of the school's operations. Qin Fangyang was like a guardian deity in the school. If he left now, it wouldn't affect the school's operations at all, and there wouldn't be any chaos either. Just as he opened the door, a voice suddenly sounded, You're leaving now? It was Hu Ruoyun who spoke. Qin Fangyang didn't turn around. He said, Yes. I have something to ask you, Hu Ruoyun said softly. Qingyu, are you the reincarnation of the old principal? Qin Fangyang smiled faintly and said firmly, No. The two of them were speechless for a long time. After a long while, Hu Ruoyun handed over a spatial ring. Everything in here is Phoenix City specialties, tea leaves, snacks, and 2nd high school emblem. There's yours as well as little duos and Chenglong's. Each item has its own name, and you can hand it over according to the person's name. Teacher Qin, please take care of yourself. Qin Fangyang reached out and took the ring. He laughed. If I don't die, I'll definitely come back and be the principal again. Before he finished speaking, he pushed the door open and was already high up in the sky in a flash. Hu Ruoyun quickly chased after him. In the sky there was a full moon, and its clear light shone over the entire world. Qin Fangyang stood solemnly in the sky, bathing in the clear light. Take care. Hu Ruoyun waved her hand. In the sky, Qin Fangyang's face was facing Hu Ruoyun from the side. Only a calm smile could be seen, full of peace and indifference. He waved his hand and his body soared into the sky like a gust of wind. It was as if he had rushed to the moon. Under the clear light of the full moon, Qin Fangyang turned into a gust of wind and rushed away. The moonlight shone on him like water. Wherever he went, the moonlight shone. Hu Ruoyun looked at the bright moon in the sky in a daze. The clear light shone over the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Wherever the wind passed, it flowed over the mountains a few times. She suddenly remembered the poem that the old principal wrote back then. A man's ambition in life is to fight in a mighty city, shouldering the responsibility of the country more than love. After parting today, I'm not drifting to the ends of the world. My heart is like the bright moon shining on you every night. Qin Fangyang rushed all the way under the moonlight. Suddenly he reached the peak of Phoenix, turning around and suddenly appeared. He turned around and took a deep look at the lights of Phoenix City behind him. In his heart, there was an endless reluctance. He raised his head and looked at the full moon in the sky. My heart is like the bright moon shining on you every night. Qian, I miss you so much. Qin Fangyang murmured softly. He reached out and took out the red spider lily from his chest. He looked at it for a long time. Finally he sighed. Then he circulated his energy. With a crisp bang, the jade bottle that was as hard as black gold shattered. Along with the red spider lily in the bottle, it turned into powder that filled the sky and scattered all over Phoenix, turning around. This battle, there's no chance of survival. Our love is deep but shallow. There's nothing I can do. Qian, I'm leaving. Under the moonlight, Qin Fangyang did not even look back. With a low roar, he tore through space and disappeared in a flash. In the distant space, Duobao pointed his sword at Buddha Ronding's throat from afar and said calmly, Buddha of the past, have you regretted what happened back then? Randing said calmly, the past is the past. The past is over. What's there to regret? In that case, what if I use your corpse to pay the karma of the disciples of Jie school? Since I lost, everything is naturally feasible. There was a hint of loneliness in Ronding's expression as well as worry. The death of a corpse meant that he would never have any hope of becoming a saint in his life. However, it was a fact that he had lost to Duobao. He could only admit it if he did not want to. Beside him, Yun Shao, Guiling, Wu Dang, Wu Yun, and the others looked happy. Today they could finally seek justice and come to an end. Back then, Randing was in Chan school and his heart was in the West. Moreover, you challenged Luya in front of the Demon Emperor. Why didn't you wait? Let's go together. We can take care of each other. It's so risky for you to go alone. Even if the Demon Emperor is unwilling to lower himself and suppress the weak, with just an order from Luya, the demons will attack together. How many lives do you have to return? Duobao reprimanded. Yun Shao smiled foolishly. At that time I was blinded by hatred. I really didn't think too much. After meeting Master in the Green Turing Palace, I felt that karma had been settled. The anger that I had suppressed for so many years suddenly surged. I could no longer suppress it. I was so hot-headed that I rushed over. Under the calamity, there will always be dust that will disturb your heart. In the future you have to think more. You can't be so rash. Duobao lectured, now the demons are involved. Our Jie school only wants to settle the karma in this calamity. We also have the means to deal with the end of the heavenly tribulation. There's no need to participate too deeply in the heavenly tribulation. However, if we kill the 10th prince, Luya, I'm afraid we will really fall into it. Yun Shao lowered her head and listened. Let's go. In the next round, let's find Guang Qingzi to settle the score and settle the karma. All right. After finding Guang Qingzi, we'll look for Zhu Lusun. He's even more hateful than Guang Qingzi. As for Ci Hang, Wen Shu and Pu Xian, forget it. However, we have to let them release their enslaved junior brothers. Yes. The disciples of Jie school turned into the wind and left. On the other side, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, who was riding the 9 dragons Agarwood chariot, arrived at the Green Turing Palace. I want to leave. Are you willing to go with me? The Grandmaster of Heaven frowned and said, I still need to settle the karma. I need to delay it for a while. What karma? Can you not roll your eyes? You worry too much. We're all like you. Apart from beating up our brothers, we're sleeping. Really, we don't have to worry about anything. That's because boss hit you. What does it have to do with me? The Grandmaster of Heaven snorted and said, before boss left, he left a note for me to settle the score with you. How can there be no reason? As he spoke, he proudly took out the note. However, the moment he unfolded it, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The primordial beginning sneered at the side. What did boss leave behind? The Grandmaster of Heaven's hands trembled. Suddenly he roared and shattered the note. He shouted sternly, old man, don't let me see you again. I want to fight you to the death. I won't rest until I die. He was so angry that he had gone mad. He had been a saint for tens of millions of years, but he was actually defeated by a blank note. Yes, it was a blank note. There was not a single word on it. The words, "Go and find second brother for what happened back then," had disappeared at some point in time. The primordial beginning sneered. I told you that you have no proof. The Grandmaster of Heaven was fuming. After so many years, everything had changed. Only the situation of him being the only one who was at a disadvantage had not changed. You're leaving now. Aren't you going to bring your disciples and grand-disciples with you? There are only a few that can be taken away due to the entanglement of grudges. However, you have to take some away. Otherwise, how can your Tao teachings continue? Of course I have to take them away. But what about your Jia sect? Duobao wants to connect the three islands as one and use it as a vehicle to travel the galaxy in the future. That's thoughtful. However, the karma you mentioned, is it related to the three ancient clans? That's right. Yes, the karma between the Chan sect and Jia sect is nothing more than emotions. After so many years of training, what's there to be unhappy about? The Phoenix clan seems to be scheming against that girl. During this period of time, the Jia sect has received a lot of help from Xiao Duo. The karma is endless. I have to see what the Phoenix clan is up to. Will you take action at the critical moment? You're wrong. It might not be the critical moment. I can take action anytime and anywhere. It's up to you. The primordial beginning did not say anything more. He turned and left. The moment he floated onto the Nine Dragons Agarwood carriage, he finally stopped. After a long time he sighed. The Grandmaster of Heaven. Yes. Once we leave this world, we might not see each other again in the vast starry sky for eternity. Take care of yourself. If you encounter any problems, think about it more. Consult with Duobao and the others. Don't be stubborn. Yes, I'll follow second brother's instructions. The Jia sect claims to teach everyone without discrimination. You've done a good job. However, you've not done enough to teach. Karma of the heavenly Tao, karma and karma. You're on your own. Yes. The primordial beginning nodded and did not say anything else. Suddenly, a gourd floated out of the Nine Dragons Agarwood carriage that was slowly leaving the ground. It was a gourd that was covered in purple light and looked extremely noble. I have a karma bond with that kid, but it's only limited to this gourd. You can pass it to him on my behalf. Back then I was excited when I saw the gourd and obtained it. However, I owed the gourd vine karma. Today, the karma is clear. We have nothing to do with this world anymore. Tong Tian had just received the gourd when the Nine Dragons Agarwood carriage disappeared into the vast starry sky. Tong Tian held the gourd in his hand and stood at the entrance of the Green Turing Palace. He looked lost. He knew that his second senior brother was only here to bid farewell. After parting today, they would never meet again. However, in his heart he was happy for himself and for the Jade Pure and Grand Pure ones. Because today he had truly broken free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao. From now on he could fly freely in the sky and swim freely in the sea. Second brother, take care. Tong Tian said softly, in the future. We'll definitely meet again. Don't forget that you haven't paid me back what you owe me. The three of us are bound together. We won't rest until we die. In the starry sky, the primordial beginning, who was about to reach Mount Kunlun, smiled mysteriously. Silly, you keep repeating the same sentence. Do you think I don't understand? In front of the cave of the Jade Void, C.I. Hang, Wen Shu and Samantabhadra wore their usual Taoist attire. They looked otherworldly and otherworldly. The Nine Dragons Agarwood carriage stopped. However, the primordial beginning did not come down. He looked at his three disciples through the curtain without saying a word. The three of them knelt on the ground. Greetings, Master. The primordial beginning still did not say a word. The three of them knelt and kowtowed 9 times, causing the ground to make thumping sounds. From the beginning to the end, the primordial beginning, who was on the Agarwood carriage, did not say a word. The curtain fluttered slightly. Today I bid farewell to you, Master. The three of them cried. In the future, the galaxy will be ethereal and the heavens will look at each other. I'm unfilial if I can't serve you, Master. There was still silence in the Agarwood carriage. Master. The three of them knelt for a long time. After a long time, the primordial beginning finally spoke. Go. Be good in the future. Yes, Master. Thank you, Master. Leave Ju Lu-sun and Randeng behind. Yes. The three of them knelt on the ground and mustered their courage. Master, I Want to see you again. Please fulfill my wish, master. The primordial beginning said leisurely, so what if you see me? So what if I don't see you? After a moment of silence he said, go, go, go. The three of them looked sorrowful. However, seeing that the curtain of the Agarwood carriage had no intention of fluttering, they knew that their master had made up his mind. They could only kowtow a few more times before standing up. Disciple will take his leave. From now on, morning and evening, I will always wish master good fortune and peace. The three of them looked back 3 times with every step they took. After a long time they finally left the Jade Void Palace. The moment the three of them were about to disappear, the primordial beginning appeared in the void and looked at the 3 figures that had already turned into 3 small black dots. His gaze was exceptionally distant. In the distance, Si Hang and the other two's bodies suddenly trembled. They stopped abruptly on the cloud and knelt down. Master. They hurriedly looked up. They saw clouds rising in front of them. The entire Kunlun mountain had disappeared. The 3 of them could not help but feel sorrowful as tears fell from their hearts. The ancient Buddha Danzhao walked towards the west miserably. Halfway he met Zhu Lusun, who rushed over to save him. When the 2 of them met, all sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. They sighed endlessly and headed towards the west earth together. Suddenly, a ball of auspicious clouds in front of them surged. A white-robed Taoist walked slowly from the auspicious clouds. The rest lined up beside him. They were all the immortals of Chan school. The white-robed Taoist in the lead slowly opened his eyes and looked at the 2 of them. He said calmly, Buddhas, how have you been? When the 2 of them heard that, their expressions changed drastically. Ever since they betrayed Chan school, the existence in front of them had been their lifelong nightmare. It had never changed. Ever since the day they left, the primordial beginning saint of the Jade Clear lineage had never seen the 2 of them again. After so many years, although he did not say it on the surface as time passed, the huge rock in his heart became more and more loose. He subconsciously thought that the primordial beginning was magnanimous and had probably let go of this matter long ago. After all, a saint could not be bothered with such small matters. It was understandable that he never expected that he would encounter the heavenly tribulation of the clear sky here. Moreover, the first sentence he said was such a heart-wrenching sentence. Buddhas, how have you been? In Ronding's ears, those words automatically evolved into another meaning. Are you happy stealing from me? Randang cupped his hands and bowed. Greetings, senior brother. Primordial beginning slowly shook his head. I can't accept it. Ronding's expression turned bitter. Zhu Lusun slowly knelt down. Master. Primordial beginning slowly shook his head. I can't accept it. I can't accept it. Zhu Lusun knelt and did not get up. Primordial beginning said softly, the calamity has arisen. I should abandon this chaotic world and leave. I will not return this time. Before I leave, I have a lingering concern in my heart. I can't escape it. I specially came to end the karma with you. I hope that we will no longer have any disturbances. That's all. 666. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.